Arc 7, Chapter 5. Being a Man is Tough. Translated by Negi, proofread by Archbishop #0097 Art Source. SEOs. All rights belong to TAPPEI NAGATSUKI, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Subaru. Waba. Kaya. Subaru-sama, I'm sorry. Splashing and splattering, Subaru was showered by water that cascaded down from above his head. As he let out a cry of alarm, wondering what the heck was going on, an apology from a high-pitched voice flew towards him. When Subaru glanced up while shaking his head, he saw the curtains swaying from an opened window, and his gaze mingled with a girl's, Petra's, who was looking down at him from above. It seemed like it was right when Petra threw some water out of the window on the second floor. Of course, she wouldn't do anything ill-behaved, such as dumping water onto the garden. She threw the water onto the edge of the flower bed to make sure no one would be splashed by it. Subaru. And yet, unluckily, I was gardening right there. Petra. I'm sorry, Subaru-sama. I'll bring a change of clothes straight away, Subaru. You don't have to do that much. Getting drenched was the only thing that happened, and it freaking stinks. Getting drenched wasn't the only thing that happened. Petra, because it's the water I was using to clean the room, and anyway. I'll get going right now. Wait for me at the watering place, Petra said to Subaru, who was astounded by the smell of the dirty water poured all over him. Like that, her adorable face was withdrawn into the other side of the window, and she started running to fetch him extra clothes, her footsteps pattering against the floor. Subaru smiled wryly at the panicking Petra, deepening due to his own rotten luck, and he headed towards the watering place at the garden of the mansion, just as Petra had told him to do. Subaru. Well, I was planning on changing my clothes once I've finished gardening. Anyway, Subaru consoled himself with the fact his plans were only brought forward by a tiny bit. If Petra was going to bring a change of clothes, then he should wash the dirt off himself first. Before drawing up water from the well, he flung off his shirt with haste. You're quite daring, getting undressed so suddenly. Subaru, wait. Kaira. Whoa, to think you would let out a scream comparable to a girl's. Normally, wouldn't you think our positions would be reversed? Saying that and staring at the screaming Subaru was a pink-haired girl, old woman Ryuzu, who was sitting on a garden rock next to the watering place. She looked at Subaru, who covered the exposed upper half of his body by hugging his shirt to his chest, her intellectual eyes shimmering in contrast to her awfully young appearance. Ryuzu, you don't have to hide it like that. I've gotten used to seeing the naked body of a boy. I used to live with Garbo, you know. Subaru, well, you might be right, but what's embarrassing is embarrassing, right? Ryuzu, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, your physique is not too bad as well, Subo. It's quite pleasing to the eye. Pleasing to the eye indeed. Subaru, it's embarrassing after all. Ryuzu-san, aren't you acting out of character? Ryuzu was characterized by her behavior that didn't match up with her appearance, like her calm and relaxed manner of speech. But she left a strong impression on Subaru with how everything about her, except for her looks, were faithful to the role she was entrusted with. It was why he was surprised when she poked fun at Subaru, referring to the naked half of his body. Subaru, am I right in guessing this is mostly because you were released from the heavy responsibility of being the leader of the sanctuary? Ryuzu, I suppose there's that aspect to a considerable degree. Although I went outside of the sanctuary, I moved onto the land Rosebow had prepared, and a similar position was handed over to me. So if I would ask myself if a load was lifted off my shoulders, then, Ryuzu said, directing her narrowed eyes behind her towards the mansion. Specifically, she wasn't looking at the mansion, but she was looking at the people living inside of it. To be even more specific, she was probably gazing at the siblings consisting of an older sister and younger brother, who she both loved as if they were her own grandchildren. With the reconciliation between Garfield and Frederica having been finished, Garfield was also freed from the cross he had been bearing for ages. Though Subaru was surprised, he turned into a brat that was mischievous beyond his expectations, as a result of being freed from his burdens. Subaru, do you feel lonely, living separately from Garfield and Frederica? Ryuzu, NN, what got into you all of a sudden? Subaru, was it too sudden? But I thought about it. Of course, it would be a great help if they stayed in the mansion together for Emiliatan's royal selection. But, Ryuzu, it can't be helped. In order to live in the mansion, there are many problems for me, of course, and also for the other clones, my sisters. I don't think we can be of use as well. Subaru. Ryuzu answered him with a small laugh, and Subaru closed his mouth as he heard her speak. I wasn't talking about being useful or useless. The emotional side of Subaru wanted to shout. However, the details of this couldn't be reasoned with anything like a child's tantrum. In the current Roswell mansion, the people who were permitted to stay were only those that actively took on a role and could fulfill their responsibilities. During times like these, it was necessary to have severe regulations to that extent. Subaru. Still, Garfield is 14. He's still a kid. Ryuzu, you're a kind one. Are you worried about Gabo? Subaru, well, yeah. When I myself was 14, I was an immature, stupid brat. Even now, the stupid brat part hasn't changed, but I used to be worse. To the point I would be fed up with myself, because I think I wouldn't even be able to do anything if I got separated from my parents. Of course, in direct opposition to the norm in this world, Subaru had experienced a loose and lenient daily life, something peaceful that was as good as being rocked from side to side in a cradle. Garfield was 14 years old, even if he was around the age of a middle schooler. It didn't apply to this world, and Garfield was far more mature than when Subaru was his age. Even so, Subaru, what others did for you could also be done for them as well. Is what I think, Ryuzu. Fufu, let me rephrase what I said. Not only are you kind, but you're soft and green too. Subaru, I know a famous passage of writing that says men should not only be strong, but also be kind. Ha, going by this logic, I'm not a man because I'm not strong. What am I? Seeing Subaru unable to defend himself from what he had brought upon himself, the sound of laughter rumbled in Ryuzu's throat. Subaru thought of her reaction as something unexpected, and she wiped the corners of her eyes with a finger, saying, "Sorry, sorry. Ryuzu, I understand what you want to say. I'll drop by from time to make sure Garbo and Frederica won't feel lonely. Is that all right? Subaru, sorry. It probably seemed like an outsider was pestering you about it. Ryuzu, you have nothing to apologize for. It's just, if it's about a very young child who hadn't reached the age of maturity yet, leaving their parents, there's someone younger than Garbo in this mansion, isn't there? Subaru, are you? Right after Subaru made a guess about who Ryuzu was referring to, a set of footsteps approached them. When he and Ryuzu turned their eyes to the direction of the sound, they saw Petra running towards them. Petra held a pair of extra clothes for Subaru in her hands, calling out, "Subaru-sama Tilda," as she rushed over to him, seemingly full of energy. However, she stopped immediately before setting foot on the watering place. Petra, wah, Kaya, Subaru, why are you naked? Subaru, ah, shoot. I was planning on bathing, but I got too focused in this deep conversation. Petra blushed, commenting on Subaru's half-naked body while covering her face with both her hands. However, she was staring at him from the space between the fingers that hid her face, with Subaru noting it as a common turn of events, something he often saw in mediums such as anime and manga. Even Petra's ears were a bright red color as she cried out, "Wah, wah," rather excitedly. Subaru, look, Ryuzu-san, this is what you call an adolescent girl's cute reaction. Ryuzu, you're being fairly greedy, telling me to act like that. It's no use even if I do that in the first place. I'm an elderly person. Subaru, you don't really feel like an elderly person, aside from your mature way of speaking. Responding to Ryuzu's easygoing voice, Subaru heaved up a pail of water from the well. He then dumped the ice-cold water onto his head, exclaiming, "Ugh, cold." Subaru, anyway, that reaction of yours is pretty adult-like for your age, Petra. Petra, ah, Subaru-sama, you're still treating me like a child, aren't you? I'm just saying, but I recently became 13 years old. A 1-year difference with Garf-san. Subaru. Even if it had to do with their birthdays, the fact that there's a 1-year difference between Petra and Garfield feels kinda amusing to me. There was Garfield, whose combat strength and appearance didn't really seem like a 14-year-old's, yet his personality did. Then there was Petra, who was like a bud that was gradually trying to bloom into a flower, retaining her young and adorable looks. It was the natural course of things because time flew by and it couldn't be stopped either, but the concept of growth was a precious notion. Subaru. I'm well, 18, and Emilia-tan and Biko don't go through any changes in their appearance. In that regard, I feel a great amount of potential from Petra, Ryuzu, Subo. Is it all right for a teenager to look at things from a perspective like that? Subaru. Even if you tell me that. Oh, thanks for the extra clothes, Petra. They fell out of your hands while you were staring at me, though. Shaking his head to get the water out of his hair, Subaru picked up the shirt discarded by Petra's feet and wore it after brushing the specks of soil off it. Petra seemed to have realized she dropped his change of clothes just now, uttering a wah as she flushed at her own blunder. Petra, Utilda, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your extra clothes and the water from before. Subaru. Nah, it's just a cute little mistake. Setting the topic of my clothes aside, I got soaked because I was unlucky. And because of that, I showed an unseemly side of myself to two maidens. Ryuzu, you counted me in as a maiden. Well, you're good at flirting with the elderly. Subaru laughed wryly at Ryuzu, who gave a slow shake of her head, her behavior the same as usual. After that, he gently patted Petra on the head, who was still reflecting upon herself, smiling at her with a, "It's okay." Subaru, everyone makes mistakes once in a while, and it's not like anyone got injured by it. There's no problem at all. Petra, yes, I understand. I'll make sure to write it in today's entry for my diary. Subaru, you're writing a diary. That's great. I'm the type of person that's good at keeping at it little by little every day, but my diaries never last no matter what I do. He was able to make his daily workouts and jogging into a habit for every single day, but strangely enough, his diaries didn't last long. He thought it was possibly because the contents of what he wrote every day weren't consistent. Adding to that, his days of truancy were monotonous and boring, so he had nothing to write back then. Subaru, though my Biko lovely diary is still ongoing. Petra, are you going to show it to Beatrice Jan later? Subaru, yeah, I want to show off how much I'm spoiling her with tenderness on a daily basis to her. Not only that, but Beatrice's reactions were dramatic and adorable. If it meant being affectionate towards Biko, then Subaru would gladly challenge himself to overcome his own weakness of not being able to continue writing his diaries. Anyhow, Petra, so what were you two talking about? Subaru, just some idle talk. Something like, aren't you lonely to be separated from Garfield? And stuff like that. But you're also far away from your dad and mom. You don't get homesick or anything. Petra, homesick? Are you asking me if I miss my home? Placing a finger to her lips, Petra furrowed her brow as she decoded and made sense of Subaru's words. She looked to be in deep thought, mumbling, let me think, before Petra. Sometimes I do feel lonely. But it's what I've decided I want to do, and I'm doing it right now. I can't be whining. Subaru, whoa, so mature. Did you hear Ryuzu-san? Ryuzu, I heard it. Gee, you look as if you're proud of her, eh? Ryuzu nodded at Subaru, who turned around, genuinely proud of Petra's confident answer. It was just as Petra had said. He was also in the middle of trying to accomplish what he resolved to do. If so, instead of making feeble complaints, he needed to raise his head and smile, even if he were to be in agony and in pain. Petra, Subaru-sama was my answer all right. Subaru, yeah, of course. As expected of Petra, it's the answer I wanted. Petra, Kaya. In response to the question from the worried-looking Petra, Subaru lifted up her body in his arms. It was the same feeling as when he did it to Biko, but Petra was heavier compared to her. It was because she was undergoing growth. Subaru, you're not at the age where I can carry you anymore, huh? Petra, that's obvious. But if you're gonna have such a saddened face, I guess I can keep you company. Subaru, oh, thanks. Although she turned her face away from him, she was allowing him to be selfish. Taking advantage of Petra's kindness, Subaru spent some more time lamenting over parting ways with her childhood. Gazing at the two of them was Ryuzu. Well, I'm clueless about which one is the child. Ryuzu, who murmured that out with her young visage, in the manner of an elderly person. Splashing and splattering, Subaru was showered by blackish blood from his head, and the shifting scenes of his life flashing before his eyes ended abruptly. The one thing in common between the scene and reality was liquid being poured over his head. But if he told Petra that memory fragment involving her was remembered at this very moment, he imagined the situation rolling out into her being furious with him over it. However, in order to be chastised like that, Subaru couldn't afford to stop in his tracks here. Subaru, why did the hunter's arrow hit the snake? What obstructed his grand escapade, with Louis reluctantly held in his arms, was the huge snake that was hiding itself inside of the forest. Right as its gaping jaws were about to swallow Subaru whole, a powerful obstruction was wedged itself between the two, and he was fortunate to have an extremely narrow escape from death. Subaru, what perforated the snake's body, thick as three subarus bunched up together, was an arrow fired by the hunter, who had been tormenting him and Rem, giving them a hard time until this moment. He thought of the likelihood that the hunter had unexpectedly missed their mark, but since the arrow had gone through the very center of the snake, he felt like the possibility of a misfire was terribly low. Which meant, Subaru, they saved me. Although he couldn't understand it at all, no other answer came to his mind. He was sure the hunter didn't act on a whim, and it was also difficult to imagine the situation suddenly unraveling into a shounen manga-like development, such as, "I'll be the one who'll kill you." However, if Subaru only considered what had occurred, then he was rescued by the hunter. And adding to that, the effect of the single strike wasn't limited to halting the huge snake's impending fangs during this moment. Snake Witchbeast. Its body pierced through by the arrow, the bleeding snake let out a shriek that made the sky tremble, sounding like two things were grated against one another to produce an ear-splitting screech. Like that, instead of chasing after Subaru, who was trying to get away from it, the snake turned in the direction the arrow came flying from, setting its sights on the bowman that plowed through its body, beginning to slither through the forest, uncaring of how many plants it damaged along its way. It was overwhelming to see a 10-meter-long snake crawling on the forest floor, drawing closer to its prey. Without giving off the feeling of being sluggish in spite of its gigantic body, the sight of it moving on the ground as if gliding across the surface felt like the ground that supported the forest itself was in motion. The hunter counterattacked the snake's approach with an arrow, but it didn't connect. Snake Witchbeast. Baring its fangs, saliva dripping from them, the huge snake aimed for the hunter as it pounced onto them. Jumping out of the way, the hunter avoided it, firing an arrow at point-blank range, going in for the kill. A violent battle between man and witchbeast, in an attempt to kill each other, was unfolding beyond the trees. In midst of the sounds of crashes and blasts being scattered all over the place, courtesy of the ongoing fight where both the hunter and snake weren't budging an inch, Subaru dashed back to the large hole Rem was at, keeping Louis held firmly in his arms. And then Subaru, "Rem, give me your hand. We're using the opportunity to run." "Rem, HK, is the girl safe?" Subaru, "Yeah, she's sound asleep to the point it's getting on my nerves. Here, hurry up." He reached a hand out to Rem, who was leaning against the wall inside of the large hole. However, Rem glanced at his hand before shaking her head with a no, and set her hands on the edge of the hole by herself. It was a gesture out of stubbornness, saying she wouldn't take the hand Subaru had extended to her. If that was the case, then that was fine. Subaru withdrew his hand, pulling his whip out instead and using it to tie Louis to his back. If Subaru threw her out, then conflict would arise between him and Rem once again. He wanted to avoid such a thing. Subaru, in addition to that, Rem, why? After he fixed Louis's body to his back tightly, checking to see if he wouldn't drop her, Subaru forcefully scooped Rem, who crawled out of the large hole, into his arms. With it resulting in her being princess carried, Rem hardened her expression from Subaru's unanticipated move. However, Subaru, think. Me or the hunter or the snake, which one is more preferable right now? Rem, if I could communicate with it, then it's the snake. Subaru, you can't, so please bear with me, the runner-up. Let's go. Subaru turned his eyes away from Rem, who was unable to prevent her inner turmoil from showing up on her face, although he believed their priorities were rather obvious. Glancing at the continuous battle between the hunter and the snake from the corner of his eye, Subaru broke away from the battlefield, running with all his might. Whether the victor was the hunter or the huge snake, Subaru expected them to start chasing after him and Rem as soon as the fight was over. He didn't know when exactly would it end, or if it would be settled sooner or later, but he wanted to keep a distance from them to the best of his ability. Rem, what are you going to do? Subaru, both of them are really accustomed to the forest, compared to us. We need a way to throw them off their pursuit, but it's hopeless to escape from the snake because of my body odor. So, he wanted to pray for the hunter to be victorious. If the hunter was a pursuer with no connection to the witch's miasma that surrounded him, then the methods to throw them off their tracks would be worth putting into practice. Subaru, choosing the path where I won't leave too many footprints, erasing the tracks as much as possible, and after that is Rem, leaving traces in a separate direction. Isn't that right? Rem said as she snapped off a twig that nearly made contact with her body, tossing it far away and letting it scratch the trees that were positioned at a different direction from their escape route. If the tracks were distributed into two places, one being the broken twig and the other being the mark on the tree, would their opponent be puzzled by those? Subaru. As Subaru continued to run with Rem in his arms, a deep emotion, unsuitable for the occasion, somewhat feeling like nostalgia, crossed his mind. Long ago, he had the experience of racing through the forest while being chased by witch beasts, similar to the current situation. However, the person he had been carrying wasn't Rem, but it was Ram. Subaru. Nisama has also forgotten, so it's only Miha who remembers it, but Rem, you're running out of breath. They will catch up if this goes on. Subaru. I know. Damn, both of you sisters. Really have no shred of mercy. The person in his arms wasn't Ram, but the harshness of her words was practically identical to her sister. A strong emotion coursed through him upon recognizing their similarities, and it gave an encouraging push to his back. Subaru urged himself to keep running despite his breathlessness, entrusting the role of monitoring whatever was happening behind them to Rem, and desperately rushed across the forest. Anyhow, Subaru had been running around all day today. He was exhausted, worn out physically and mentally, and he wanted to sprawl across the ground if possible. Actually, he was going to do that once he lost his pursuer. He would sleep for 8 hours straight. Subaru, so please put up with it until I can do that, dear body. Rem, HK, wait. Subaru, oh wow. What the heck was that for? While Subaru was spurring himself to action by shouting at his body to move, Rem, who was carried in his arms, gave his ear a sharp tug. As he frowned from the pain, Rem pointed towards a direction straying off the path they were on. Rem, I can hear the sound of water, a flowing river. Perhaps you could erase your tracks with it. Also, you were saying you needed water as well. Subaru, you were actually listening to me talking about my survival knowledge. I'm touched, but that can wait. You're right, it'd be great if there's a river. If we cross the river for the time being, they surely can't chase after us without any difficulty. Unfortunately, the sound of running water wasn't audible to Subaru due to the bothersome noise caused by his rapid heartbeat and breathing, but he had no reason to doubt Rem's hearing at this place during this time. Obeying Rem, who pointed her finger towards the direction, saying that way, Subaru changed courses, dashing through the forest while he searched for the river. And then, as he passed by the clump of trees and leapt over the patches of grass, just as the road opened up into Subaru, a river. BU tilde T tilde. The moment the forest cleared up and his field of view was broadened, Subaru was finally able to hear the sound of running water at a tremendous volume. Yes, a tremendous volume. Of course, a sound like that would reach his ears, since its source was a great river. As far as Subaru and Rem could see, gazing down at it, the water was gushing down a cliff nearly 10 meters tall. It almost seemed as if it was laughing at them for thinking they could just cross over it to erase their tracks. Rem, no matter how you look at it, this is. Inside of his arms, Rem stifled a gasp, gazing at the humongous river below them. Taking the raging momentum of the water and the height of the cliff into account, it was natural for her to be dismayed at the sight. She was probably also reproaching herself for leading them here, all because she relied on her instincts. However, there was no time to blame her for what she was already regretting, nor was there time to do the opposite and comfort her. Subaru, shit, is the fight over? From the forest behind him, a distant, ferocious roar thundered into the sky. It sounded like the cry of the huge snake, brimming with some sort of emotion. Whether it was a sign of victory or a sign of defeat, the one who survived would come after Subaru and Rem. Subaru. Before that happens, we gotta. Rem, leave me. As Subaru thought about the need to depart from the area, Rem, still held close to his chest area, declared that. Hearing her strained voice, Subaru blew out a short breath and Subaru WH. Rem, leave me. It's my fault I made you take an unnecessary detour. A single moment can't be lost. I will try to tie down the enemy in one way or another, so, Subaru, don't be ridiculous. Leaving you is something I can't. Rem, then, what the hell are you going to do? How can you, who brought a child, and a woman who can't move her legs, out of breath, and your knees shaking, do anything more than this? Subaru. Rem snapped at him in close proximity, her face flushing with anger. It wasn't as if Subaru was overwhelmed by the intensity of her words, but he was unable to make an immediate retort. Subaru wasn't smart enough to instantly propose an alternative plan upon being asked. However, because he wasn't smart, he could come up with an answer that didn't require it. Subaru, no, that wouldn't do. I won't leave you here. Rem, FH, that stubbornness of yours, Subaru. Which one of us is being more stubborn, huh? I understand you feel responsible for it, but you know you're demonstrating your sense of responsibility at the wrong place in the wrong time. I can't just leave you behind. Rem, wah, Subaru. It's meaningless if you aren't there with me. If you're going to die, it's better if I died instead. What can I do to make you understand it? Subaru spoke his mind earnestly, trying to withdraw Rem's idea from the table. His words came from his heart. Of course, Subaru didn't want to die as well. Even if return by death granted him an opportunity, he didn't want to die. That's why it was only about being stuck in a dilemma, seeking out the best option between the worst choice and the most unwanted choice. Even so, Subaru, I'll pick the method that won't get either of us killed. Rem, what are you going to do about that girl on your back? Subaru, I would like to use her as bait if I were allowed to, but it's going to be a problem getting complaints directed at me for doing so. So, for now, I'll be on the run while also bringing her with me. Anyway, it was getting under his skin with how Louis was always getting caught in the problems between him and Rem, however. If he threw Louis out right now, his relationship with Rem would be damaged beyond repair. That choice was off the table. That's why, no matter how loathsome she was, Subaru couldn't abandon her. Rem. Listening to Subaru's words that came from his resolute will, Rem widened her eyes, falling silent. Even now, Subaru could catch a glimpse of Rem's inner conflict, unable to comprehend how she should judge him, who was engulfed in a wicked scent that she couldn't bear to take in. Keeping her uncertain expression in the corner of his eye, Subaru surveyed his surroundings, searching for an escape route. However, a path leading to their survival wasn't something that could be found so conveniently. Subaru could see that the situation provided enough of a reason for Rem to start telling him to use her as a decoy. If so, their remaining option was, Subaru, to fly. Rem, wait, that's what you call being reckless. Do you understand the situation we're in? Subaru, there's me, who's exhausted from the weight strapped against my back, who's carrying Rem who can't move her legs, who has 3 of my fingers broken, and whose ribcage is in a state that's a bit suspicious. Rem, about your fingers, anyway. It's absurd to try something like that in your condition. From this height, the moment you jump in, you're only going to fall unconscious and drown. Pointing at the gigantic river below them, Rem stated her realistic disagreements to Subaru's plan. The height was 10 meters, and they were in a position where the injured person had to look after 2 people who couldn't even move around properly. If they had to somehow reach the opposite bank while braving through the violent waters, it was natural to think of it as a suicidal act. Subaru, but it's not suicide. Even if it was, when we die, we'll die together. Rem, absolutely not. Subaru, yo. Rem gave him a splendid slap across his smile that showed his gleaming teeth. His neck twisted to the side from the power put into the blow, and while he uttered a ow ow, the cheek where he had gotten slapped reddening in color, and Subaru, I got it. Since you're saying that, I won't die. Rem, Subaru, I'm the one who'll grant your wish, because I'm your hero. Hearing his words, Rem stared at him wide-eyed. It wasn't because her memories had unconsciously throbbed, but it was out of surprise at the fact that Subaru had shamelessly repeated the same, untrustworthy declaration he had made right after she awakened, without learning from the disaster it resulted in. But that was all right. He didn't necessarily want to make Rem listen to what he said just now. All he wanted to do was to cast a spell on the man reflected in Rem's light blue eyes, who concealed his patheticness behind a bluff. Subaru, hold on tight. Subaru exhaled as he said that, sensing danger drawing near them. Rem was attempting to resist even as of now, but Subaru had already pushed off against the ground with his feet, while he was carefully selecting the words to get her to stop. Bracing herself for the fall, Rem grabbed onto Subaru's clothes firmly with her hand. And then, Rem, I won't forgive you if you die. Ah, I can't die if you say so, Subaru laughed wryly as he gave a strong kick against the cliff. A column of water rose into the air from the impact, his body swallowed by a vicious force, and he spun around, round and round. Because he managed to plunge into the water feet. First, he kept the damage he received from the fall to a minimum. However, its power was enough to cause him to receive minimal damage, and for Subaru, whose health bar was already in the red zone, he couldn't erase the impression that he had clenched his teeth and rode it out with his meager amount of willpower. Although, there was no need to erase it. Subaru, garbage. Without needing to wipe away such an impression, Subaru's whole body was soaking wet. He was tossed about by the rushing water's momentum, as if he was a towel being stirred inside of a washing machine. He wanted to somehow rise up to the surface of the water and breathe. Yet, he did not have the freedom to do so. Even if he wanted to flail his limbs around in an attempt to float, he couldn't do that because he was carrying what was dear to him in his arms. Subaru. He was being squeezed and crumpled up by the water, but he felt the targets of his affection and hatred in his arms and on his back respectively. Neither the whip fastened to himself, nor his arms that strongly embraced the girl, were coming apart. Subaru, gab gab, due to the impact from diving into the water, most of the air he had breathed in before jumping had escaped from his lungs. He wasn't going to swim, but he needed both stamina and oxygen to retain his sanity. Since both of them were on the verge of depletion, he couldn't stay leisurely and take things easy. Subaru, gab gab. Water flowed into his mouth from his nose, and he felt like it was also spilling into his eyes and ears as well. His floundering feet paddled the water meaninglessly, and he also felt as if he was powerless to do anything as he was being transported into the stomach of a giant creature's esophagus, which could be said to be the humongous river. Once he arrived there, it would not be possible to undo it. Before he made it there, he needed to do something. Subaru, gab gab. When he desperately fumbled around in the water, many unnecessary thoughts wriggled around in his head. Just like how he remembered Petra and Ryuzu when he was showered with blood, just like how he remembered carrying Ram while he ran around the forest, many things crossed his mind. Are Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, and Maylie safe? What are Julius, Anastasia, and Echidna doing? Everyone would feel at ease if Patrash was there. If Patrash was here, she would have rescued him, saving and getting saved. He had repeated that cycle many times, and Rem was supposed to be the person he had repeated it with the most, but she broke his fingers. He didn't think of it until now, but he did a good job in not crying out, even though it really hurt. Well done. He didn't want to do anything dumb in front of Rem, in front of Emilia, in front of Beatrice, and in front of Petra and Garfield as well. Arto, Clind, and Frederica knew how pathetic he was, so it didn't matter with them. Things would take a wrong turn into something frightening if Roswell knew about it, so he needed to continue hiding it somehow. He needed to return to Prestella quickly, help the people who were in dire need of it, the royal selection, tomorrow, everyone, Subaru. Gabbo Gab. Everyone, Subaru. Gark. Reaching his hand out with all his might, Subaru pulled himself close to the branch he managed to grab onto. He took a hold of it with his left hand, and excruciating pain shot through his 3 crippled fingers, but he wasn't bothered by it. His whole body was chilled to the bone, and his senses were distant and dull. There was a possibility that instead of 3 fingers, every finger on his left hand was broken, but he had little to no interest in that matter. Subaru, Oag Blay. He broke out into a coughing fit, vomiting large amounts of the water that had filled his stomach. While doing so, he was able to draw the heaviness in his right arm closer to himself, making it so her face appeared above the surface of the water. Staring at her unconscious face from the side, he rushed to crawl up the bank, relying on the branch. Subaru, gag, erg. On the bank he finally made it to. He left it to his nausea to make him spew out an enormous volume of water. And then, fighting the sensation of having water left inside his body still, he laid the girl he dragged out of the water onto the ground. Subaru. Bringing his ear near her mouth, he checked her breathing. There was no reaction. He bit his lip, pushing against her chest area with force, carrying out CPR on her. However, she didn't come back to life. Right as he bent over, his face coming near her as he wondered if he should perform artificial respiration. She threw up some water along with a small cough. Tilting her face to the side, Subaru let her expel the water from her body. Subaru, ha ha. Enduring the fatigue that spread across his entire body, he unfastened the whip he tied against himself, lowering the weight on his back. Perhaps the fact that she was unconscious from the beginning proved to be fortunate, as the lowered weight was letting out weak breaths. That meant everyone was safe. Subaru. A fee. His head swayed to the side in midst of his dizziness, and he collapsed on the spot. He thought he had to somehow leave the bank and at least hide in the thickets and bushes, but his body wasn't listening to him at all. His stamina had been completely emptied. Unable to move a single finger, his consciousness gradually fell deep into the darkness, as if he had been trapped in an ant-lion's pit, descending into the dark, obscure world forever and ever. What he wished for before he passed out was for neither the hunter nor the snake, but for someone else to, Subaru, save Rem. There was only one wish, for someone to at least save Rem, even if it was just her. Subaru, slowly, his consciousness was pulled out of the depths of the cold, bitter darkness. Silently, he remembered he had forgotten how to breathe. Then he gulped and ingested air into his empty body. More. He desired more oxygen as if he had been drowning, opening his mouth wide. Shut it with your wheezing and panting, you. Subaru, MRGH. Something was forcefully thrusted into his open jaws, and he was bathed in verbal abuse. He widened his eyes, unable to grasp the situation, but he wasn't able to see anything. It seemed like something had been wrapped around his face, covering his eyes. However, he knew some wild fellow had shoved something into his mouth. The taste of soil and earth, and a large, solid texture, he could immediately guess that it was a shoe. Someone was digging the tip of his shoe into Subaru's mouth. Subaru, Oag, Biway, Wah, what, Giway. Why the hell are you defying me? Don't you understand the position you're in? Subaru, Gog. Subaru was struck in his solar plexus with a good, hard kick delivered by the tip of the man's shoe after Subaru had spat it out without thinking. As his breath caught in his throat from the impact, followed by a bout of coughing, the wild fellow spat on him. While the man was doing that, Subaru's mind was jumbled up in a great deal of confusion. He couldn't see and he was utterly befuddled, yet violence had been inflicted onto him. Adding to that, even if he tried to rub his aching chest, he couldn't do that because his arms were tied behind his back. His legs were bound as well, so it was impossible to stand up and escape. Subaru, WHWA, what's? How long are you gonna be fooling? Hey, chill out. He's completely clueless. It can't be helped. Rather than that here, let's take off his blindfold. TCH. Two men seemed to be having an argument in front of Subaru, who was curled up on the ground with saliva spilling out of his mouth. The man that arrived later had persuaded the violent man, and Subaru sensed that the rough, boorish presence had distanced himself from the area. After that, the voice of the composed man reached his ears with a, "Well, sorry that was done to you right after you woke up. I think you're probably feeling muddled and all, but I'll just take off your blindfold, okay? Though I can't remove the rope around your hands and feet, so you gotta bear with it." Subaru. As Subaru remained silent, the man gently placed his hands on his head, unfastening the blindfold that was tightly wrapped around his head. He felt the air against his skin, along with a tiny prick of pain, and waited for his vision to return as he took in a deep breath, withstanding the throbbing ache in his chest. And then, Subaru. Where the hell is this? In his newly recovered field of view, the clearing was dotted with many tents and campfires. Along with those, there were men equipped with swords and armor, giving off a fierce feeling, and restlessly going to and fro around the area. Rendered completely speechless, Subaru thought of the most appropriate picture that would be representing the sight at hand in his mind. Subaru. I've seen something like this in a tiger drama. The reason he thought of it wasn't because he had encountered a gigantic river right before all of this, but what crossed his mind was a scene from a tiger drama, the camp of a military unit, busied by preparations before the official battle began. One, it was as if the sight in front of him was a replica of no, it wasn't. We found you right as we went out to fetch some water, yeah. Sorry, but you've been captured. You're our prisoner. Was the person who walked in front of him the man that took off his blindfold? Putting a hand to his hip, he spoke to Subaru with a genuine-looking, troubled expression. Natsuki Subaru had been taken prisoner. Translation notes. 1. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, tiger drama equals long-running TV series. Chinese letter, tiger equals a huge river. Very punny, Subaru. Arc 7, Chapter 6. A land far away in the south. Translated by Ice Erifuru, Katadama translation. Make sure to check out his Ray. 0 translations. Proofread by Archbishop #0097 Art Source. Sul 1 to All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. 0 starting a life in a different world from 0. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Hey, what's the worst thing that's happened to you as a traveling merchant? And there it is. Yet another unpleasant question. In his room, Otto was staring at documents when Subaru presented this question, causing him to frown. Wrinkles were already present in between his brows, but thanks to the question, they leveled up to 100. Subaru, you see, Garfield and I were having a little chat about one-man journeys. I guess it's a bit different in your case, but you were a traveling merchant, so you're familiar with that sort of thing, right? Otto, I would not say you are wrong, but I had Frufu with me, at the very least. Thanks to my divine protection, I always had someone I could talk to, so it did not really feel like I was traveling alone. As he spoke, Otto rubbed his eyes and placed the documents on the desk. Then, in front of the desk, where the mountain of papers rested, he directed his gaze towards the two guests who sat on the sofa with a shatranj board spread between them, Subaru and Garfield. Although it was Subaru who had the upper hand in this game, each move that he made kept alternately securing or endangering his position. Otto, Garfield moved the merchant 2 squares forward. Subaru, hey, Otto, you bastard. Garfield, HM. Ooh, so that's it. You really bilayed me out of this one, Otto bro. With just a quick glance, Otto discerned the most advantageous move to make, receiving 2 different reactions from Subaru and Garfield respectively. Ignoring how Subaru struggled in the situation that he was instantly put into. Still, Otto muttered, Otto, Garfield, are you interested in traveling alone? Garfield, if I'm interested, you say. Course I am. But you know, I spent a whole lot of time stuck in Thar Sanctuary, so I never got to travel or anything. Otto, I see. You really are interested, are you not? Well, with your self-sufficiency and self-defense skills as high as they are, I think you would do just fine. Unlike Natsuki-san. Subaru, hey, don't you underestimate me like that. My mentor's been praising my progress a lot lately, just so you know. Otto, it seems like he decided to use praise to motivate you. It is hard to be sure if praise or scolding works better with you after all. Otto's comments were so soft towards Garfield, yet so hard towards Subaru. However, considering how strict Garfield was with himself, and how prone Subaru was to get carried away, it was probably the correct approach. But that aside, Subaru. Anyway, what's that worst moment you've had as a traveling merchant? Otto, why are you so insistent on knowing that? Garfield, Thar Captain may just be asking out of curiosity, but I'm seriously interested here, Otto bro. Knowing you're such a tough guy, I imagine you'd be fine unless you encountered a huge dragon or something. Otto, Garfield, don't you think your expectations of me are way too high? It would take an emergency of such grandiosity to truly place Otto in a tight spot. Garfield's strong trust in Otto led him to harbor such conception, which was, albeit slightly exaggerated, not all that different from Subaru's assessment of Otto's crisis response capabilities. If one were to ask the members of the faction who the most dangerous person was, it was undoubted that they all would unanimously reply saying Otto's name. Subaru. Well, I can't really see something like that happening anyway. Otto, what are you grumbling about? I have been in several risky situations during my life indeed, but I would say the worst one was that one time I was held captive by a certain dangerous group. Garfield. What you mean, dangerous guys? Were you attacked by bandits or something? Otto, well, something similar to that. They separated me from Frufu and my carriage, and then left me wrapped up in a mat without any weapons or tools at hand, and so I prepared myself to die. Otto murmured, a distant look on his eyes. As they listened, Subaru and Garfield turned to look at each other. The fear that he had experienced was surely no little matter. Otto's words carried a weight that was not typical of him. Garfield, a dead end. I guess that's what it's like TAPPEI forsaken on the Deku Plateau, ain't it? Arto, it really was like that. If it were not for some kind people that happened to come across me by chance, I would have lost my life that day. And that I will never forget. Subaru, I see. Everyone's got their own story after all. Arms crossed, Subaru nodded as he reflected on Otto's adversities. Tied by bandits, stripped of his belongings, his very right to live or die completely subject to somebody else's whim. Such circumstances were not something that Subaru faced often, yet also not something that he was a stranger to. Subaru, still, it's thanks to their help that our Otto is here with us now. Those guys who found you deserve a proper thanks, don't you think? Otto, yes, you are right. Subaru, what's with the lukewarm reply? You're making me uneasy, man. Subaru scowled at Otto's unexpected reaction. Despite Subaru's response, Otto stayed oddly calm and composed, his posture like that of a deity. While Subaru felt shivers going down his spine, Garfield clenched his fist with a "but hey, Garfield, now I know all the stuff you've gone through, Otto bro, but rest assured, you'd better believe I won't be letting that stuff happen to you ever again, aight? Otto, oh really? Well, I do know I can depend on you, Garfield. Natsuki-san, on the other hand. Subaru, you can't just compare me with Garfield in terms of combat strength. You'll make me feel like all the hard work I've done so far isn't worth a damn. Subaru moved his empty hand as if he brandished a whip with it. With a gesture of his own, Garfield pretended to crush it with his fangs, making his opponent aware of his powerlessness. Ugh! Subaru groaned as Garfield's victory made him openly display joy. While witnessing the two, a despondent "ha" escaped Otto's mouth. Otto, Garfield, moved the merchant diagonally to the right. Let us show him what we merchants are made of. Subaru, og, damn it, Otto, you jerk. Garfield, HM, ooh, look, it's a checkmate. Captain, what a weakling, yeah. Subaru, you didn't do it alone, though. Surrounding the Shatranj board, Subaru cried out along with his cornered army. From the moment the alliance between Garfield and Otto was formed, there was only one thing that he would be given the chance to do to retreat, as he bawled like the sore loser he was. A prisoner of war. As soon as he heard those words, what coursed through Subaru's mind was the chatter of knights like those. He'd had his weapons and tools taken away from him, along with his freedom, held captive by someone he did not know. It was pretty much like Otto had said. This was a natural situation to resign yourself to death. Subaru. The place where Subaru was being held captive looked quite like encampments raised for war that he'd seen in stuff like a tiger drama. He could see many a tent lined up, along with rows of armor and weapons waiting to be equipped. Men with a heavy atmosphere about them went by, and it seemed like their forces contained both humans and demi-humans. Subaru was sitting atop some solid ground, with nothing but a barebones curtain fixed at that place to ward off the wind. His hands were tied behind his back, and his feet were restrained as well, making him unable to move. However, to Subaru, what mattered a lot more was Subaru. Rem, there should have been a girl with me. What happened to her? Oh, so we tell you you're our prisoner of war, and the first thing that pops into your head are girls. Am I right to think that this means these girls are important to you? The man who'd been crouching down just before, namely, the young man who seemed to have stopped the violent man who'd shoved his shoe in Subaru's mouth, batted one of his eyes shut in response to his muted question. The youth had bright orange hair and looked to be just a little older than Subaru. He was smiling quite amiably, but that didn't put him at ease, given that the situation was what it was. He wasn't clad in a full suit of armor per se, but since he was wearing some light garb as his armor, he was probably one of the warriors in the encampment as well. A warrior, not a knight. Subaru. He'd managed to somehow spend over a year in this other world, and several times he'd been blessed with the opportunities to eye the differences between warriors and knights. Of course, they had differences in their positions or their influence, but there were visible differences between them, which weren't only those practical ones. Knights were glitzy, whereas warriors were coarse, not in the bad sense. They just differed in what was required. Of course, knights abounded in skill, yet they needed to be able to procure the reassurance of people's hearts. On that point, it was necessary for them to be noble of appearance. People like Julius or Reinhard were testaments to this. On the flip side, what was needed from a warrior was only the strength to fight. Thus, the men gathered in this encampment were warriors. The youth in front of him was no exception either. Subaru, I'm going to ask you again. Where's the girl I was with? Orange-haired youth, so darn stubborn. Though not like I dislike that, she's safe and sound. Both of them are full of vim and vigor. A little too full of, if you ask me. Subaru, for real. Subaru grabbed onto the youth's answer as the latter gave him a strained smile. He leaned forward so he could hear the answer he wanted to. However, the youth pushed him back by the forehead, letting out a whoa there, preventing him from leaning any closer. Orange-haired youth, both your hands and feet are tied up. Won't you fall over and bite your tongue if you work yourself up that much? Oh, don't look at me like that. Both of them are safe and sound. I'm not lying. Subaru, both of them my ass. Quit giving me half-assed answers. I'm happy so long as the blue-haired girl is safe and sound. Orange-haired youth, that's an awfully cruel answer, wouldn't you say? No word of exaggeration, those were his true feelings. However, there'd probably be no point telling that to the youth. In any case, he would believe what the youth had said, for the time being. The next issue at hand was Subaru and Rem's position. Earlier, he'd said he'd taken Subaru as a prisoner of war. Subaru, I find it difficult to accept being a prisoner of war, but let's say I do. Why am I being kept away from them? Orange-haired youth, if you want to see them, I'll let you do so afterwards. If you answer our questions honestly, right now those girls are in the slammer. Subaru, in jail. Why would you do that? The harsh conditions associated with that flashed through his mind straight after he heard the word slammer. However, as he tried to get more details about it, his 3 broken fingers on his left hand cried out in pain. GGHHA. Subaru saw stars in his eyes, making him clench his teeth. Behind him, the man sporting an eye patch over one of his eyes had stomped his shoe on his injured fingers, whereby his hands were tied behind his back. The man brutally stomped Subaru's broken fingers and said, "Man with an eye patch. If you were paying attention before, you're a guy who fucking lacks the self-awareness of being a prisoner. You just need to answer the questions you're asked, or am I wrong here? Ha! Orange-haired youth. Jamal, knock it off. You're gonna end up making him faint again. Jamal, really fucking boils my blood that he doesn't get the position he's in. So long as his neck and above are fine, he can talk. Anyways, if 3 of them are broken, what harm would there be in having 2 more? Orange-haired youth. Jamal. The man who'd given Subaru's hand a kick, Jamal, leered at him wickedly as he declared that. But as he did, the youth abruptly called out his name in a hushed tone of voice. Hearing that caused Jamal's breath to hitch, and so he reluctantly moved his foot away with an all right then. Subaru, GHKK, Jamal, Tusk, you owe your thanks to Todd. Makes me wanna hurl. With the burden removed from his broken fingers, Subaru was able to breathe again, to which Jamal spat at him. And with that said and done, Jamal turned his back away and left the tent in a huff. When the sound of his footsteps was far off in the distance, the youth Todd gave his head a scratch. Todd, dear oh dear, I'm sorry about that. That Jamal dude is quite prickly. After all, it was his unit that found you people by the riverbank. But Subaru. But Todd, well, apparently the girl accompanying you put up quite the fight. The people in his unit were half-wrecked, and he, being the commander, lost face. Subaru. Oh, having now gotten a rough idea about what had happened, Subaru too wanted to hold his head in exasperation. This probably happened after Subaru had crawled up the riverbank and lost consciousness. Having woken up before him, Rem had given Jamal, along with his men, a beating when they turned up. That's why Jamal was in a foul mood. Rem would have looked like a sweet girl who couldn't move her legs at a glance, so there was no reason to blame Jamal and his men for having allowed her to get in the first strike. And even though there was no reason, Subaru, I hate that guy, Todd. Haha, what a coincidence. I don't like him much either. That said, we're getting off topic. How are your fingers, Subaru? They're broken, though the pain's gotten better. Even so, the tattoo of the pounding pain was relentless. Yet Subaru firmly gritted his teeth together and shut out the weaknesses of groaning in pain for the time being. He would, time permitting, face the pain debt that would have accumulated up later. Right now, he had the things in front of him to face. Subaru, Todd, right. Todd. Oh, so you were paying proper attention. Yeah, the name's Todd. And here's a question from your local Todd-san. I did say this before, but... Subaru, that I should answer honestly, I guess. What is it that you want to hear? In the end, he was nothing more than just the other worlder Natsuki Subaru. He had no clue about anything like the means whereby he crossed worlds, nor did he unfortunately have the expertise to use knowledge cheats which were so conventional with Ice Guy stuff. Zip, zilch, nada, made him cry when he really thought about it. Subaru, what can I, with that kind of lot in life, really answer for you? Todd, what sort of obsequious display is that? Anyways, it's a shot in the dark, but there's just one thing I'd like to ask you. Are you one of the Shudrak? Subaru, Shudrak. That was the imperious youth's Todd's question, but Subaru had never heard this word before. Nevertheless, as soon as Todd heard Subaru responding by flipping the question back at him, he brought one of his hands to his forehead and said, Todd, see, I knew it. I could tell by your reaction that you've got nothing to do with them. Subaru, hey, wait up. I still haven't answered anything. Aren't you just being too hasty here? Todd, not at all. No one would lie when they're asked about their own warrior clan, even those who have never heard of them before. So like that, even if you tell us you're Shadrakian, no one's gonna believe you. To Subaru. Though his words felt conclusive, they didn't sound like a bluff. Even Subaru couldn't refuse them. The way Todd had put it, full of conviction, was that persuasive. But in that case, Subaru, just what are these Shadrakians? Todd, they're the people we're searching for. They're somewhere in that huge forest in the Budam jungle. Todd answered Subaru's question and pointed behind him. However, Subaru's hands and feet were tied up, so he couldn't look back that easily. Todd then put his hand on Subaru's shoulder with a there's no helping that and turned him around. Subaru, the Budime jungle. Todd, the whole place from here is forest. It's going to take many years or whatever to search it well and good. Though Todd muttered those words unenergetically, what he was saying was understandable. This was quite the vast forest. The greenery continued on to the ends of the horizon, both on his left and right, as seen from the encampment where Subaru was being held captive. If its depth was like that to boot, then metaphors aside, it could be on the same level as the Amazon. And they had to find these Shadrakians, or whatever he'd called them, in such a vast forest. Subaru, isn't that going to be practically impossible, to say the least? Todd, you reckon so too? Well now, I've really thrown in the towel here. If it takes me years to go back home, my fiancée will end up turning away from me, you know. The sorrows of a soldier who'd been taken away from his lover and sent to the field of battle. Todd's words made Subaru feel something similar to that, evoking a little sympathy out of him. However, his sympathy didn't last long either, since currently he was separated from the person he cherished. And other than that, the problem he had at hand was way more of a big deal. Subaru, hey, Todd-san. In your view, I think I've answered honestly, so I'd really like it if you kept your promise as well. Todd, you're asking me to let you see a woman, even though there's a person who's ruining the fact they can't see their fiancé. What a heart of stone you have. Subaru, no way I want to hear that coming from the companion of a guy who steps on an injured guy's broken fingers. Todd, haha, that's for sure. Although Subaru's answer was quite the bold one, Todd burst out in laughter rather than anger. He then crouched down by his side and loosened the ropes that had been tightly binding Subaru's feet, enough so he could walk. Todd, you should be able to at least walk by taking short steps. I'll take you over to the jail. Todd brought his hands under Subaru's armpits and lifted him up in one go. As soon as he stood up, his legs could move freely, albeit about only half of his usual step. He could walk like this. Thank God for having short legs. If his legs had been as long as a model's, then he would have been thrown out of balance quite a bit. Subaru, well then, please guide me there. Todd, how very impudent of you. You must be a noble, right? With a wry smile on his face, Todd gave Subaru a clap on the back as the latter began to walk out, taking small steps. He felt the inquisitive looks of the men around them, looking at Subaru walking along bit by bit, being led out of the tent that housed prisoners of war. He could see some of them looking like they were sneering, but Subaru cared not a fig about them. Rather, on the flip side, it was he who observed them. It was just as he'd thought. He could see an encampment prepared for war. They'd covered the perimeters of the encampment with impromptu-made wooden fencing and stuff. There appeared to be over 100 men here. Nevertheless, searching the entire forest with 100 men was practically impossible. Subaru could understand why Todd was bemoaning that. With that said, Subaru had expressed his sympathies both to Todd, who was in that state, and his fiancée. Yet posed towards him was Todd. Oh, talking of nobles, I just remembered, Where did you get that knife that popped up when we fished through your belongings? Subaru. Subaru's brows furrowed for a moment when he heard Todd's suddenly remembered question. Then he instantly recalled the knife in question. He'd received the knife from the masked man in the forest. It had really helped him get through the many obstacles posed by the forest, as well as the traps Rem had set. It was too late for that now, but perhaps that masked man had been one of the Shadrakians they were searching for. If it was like that, then telling them about him would only be tantamount to a betrayal of his benefactor. Todd, what's up? Subaru. No, nothing. Though Todd was suspicious of his silence, Subaru was also stuck between a rock and a hard place internally. Given that he'd been taken as a prisoner of war, Todd was treating him in a relatively reasonable manner. But make no mistake, he was still perceived as a prisoner of war. He was someone Subaru would find difficult to describe as being friendly. On the other hand, it was pretty likely that he'd never see the masked man again. However, not only had he given him some effective advice on the matter of searching for Rem, he'd also given him that knife to boot. He was someone high in the benefactor level, meaning, Todd, hey, what's up? Subaru, that knife is something from my family. It's a family heirloom. Todd, is that so? Hey, then you must be quite the something, right? Subaru, huh? He decided to protect his benefactor in his mind after mulling it over. Todd's voice raised a bit in surprise in response, with Subaru having lied with those thoughts in mind. Subaru didn't know why it had, but nevertheless, Todd continued, Todd, after all, your knife's got our national emblem, the sword wolf, on it. From what I've heard, those sorts of things are given personally from the Emperor to his retainers. Meaning, you must be from a family of honor as well. Subaru, wait just a sec. Todd's voice grew excited. Meanwhile, Subaru's breath hitched after he heard what he'd said. The backstory behind the knife he'd received was good enough in all. He would put that matter to one side for the time being, even though there seemed to be an anecdote well worth of his surprise there. The sword wolf and the Emperor. Subaru. Subaru stopped in his tracks, his lips still pursed together as he looked around his surroundings once again. There he could see many a tent, bonfires, sneering men, the humongous forest, and a blue flag fluttering in the wind, right next to a large tent. Painted smack dab in the middle of this blue flag was a black wolf pierced by swords. Over a year had passed for Subaru as well, since he'd come to this other world. The opportunities in which he'd be introduced as Emilia's one and only knight were increasing. Thus he was in the middle of studying stuff such as what passed as common knowledge in this world, such that he wouldn't sit cross-legged as another worlder forever. The fruits of his studies matched with this flag of a wolf pierced by swords, the sword wolf. Namely, Subaru, the sacred Valatian Empire, the national emblem of the empire that bordered the south of the dragon kingdom of Lugunica. It was right now that Subaru first realized that they'd crossed the border between the kingdom and empire, having been hurled into a foreign country. The sacred Valatian Empire. That was the name of the land, no, the name of the country where Subaru was being held prisoner. The impression Subaru had towards Valencia was, as a result of his Isekai studies, something like, it's like that in games or whatever, empires kinda tend to be like layers of evil. Just like the kingdom of Lugunica, the Valatian Empire was one of the four great countries that conserved the balance of power in the world. It was the one that held the largest amount of land, holding its dominion over the south of the world map. Valencia was blessed with richer soils compared to Gustico in the north and Kararagi in the west, along with fertile lands and a warm climate. Apparently, a system of the survival of the fittest had taken shape there, as if it were a matter of course. Many tribes and races were mixed in together, with the strong gaining everything and the weak parting with their possessions, the latter oppressed by the former. Such brutality went unpunished in the Valatian Empire. In other words, this was a land with people that had the worst compatibility possible for Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, the sacred Valatian Empire. Those words slipped out from him without even realizing on the very moment he'd set his eyes on the flag swaying beside the tent. Hearing Subaru's shocked mutter, Todd raised his brows a bit, and then, Todd, long live Valencia. Subaru, whoa. A voice suddenly boomed from right behind him, taking Subaru aback. He sprang back in surprise, causing Todd to laugh at his reaction. Todd, ha ha ha, what's with that reaction? You're the one who brought it up. Subaru, long live Valatia. Tard, long live Valatia. Though those were accusations he had no awareness of, he kind of understood them. Whenever you said the sacred Valatian Empire out loud, they would answer with, long live Valatia. That was what they were used to, a part of their national creed. And so, there was one more thing which Subaru now knew. Subaru, I cannot carelessly reveal that I'm a Lugunican. That was a really huge blow for him. Subaru's position right now was as Emilia's one and only knight, she being one of the candidates in the royal selection that was taking place in the kingdom of Lugunica. Subaru had been officially knighted under Raswal's patronage, and thus was actually, for a limited amount of time, part of the Lugunican nobility. Regardless of that, there shouldn't be anyone in the kingdom of Lugunica who didn't know about the matter of the royal selection. Thus, if he were to reveal his position, he would have been in a position to ask for a favor. At the very least, he'd imagined he would have talked about it to Tard once Rem's safety had been assured, given that words got through to him. But it was a different matter altogether, provided they were currently in the Valatian Empire. Subaru. Having read the history books of this world, Subaru knew all too well about the poor relations between the kingdom of Lugunica and the Valatian Empire. More than 400 years ago, both countries had waged many great wars between them over territory. Ever since the kingdom of Lugunica made a covenant with the divine dragon 400 years ago, the two countries have strayed away from any major conflicts. However, some small-scale, sporadic battles had broken out since then, and even now, there was no shadow of a doubt the two countries were in a state of Cold War. He'd heard that before the start of the royal selection was announced, arrangements were made so that the Empire would not take advantage to lay war on them. What would become of him were he to tell them he was part of the Lugunican nobility, right here inside the Valatian Empire? Maybe this would be possible if it were an imperial noble with some common sense, but the place they were in was an encampment at the edge of a battlefield. Tard aside, could he really hope to be treated as a guest of the nation by so many of these impulsive lot like Jamal? Subaru. That's a definite no-go, meaning that Subaru could not carelessly divulge his position. Now that things were like this, the fact that he was here with Rem, who had forgotten even Subaru's position, was a blessing in disguise, truly a small blessing amongst a sea of misfortune. Tard, hey, what's the actual matter? Are your legs useless as well as your fingers? Subaru, nah, that's not it. It's just that when I heard you say long live Valatia, I couldn't contain the shudders of awe welling up from deep inside my chest. Tard, oh, I see. No help in that. 'Tis only natural that you be struck at heart by how the Empire is, given that you're connected to the imperial nobility. I was the one who lacked consideration. Subaru. Ha-ha, well, ha-ha. He would have scratched his head if he could, yet he could only let out a forced laugh at Tard's answer. This was the Empire, indeed, even though his world view on it came only from literature. The mantra of the Empire permeated all the way down to run-of-the-mill soldiers like Tard. Realizing that it was showing in the man's behavior right now, Subaru gritted his teeth. His trump card of sorts, as in, revealing his social standing and returning back to the Mather's domain, could safely be assumed to have been blocked. Or maybe a sensible citizen of the Empire would respect his position, but Subaru. The odds would be stacked against me a little too much, were I to gamble on those two choices. Tard, what are you grumbling about? Looky here, your long-awaited meeting. Subaru. Our Subaru, who'd been shuffling along, was pushed by his back, before then receiving a clap on the shoulder. He lifted his head up straight after Tard told him that, and when he did, he'd been brought along to some iron cells situated near one edge of the encampment. Within one of those iron cells, all of them lined up neat and tidy, a girl sat flumped down. Subaru, Rem, HK, it's you. Having found the figure of the girl he was searching for, Subaru flew over to the cell. Rem took notice of him and frowned, all the while glaring at him with the same hostility. Yet he didn't care. So long as, first of all, he could check that she was all right. Subaru, oh, thank goodness. Did they do anything to you? Are you in any HBWA? Tard, whoa, that looks like it's gonna hurt. Since Subaru had been shuffling along quickly, his feet got tangled up, making him fall forward. He couldn't use his hands to support himself, of course, so he crashed face first into the iron cell. And just like that, Subaru let out a groan as he fell over backwards. Rem, why, what's with that all of a sudden? Subaru. Nothing, my bad. I didn't mean to scare you, Rem, as if I would be. Stop looking down on me, please. Were your nose and teeth and stuff all right? Subaru. Ha, are you worried about me? Rem. Wah, no. Subaru managed to lift his body up, in the way a caterpillar would, and sniffled. The answer he got from Rem was glacial. Nevertheless, as he was gazed at by those light blue eyes, Subaru let out a sigh of relief. However, this caused Rem's face to tense up even more, still inside her cell. Tard. Alrighty then, I get that this is quite the emotional meeting, but you two ain't quite on the same page, no. Let me see then, so, you must be Rem, right? Rem. Who knows? Tard. Hey he, what a pain. Like, there's got to be a limit to how stubborn you can get. Tard butted in between Subaru and Rem's unexpected meeting, sporting a sullen look on his face. Rem soonishly turned her face away. However, it seemed like her cold attitude wasn't just limited to Subaru. It seemed to also be consistently pointed towards the encampment against the people of the Empire, Tard included. Though all things said, you could say this was really typical of Rem and her bossy at home, yet timid on the streets temperament. Subaru, if you're going to be snapping at whoever comes by, they're gonna nickname you with stuff like Mad Dog. Rem, and now he has the absolute cheek of calling me a dog. Not only do you stink, but you're also quite the rude person, aren't you? Subaru, what are you trying to say, me stinking is being rude? Like you mean I lack in the cleanliness department? Even so, cleanliness is something which I've never really properly grasped. There was a saying that went something like, when you hate someone, you come to hate everything related to the person. Rem's manner of interactions with Subaru matched that sort of stuff to a T3. The fact he had ended up coming to a place like this, while still unable to shake off that poor first impression he gave, was a real bummer. Subaru. Anyways, she is indeed called Rem, thanks for helping me out. Though that said, it's hard for me to express my gratitude when I see how she's been put in this cell. Tard, didn't I tell you? The people in Jamal's unit were beaten up. If I didn't let myself do at least this, then even I would lose face. Either way, it's not like we're gonna hurt her. Subaru, can I really trust you on that? Tard, we have the credence of the imperial nobility here after all. Even Jamal can't complain about that. Tard rifled through his bosom and pulled out that knife while saying that. Subaru's eyes swung wide open as Tard unsheathed it and cut away the rope around his hands and feet. Feeling himself freed from his restraints, Subaru let out an exhale with an "Oh." Subaru, you're just going to let me go? Tard, I want to say yeah and take your girl wherever, but I can't. Subaru, Tard, don't give me such a scary look. It's not like I'm doing you a disservice. As you've gathered, we've prepared our ranks to fight the Shadrakians in the forest. But it's not just us who've been deployed. If you wander around all willy-nilly, then you're gonna get captured by the guys at some other encampment. In other words, there were several encampments scattered around the land, waiting to raid the vast forest. Were Subaru and his party to carelessly intrude into another encampment, they would most likely be captured and questioned, just like it had happened here. But even worse, Subaru. With so many Jamals in these encampments, I might even be forced to eat another damn shoe. Tard, I don't mean to brag, but in the Imperial Army you'd be hard-pressed to find many like myself. I really dislike violence, so if there's a chance for dialogue, I'll always go with that first, you see. Rem, so we should expect most of them to be as abusive as that rude gentleman, is what you are saying. Tard, well, he did offend you, so he kinda deserves it, I guess. An intense hatred could be heard in Rem's voice as she firmly spoke. She could not bring herself to like Subaru either, but her first meeting with Jamal had been simply awful. Judging from the fact that Tard, despite knowing the situation, was not on Jamal's side either, it could be inferred that not even his allies could defend his actions. Subaru, Tard-san, I get that you're worried about our safety, but what should we do? Just like you, I really don't want to stay put until they're done raiding the forest. Tard, I know, plus we're gonna get shouted at if we let outsiders stay at our encampment for too long. But no matter what we do, a supply convoy will set out for a nearby town in some days from now. If you all leave the encampment along with them, you'll probably be able to get out without causing any unneeded ruckus. Subaru, I see, a supply convoy. It was a no-brainer. You needed the appropriate amount of food and water to feed all of these people. There was no way they could provide that using the land around them, and so the units that brought in supplies were as important as the troops set out for combat. That's why Tard had recommended them to go with the people charged with providing such things for the encampments. Subaru, then is it okay if we depend on you for a little while longer? Tard, I reckon so. The battle shouldn't progress any time soon, so just make sure you don't go near that damn Jamal, unless you want to be forced to eat another shoe. Subaru, yeah, I really feel that. Rem, are you all right with his plan? Rem. Rem gave him no reply, her face still soonishly turned away from him. Nevertheless, she did not reject it to his face, so she probably didn't have any objections or alternatives in mind. He would just take it as being a cute act of defiance from her. Tard, you two have a weird relationship, though. What sort of people are you? Subaru. You can think of us as wanderers or travelers. Rem's my beloved girl, and the other girl we were with is someone I don't know. Rem, you're still saying that stuff. Upon hearing Tard's question, Rem's distrust grew stronger. Subaru too thought he'd messed up, but on the other hand, he absolutely didn't want to recognize Louis as being one of their companions. In all honesty, he'd be all for the Empire taking her from them. Subaru, which reminds me she hasn't been thrown into a cell along with Rem. Where did she go? Rem. She was taken away for treatment. It seems she cut her forehead somewhere when we recklessly jumped into the river. Subaru. Treatment, treatment. Subaru reacted in astonishment when he heard Rem's answer, who'd averted her gaze away. Then his expression turned serious, and he jumped towards the cell. Subaru, did you say treatment? Rem, what? Indeed I did. Or are you saying you don't want that girl you detest to even get treatment for her injuries? Subaru, you're not wrong there either, but that's not the issue. Hey, Tarzan, where's that damned Louis getting treated? Which tent? Subaru had turned around, making Tard react with a surprised wah, in response to his threatening attitude. However, he did not understand the gravity of the situation one bit. Subaru grabbed him by the shoulders and asked once again, "Where is she?" Tard, if she's receiving treatment, she'll be in that tent with a red flag. But what's going on with you so suddenly? Subaru, just like whatever, everyone's going to die. Subaru pushed Tard's shoulder away, the latter's eyes peeled wide open as the former hurried over to the tent with the red flag. Rem and Tard unconsciously exchanged looks with one another, seeing the vigor that drove Subaru. Tard, what the? Well, whatever, I'll go after him, but Rem, please do. He's probably going to do something rash unless you stop him. Tard, though why do you have to be the one to tell me that? Tard scratched his head and hurriedly went after Subaru as the latter rushed forward. And as soon as she couldn't see Subaru anymore, Rem, like what the hell? That guy's just been acting as he pleases with me all this time. Rem muttered that under her breath. Subaru. And on the other hand, having heard what Tard had said earlier, Subaru was looking around, searching for the red tent. Hearing Louis was receiving treatment, the worst possibility swept across Subaru's mind. Namely, the possibility that Louis, who seemed to have lost her mind somehow, would turn back to normal with treatment and be re-established as one of the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony. In that case, both Subaru and, of course, the amnesiac Rem would not be able to contend with her. Even if Tard, Jamal, and the people of the Empire in this encampment got together, there would probably be many, many casualties. He wasn't going to let that happen. Impatience filled Subaru's mind, as if saying that must never happen. Then he turned towards a red tent that had caught his eyes, and he quickly made his way over to it. Subaru, I'm sorry. Is there a vile, golden-haired kid here? Oh, Golden Bullet came hurtling out from the inside at terrific speed the moment he tried to open the tent's flap. True to its aim, it scored a direct hit under his nose right against the center of his body, causing both his consciousness and upper body to jolt unsteadily. And just like that, he fell down flat on his ass. As a result, he ended up putting down his left hand on the ground in an instant move. His left hand, where 3 of his fingers were broken. Subaru, Jaihara. Louis, you are. Subaru's consciousness flickered from the fierce pain. Present was a demon, making merry, squealing happily while straddled over Subaru, who was writing in agony. Louis. She was still the same as the time when she'd woken Subaru up in that grassy plain. There was a smile plastered on her face, a smile that looked just like the very manifestation of innocent evil as she snuggled up to his chest. He really wanted to brush her away, but his consciousness, scorching with pain, didn't let him do so. Subaru, GHKHHR, Tard, whoa there, you used your left hand. Well, that's damn pretty rough, But from what I can see, this girl looks back to her usual, like the wound on her forehead's been patched up too. Todd caught up to Subaru, who was writhing in agony, and gently lifted the happy Louis up from his chest. Louis flapped her arms and legs while letting out an oar. However, Todd paid her no heed. Just like Todd had said, there was a bandage wrapped around Louis' head. It looked like they had given her some treatment for her forehead cut. Not with magic, though, but with simple first aid techniques. Subaru. KH. That so? So that's what you meant by treating her head. He'd been so sure they were going to heal her wound with magic, so he'd gotten all panicky. However, with the method they had resorted to, there would be no way its healing would treat any aspects he didn't wish to be treated. It looked like Subaru's fears had ended up being needless for now. Todd, you treat this girl who's so attached to you as someone you don't know, yet the girl you hold as being so precious treats you so coldly. I don't really get it, but that sounds like a dang mess. Subaru, can't deny that. There's hardly anyone around who finds themselves in as many messes as I do. If there were a limit to the amount of hardships a person went through in their life, then was this just a lifetime worth of hardships closing in on him? Or was the count reset with each return by death? Would a time when he would be able to feel at ease never ever come? Just the thought of that was terrifying. And although it was terrifying, Subaru, I'm alive for now. That's what matters. Todd, sure feels like you set your targets low, so what will you do? Are we okay to go along with you guys accompanying the supply convoy in a few days' time? Subaru, oh yeah, yes please. My apologies though for having to stay in your care. Todd, MHM, there's no need to fret since I ain't gonna be leaving y'all to mooch off us. Subaru, who was sitting cross-legged, raised his face at Todd's words and said, "Huh." Following that, Todd brought Louis back to the ground as she flapped her legs around and placed one of his hands to his hips. After that, he pointed to the Empire's encampment that stretched out behind him and said, Todd, this is quite the encampment. No matter how many hands we have on deck, it's never enough. There's tons of work, so I'm gonna have to get you to help out with some stuff. Subaru, he who does not work shall not eat. I guess that's what you're saying. Subaru quietly murmured those words, causing Todd to repeat them back as soon as he heard them. Todd, he who does not work, yes indeed. That's spot on. You sure know some good words. Todd nodded his head, and to his side, Louis nodded as well, as if copying him. Subaru loudly cracked his neck bones while looking up at the two of them. Subaru. I guess this is way better than being told, don't do anything, or being forced to eat a shoe. Translation Notes 1. Tiger Drama is the name NHK gives to the annual year-long historical drama television series it broadcasts in Japan. 2. Todd uses the word shizoku specifically, which can have broader connotations in reference to Japanese history. I think TAPPEI is just using the term broadly to refer to warrior tribes, families, classes, but in case you feel like going down a rabbit hole, https://n Wikipedia org/wiki/shizoku3. The Japanese idiom is literally closer to, if you hate monks, you will even hate their robe. Arc 7, Chapter 7, Being a Man was Tough. Translated by Ice at Arendam Archbishop Sapa, Negi proofread by Archbishop #0097 Art Source, u/Pabobingu. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Subaru. Ouch. Subaru gave a reflexive grimace as he felt a sharp pain run through his finger. He looked down and saw a drop of blood beading down from a shallow cut on the tip of his index finger. He'd been tidying up some documents scattered around on the desk, yet it seemed like he'd cut his finger on them. Subaru. Shit, I really messed up there. Guess this is the initiation I get for having underestimated the iSky paper-making technology. My, Subaru-kun, what's the matter? Did you cut your finger on some paper? Subaru, I can tell what you're thinking here, Razkai. Oh, how miserable of Yawu, weaker even than paper. I just screwed up a bit. Can't you fix this up like it's nothing? Subaru showed his aching finger to the owner of the mansion, Raswal, as he posed his question. Raswal was facing his desk in his office, having been busying himself with some paperwork. He placed his quill down, before then taking a look at the scratch on Subaru's finger. Raswal, let me see. Oh my, it looks painful. That said, tea's but a scratch. It should heal pretty quickly if you give it a lick. Or should I lick it for you? Subaru, no thank you. I'd just go ahead and stick it in Biko's mouth or something if I was going to get it licked by you, Raskai. Raswal, haha, how amusing. It seems like you and Beatrice are getting along swimmingly, doesn't it? Raswal let go of Subaru's finger and beamed at him while resting his elbows on the desk. Subaru tilted his head, saying, "Is that so?" After hearing what he had to say, the relationship Subaru and Beatrice had was a complex one, nigh impossible to express. Though putting it as such was an exaggeration, he hadn't really been able to get much compromise from Beatrice. Subaru, it's fun teasing her after all, and it's me who's actively doing the provoking, though I'm not too sure how she feels about it. Raswal, oh no, no need to worry about that. Beatrice is quite the forthright girl with these kinds of things after all. If she really felt like rejecting you, you probably wouldn't be able to go in and out of the forbidden library either. Subaru, I see, Raswal. Since after all, she won't allow me into the forbidden library currently. Subaru, I see. Raswal placed one of his hands to his chest as he said that with feigned indifference before giving him a strained smile. That said, Raswal was just like Subaru in that it looked like he considered Beatrice as a teasable girl. That, and they'd also been acquainted with each other far longer than Subaru had. Subaru, so like, you're misanalyzing the sense of distance between you two and letting it fester or something. Wouldn't it have been better to apologize? Raswal, well, you're not too far off there. In regards to an apology, just a little too much time has ended up passing for both me and Beatrice. Subaru, I don't think it's great to not give her an apology and blame time for that, but, Raswal, this keeps getting more and more painful to hear. Raswal loosened his lips and picked up his quill again. Realizing that was a sign for him to get back to work, Subaru once again took to organizing the bookshelves with a shrug of his shoulders. Luckily, it seemed like the blood from his cut finger had stopped. Raswal, if your finger does actually hurt, you could get Rem or Beatrice to heal it up. Otherwise, have the esteemed Great Spirit do it. Subaru, Raskai, can't you heal it? Are you being Spartan, Raswal? Nuo, not at all. You see, I can't use healing magic. Subaru, is that so? And here I was thinking you were a versatile mage who can do just about anything. Subaru lifted his brows slightly at Raswal's unexpected confession. He could burn forests, herds of witch beasts included, to nothing with hellfire. He could soar up to the skies like the wind. So as soon as Subaru had heard Raswal held great renown as a mage, Subaru had been so sure Raswal mastered every single kind of basic magic. Yet Raswal had shook his head at what Subaru had said. Raswal, my apologies for not living up to your expectations, but you see, magic heavily depends on the aptitude one possesses from birth. I've been lucky enough to have been blessed with many talents for magic, but even that's not sufficient to completely handle every single bit of magic that there is in the world. Subaru, so, healing magic aside, got any others you can't use? Raswal, nope, I can pretty much use all the others. Subaru, seriously just the one flaw. Raswal only had one weakness, coming in stark contrast to his heavy preface. That said, the fact of the matter was, his flaw meant he couldn't use healing magic, and it felt to him like this was a surprisingly large flaw, one that would be difficult to make up for. Subaru, I reckon being unable to heal your wounds or not is a pretty big deal, like when you're in the middle of a fight or whatever. Raswal, oh, so that's what you think as well, Subaru-kun. Subaru, well, I graduated from the kinds of power play where you can just win by selecting the fight command and ignoring the effects of buffs and debuffs in elementary school. I'm the type who likes to compete with talented people by making full use of my resourcefulness, even though I lack talent, just like in those kinds of mangas. Raswal, it seems like you're saying stuff that's tough to figure out, but in fact, I haven't even viewed it like so. They'd only known each other for a few weeks, yet it looked like Raswal had seen through to the truth behind his chatter, causing Subaru to stick his tongue out at him with a scratch of his head. Raswal batted one of his eyes shut and winked at him with his blue one. Raswal, it's actually, as you say, Subaru-kun. You could say having healing magic or not will change the battlefield in a way. That's why it's such a valuable ability. Subaru, yeah, but Puck, Biko, and Rem can use it right. Raswal, the first two are special. And as for Rem, she's got the disposition for it too, I guess. After all, I've focused myself on helping her hone that talent for healing of hers. According to what Roswell had said after, apparently the usefulness of healing magic was regarded so importantly, even in magic. A master-apprentice system was in place in specialized hospitals. Rem could have learnt it there, but she'd said Roswell had guided her teachings directly since she didn't want to be separated from Ram. Roswell. And so, come a time you get injured, there's the fear that you'll end up forgetting to grit and bear it if you entrench yourself too deeply with healing magic, I suppose. Subaru. Well, so you mean you'd lose your tolerance for pain? I guess that would happen. Just like people raised up in sterile rooms did not gain any resistance against viruses and such, pain could well become fatal in a time where one cannot rely on healing magic, in the case where you'd immediately get rid of your pains with its use. With that in mind, Subaru glanced at his injured finger. Subaru, I get it. This cut ain't worth fussing about. I'll grin and bear this pain as a lesson for myself. Roswell, it's just a T&Z cut on your finger. Aren't you making a mere out of it? It won't really matter if you heal a cut like this, so why not get Rem to do it? Subaru, sounds like a sweet trap to lure people into slothfulness. No thanks, I'm perfectly fine as I am. Got no issues. Roswell's words felt like they had a touch of banter in them, yet Subaru thought he had a point. Subaru already knew from the two incidents that had happened at the royal capital and the mansion that his life in another world wasn't going to be easy. It was best to just not experience anything like unbearable pain. However, Subaru, I'll be ready for when the unavoidable comes. Roswell, it's just a cut on your finger, Thawog. Roswell gave Subaru a wry smile as the latter emphasized what he said by firmly raising his index finger up. Nevertheless, Subaru's enthusiasm proved to be in vain. As soon as he finished cleaning up the office, he met up with Rem and the others, and right after that, Rem noticed his cut and immediately healed it up. Subaru, ugh. Come on, bite down on the brace or something. This is really gonna hurt. Todd straightened the fingers on Subaru's left hand as he said that, before then applying a pungent medicine on his blotched fingers. After that, he nimbly put a splint around his fingers and wound some bandages around them. And with that, he finished patching him up. Todd, all's that left is this potion to finish things up. It should ease your pain a bit. Todd passed a bottle over to Subaru, drenched in cold sweat, containing some medicine. It was filled with a thick, viscous, green liquid. However, there was nothing he could do about it if he was told it was medicine. Subaru steeled himself and swigged it down. Subaru, blag. Gross, tea, this heavy liquid is gonna get stuck in my throat. Todd, tea's a medicine that's renowned for being difficult to swallow after all, but I guarantee you it will do the trick. It's an asset that's heavily used by the troops. It'll speed up how quickly your wounds heal. Subaru gulped it down, holding the now empty bottle between his fingers as Todd flashed him a smile. Subaru lowered his head, saying, sorry, in response to Todd, as he wiped his mouth. Subaru, you let yourself share something so valuable to a weirdo like me. Todd, no worries at all. In fact, if we were to leave you as you are, your fingers would rot away and fall off. Like, think of it as me having done a favor for a guy who's been granted a sword wolf dagger. Subaru lowered his brows at Todd's good-natured, generous answer before then chewing on his lip. Todd, who appeared to be a soldier from the Valatian Empire, was under the impression that Subaru was a noble due to the knife he'd received in the forest. He'd been treated much better thanks to that, even if he was a prisoner of war. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt sorry for deceiving him. And in addition, a particular question had been weighing over Subaru's mind. Namely, Subaru. But yeah, in times like these, if we had healing magic at hand, we could heal my wounds in a jiffy. Subaru muttered that out, pretending to put it casually as he checked how his left hand was doing. Hearing that, Todd raised his eyebrows. Todd, oh, yet again with saying these extravagant things, like as if I've been able to lay my eyes on anything like that. Subaru, so it's just as I thought. Todd, guess so. It sure would be useful if wounds and illness could be healed the same as creating a breeze or fire or whatever. Even your left hand would be healed up lickety-split. Subaru cast his gaze down as Todd spoke in a solemn tone of voice with a shrug of his shoulders. Both unease and relief rose inside of him simultaneously for hitting the nail on the head with his prediction. Subaru and Roswell had talked about how rare healing magic was, back when his plots were yet to be exposed, when he deemed him as just being an upbeat, clownish noble. Roswell had told him magic depended on one's talent, as well as that healing magic users were precious. Adding on to that information, medicinal herbs and potion bottles were lined together in the tent that the encampment had set up for healing. A host of medicinal tools, rather than magic, had been prepared there. Tard, who told him he'd get him patched up, had resorted to the use of medicinal herbs and splints, rather than relying on anything magical. Thus, there were no doubts anymore. Subaru, healing magic is rare. Tard, at the very least, it's something I've never seen. From what I've heard, the imperial capital keeps mages who can use it close within its bounds. Whatever the case, tease but a tale of a faraway world for the average person. Subaru, Tard, I'm more surprised you said something like healing magic. Not like it's an option for me, you know. In the first place, you wouldn't even be able to come up with things unfamiliar to you. They wouldn't even pop up at the edge of your thoughts. That was just how unfamiliar healing magic was in the Empire, at least, for Tard and his gang. Subaru had been expecting him to answer like that, so he shook his head and said, Subaru, well, as you can see, I'm actually a traveler. I'm traveling all over the place, so I have come across people who use healing magic. Tard, I see. A traveler, huh? I did think you were dressed weirdly, since the garb y'all are in doesn't at all suit the heat around here. Tard looked at Subaru from head to toe as he stated that. Subaru was still dressed in the clothes they devised to ward off the sand back when they had passed through the sand sea to capture the Pleiades watchtower. The Augria dunes had been contrary to his impressions of a desert since they hadn't been hot. However, he'd ended up practically covering almost all of his skin to stave off the sand winds. That's why one would have to say they weren't quite dressed for the seasons here in Valatia, where the temperatures and the humidity were high. Tard, so you're saying you came across some kind of healing artist when you were traveling and you were tainted by its convenience? Subaru, what a terrible way of putting it, even if it is actually convenient. In fact, Subaru had been indebted to healing magic a few times, or rather, quite a few times. It would have been practically impossible to come back alive from the first hurdle had it not been for Beatrice's healing magic when he was first summoned into this other world. If Beatrice hadn't been there for him back then, Subaru would still be living life with his belly sliced open and his guts drooping out. Subaru, like I ever want to go through the experience of tripping over my own guts again. Tard, healing magic, huh? Subaru, Tard-san. As Subaru reflected on his somewhat uncommon experience, standing in front of him, Tard let out a quiet sigh. Subaru frowned at the change in atmosphere, yet Tard closed one of his eyes and said, Tard, well, I reckon healing magic is rather cruel. I'm glad it's not around where I'm at. Subaru, cruel, why? Shouldn't it be the opposite? Subaru showed how baffled he was by Tard's point of view. To which Tard, with one of his eyes still closed, continued with, Tard, like after all, your wounds healing up means you won't die. They won't pull you back to recuperate either. They'll heal you up and force you to fight again, on and on. That's what it means to have your wounds healed. Subaru, Tard, I can't help but be terrified by it. Just how much must the guy who came up with the idea of healing magic in the first place have loved to fight? It just feels like we're being shown that plain and clear. Subaru was unable to come up with a response after hearing Tard's calm words. He found it to be quite a biased way of thinking. In actuality, healing magic played a role not only on the battlefield, but also to save people from accidents or disease as part of daily life. On the other side, though, there was some truth to Tard's way of thinking as well. They would patch up those wounded on the battlefield and push them to fight anew. Subaru couldn't deny his own feelings. He feared that he could not deny such an aspect did exist after all. Tard, my bad, I went off topic. I didn't mean to make you furrow your brows like that. Tard said that to bring the mood back to normal, seeing how Subaru had sunk into silence. Subaru nodded back at him and said, It's all right, in response to those values that he himself hadn't considered. Tard then shifted his attention to the outside of the tent in an effort to change the subject. Tard, but if that's the case, shouldn't the Lil, Missy inside the cell also be one of your traveling companions? But even then, why are you being snapped at so much? Subaru, an unforeseen accident, I guess. We used to be pretty much on the same wavelength, but now things have gotten completely one-sided due to one reason or another. I'd be grateful if you looked at the long term here. Tard, it's fine by me, but it seems rather tough for you. But in that case, Tard didn't probe too deep into the complex circumstances surrounding Subaru and Rem instead. He glanced away while brushing his chin. Tard was looking at Subaru's right arm, which the latter was deliberately ignoring, and clinging to Subaru's right arm since quite a while ago. Ah, was Louis, who said that blankly with a dopey look on her face. She was still clinging to Subaru's right arm, smiling away as if something was fun, while occasionally fiddling with his fingers, entwining her hair around them and doing whatever she pleased. Tard, you're obviously not old enough for her to be Yoel's daughter, right? What is she to you? Subaru, how many times do I have to say this? She's just some stranger, though I'm dead certain she isn't a decent person. Tard, you're being harsh there, but the lil miss in her cell seems to care about this girl now. Subaru, that's what's so troublesome. Having had that pointed out by Tard once again, Subaru let out a sigh, feeling just how complicated the situation he was put in was. Right now, Subaru's feelings towards Rem were spinning around completely in vain. With her memories now gone, Rem's cold attitude was mostly born out of Subaru's disdain for Louis. Nevertheless, Subaru could not accept Louis, even if he knew that was the cause. It was a no-brainer. She was a sin archbishop, a person of pure evil, someone he could by no means ever get on with. Subaru, how is this happening? What the hell are you scheming? What the hell do you want from me? Louis, ooh, ah, owo. Louis merely gave him a frivolous smile, offering no answer to him in return. Her behavior was absolutely annoying. Of course, it'd spell trouble were she to act as unscrupulously as she had in the Hall of Memories, but it would probably keep things more clear for him, to view her as an enemy as much as he could. It'd be a better situation compared to now, having her act like a baby or toddler, leaving only Subaru himself able to recognize her dangerous nature. Tard. Either way, she's one of your traveling companions. No matter where it is you're off to, y'all ought to work on improving your relationship a bit more. Subaru, who's that advice for? One, Tard, Adv. Well, it's up to you how you take it. Tard stood up while cocking his head in confusion at the word he'd never heard before. They were in the tent designated for healing right now, so the people there probably would rather they didn't stay there too long chattering away. Subaru followed in Tard's wake, Louis still clinging to his right hand. Tard, anyways, now that you're all patched up, let's get down to business. May I ask you to do something for me? Subaru, yeah. That way I'm not gonna be as guilty compared to being left with nothing to do. Let me know whatever you need. I'm ready for anything, so long as the task doesn't involve eating shoes. Tard, seems like Jamal really tried your patience. Okay, I getcha. I won't let him behave like that. At least for now. What Tard had glanced over to as he thought about that was a group of black tents. Subaru followed his gaze and looked over at those tents before asking him, what are these for? Tard, they hold the stockpiles for our encampment. We've brought them here because we need them for one reason or another, but I suck at tidying em up properly. So that's where you come in, considering you pride yourself in keeping stuff neat and tidy. Subaru, did I ever even say that? Tard, you didn't. Still, I was hoping it was. And if it's not, then you'll still surely give it your all, out of gratitude for me helping you out. Subaru, what a fantastic personality you have, Tard-san. Tard said something rather mean-spirited, all the while with a good-natured smile on his face. Subaru's expression grew stiff at his words, before then eyeing up the group of black tents. There were around 20 tents at a glance. If those were all filled with their stockpiles, and worse, if as Tard had said, they were in need of a tidy-up, then the going was going to get tough. Subaru, doubt I'll finish this in a day or two, Tard. All's good so long as you tidy em up by the time the dragon carriage from the supply group turns up. Ha-ha-ha. Subaru, ha-ha-ha. That meant he had to hurry. The difficulty level went up a bit once the injuries on his left hand were factored in, but there was nothing he could do about that. Subaru, this is so I can earn my bread for today. This is so I can go back to Emiliatan along with Rem. Louis. Ooh. Louis raised her voice beside Subaru as the latter firmly clenched his fist, ready to go and challenge the hard work. She was still dangling down from his right arm, eliciting a loathsome grimace from Subaru. The Sin Archbishop was burdening Subaru's mind and body, with the look on her face seemingly like she had no idea what was going on. With her craftiness still there, she was a formidable foe who gave the awfully strong impression she'd become hard to handle. Subaru. The rate at which I get involved with people I have no recollection of, kinda like with Shola, is way too high, Louis. Ah, ooh. Whether she understood him or not, Subaru made his way over to the black tents while pulling Louis along, with her seemingly in a good mood. Unlike with Shola, where they'd finally comprehended each other at the end, he could not get through to Louis in the first place. He made his way over all the while thinking how it would be impossible to comprehend each other. Rem. So, you were tidying away the tent until dark. Sitting on the floor with her legs folded sideways, Rem greeted Subaru like that, who had returned after finishing a bout of strenuous work. As Subaru lowered the corners of his eyebrows at her, Rem narrowed her eyes at his reaction. Rem, I'm not greeting you. Subaru, don't read my mind. But they let you out of the prison, right? Rem, the people here seemed like they didn't bear any hostility towards me, at least. The reason she cast down her eyes was probably the meeting engagement that had occurred by the side of the river, which Subaru had heard of, and the guilt that manifested from that unfavorable first meeting between Jamal's squad and Rem was generally unfriendly towards those she did not trust. Her attitude towards Subaru had softened quite a bit after getting to know him, but her old characteristic was beginning to resurface as of now, since she lost her memories. He believed she was reflecting on it. Subaru, though well done for being able to self-reflect. Rem, that's deserving of a Hanamaru. 2, Rem. From whose perspective are you looking at me? Even if you compliment me, it means nothing to me. In the first place, aiming a stinging retort at the smiling Subaru, Rem lifted her gaze up. Although Subaru was lured into doing the same, all he saw was the cone-shaped, thin ceiling of the tent. He tilted his head, wondering what she was going on about. And then Rem clicked her tongue in a soured mood. Rem, why are you in the same tent as us? I don't want to be asking for too much, but couldn't they be more considerate? Subaru, no, I think this is the incarnation of being considerate. I told Tarzan we're companions going on the same journey, so if it's, oh wow. Rem, don't just say things as you please. The moment he sat down next to her, Rem's hand squeezed the area around his hip bone in an iron grip. She glared at him while he suffered from the creaking bones in his lower back. However, a tiny silhouette barged in between them, stopping Rem's actions with an ah. That was Rem. Again, you. Ooh. Leaning heavily against Rem's hand, which was gripping onto Subaru's waist, Louis used her whole body to raise her objections. Rem, who indulged with Louis for some reason, let out a sigh of resignation at her efforts and reluctantly broke off her punishment towards Subaru. She pulled Louis closer to her knees instead. Like that, she placed Louis's head on her legs, which she couldn't move around too much, and gently caressed her body. Subaru, TCH. Rem, why are you clicking your tongue this time? I don't understand how you could be so cold-hearted when she is attached to you like this. Rem's reaction towards Subaru's unsavory attitude wasn't very good. All he could do was observe each and every one of Louis's movements, who was lying down on Rem's lap, so he could protect Rem whenever Louis decided to show her true colors. Ordered by Tard, Subaru had begun cleaning up the interior of the black tent. Just as he had initially thought, sorting out the inside of the tent wasn't something that could be finished in a short time. Of course, part of the reason was Subaru's left hand's condition being far from perfect, but it was also because the rules on how to organize things didn't seem to apply to the Valations, far more than he had expected. Adding to that, Subaru, this one keeps interfering with every little bit of my work. I exerted all that effort tidying up their stuff, but she topples it over and scatters it around, one after another. Thanks to her, I'm not making any progress at all. Rem, she doesn't know anything, so it can't be helped. Subaru, you don't know anything as well, but you wouldn't do anything like what she did. That's all, thus it has been demonstrated. Ked. 3, Rem, you're saying things that don't make any sense at all again. Knowing that the cause of Rem's unwelcoming treatment towards Subaru was lying within Louis, how could he not act towards Louis with the same attitude? He knew this was an unfavorable spiral of treating each other badly, but he couldn't bring himself to get along with Louis, even if it was just on the surface. He simply could not stand her with every fiber of his being, and it was something he was unable to conceal. Subaru. Feeling greatly disheartened, Subaru sprawled down on the floor on his back. The tent, with only 3 people, Subaru, Rem, and Louis. It was only for a few days, but Todd had distributed it to them as a place to stay. Since his allies didn't come back after entering the forest, Todd had smiled at Subaru's group in the midst of setting up camp, saying they could use the ownerless tent as they liked. Subaru. No, it's not a thing to smile at, but despite that, he highly appreciated that Todd had given them a spare tent. Setting aside Subaru himself, he was worried about leaving Rem in a womanless camp. Todd told them they would be treated as guests, but it was unknown how far his word had spread. Not to mention, Rem had already incurred Jamal's displeasure. If possible, Subaru wished she would stay by his side, so he could keep her within his sight while he busied himself with chores. Rem, don't just keep sulking and eat. Subaru, eh? Subaru was absorbed in his thoughts, lying flat on his back. What blocked his view was the skewer that Rem held out above his face. When he sat up spontaneously, Rem turned away from him, shoving the skewer closer to him. Subaru, this is. Rem, they say it's a meal. It was being distributed among the people in the camp, so I also went and received some. Because, even if it's just little by little, I need to practice my movements. She murmured, rubbing her leg with her free hand. Neither of them knew when the condition of her legs would be back to normal, restored from their incapacitated state, but Rem herself was probably feeling more troubled and anxious over them than Subaru. Surrounded by people she didn't know in their encampment, not in possession of her memories, and standing in an uncertain position in this mess. Even if she wanted to take action to know about something, her legs were not free to act. Rem, can you just take it? My hand is becoming tired. Subaru, I got it, I got it. Ah, did you eat already? Rem, ha, why would I eat first when the girl hasn't eaten yet? There's no way I can do something as selfish at that. Snapping at him, Rem drew the container made out of bones that was placed aside at the edge of the tent closer to her, removing the cloth that covered it and lifting the skewer to Louis's mouth. Spoiled by Rem, Louis gladly accepted her act of kindness, gnawing at the meat bit by bit like a chick pecking at food that was given by its parents. Rem, Fufu. Rem watched over Louis with a tender smile as she continued to peck at her meal. Unable to tear his eyes away from the sight, Subaru munched at the skewer he had been given. With it seemingly being simply pierced through and cooked, he had no idea what kind of meat was used for it. Anyway, it was stiff and bland, something that couldn't exactly be described as tasty. Subaru. It's matched pretty evenly with Emiliatan and Biko's cooking. Rem. What are you muttering on, Ab? Ah, Subaru. As Rem glanced over at Subaru, who stated his miscellaneous thoughts about the meal out loud, her eyes suddenly widened. Subaru frowned at her reaction, wondering what was going on. Her blue eyes were locked onto Subaru's face. If so, he speculated that the reason for her astonishment belonged to his face. But Subaru, what's wrong? Wait, don't say anything sad like. It's the first time I looked at your face properly. Rem, that's not it, but your tears. Subaru, tears. Rem, tears are rolling down your face. Haven't you realized? Subaru's breath caught in his throat at Rem's words, who so hesitantly begun to speak. After that, he slowly and timidly touched his own cheek, surprised by the warm droplet that met the tip of his fingers. It was not a ridiculous lie made up by Rem, it was the truth. Subaru, I'm crying. Rem, yes, you're crying. What's the matter? Did the injuries on your fingers? Using a hand to wipe away the tears that spilled over his cheeks, Subaru was confused by the waves of emotion churning within him. However, the cause of his tears wasn't the pain from his broken fingers. The cause was something more different. Maybe it was because of the calm, quiet moment that he was spending together with Rem Subaru. The situation was far from being settled. He was separated from Emilia and the others, didn't know how to get in touch with them, in a land that would drag him through a terrible experience if his background was ever discovered. And he was also in a wretched state, lacking any sort of relationship with the amnesiac Rem on top of that. He had a sin archbishop who was the embodiment of the evils in this world as company, and they were led by Natsuki Subaru, the person who had the complete set of ignorance, incompetence, impotence, and incautiousness. A single reason for him to be optimistic did not exist. Not a single reason existed but Subaru. We're talking and eating together like this. That made me happy. Rem, Subaru, sorry, you don't understand what I'm saying, right? I'm spouting nonsense again. It's natural for you to think I'm being disgusting. but I'm being truthful. Giving up on pushing back his tears by shutting his eyes, they continued running down his face as he sniffed, gazing at Rem's Subaru. For such a long time, I've wanted to spend time with you like this again, peacefully. Placing the half-eaten skewer on his lap, Subaru practically squeezed the words out of his throat. Wiping his flowing tears with a sleeve, the sound of him stifling his running nose echoed inside the silent tent. For a while, all that was produced in the tent was the awkward noise. But Rem, I don't understand what you're saying. Out of the blue, Rem spoke in a voice that sounded like a brief sigh. Rubbing away his tears, Subaru held his breath. He also embraced the feeling of embarrassment, thinking Rem's hardened, icy tone to be a just reaction. A man she did not know, who had an unlikable scent drifting around him to boot, was bawling his eyes out in front of her. No one would look at him and not think of him as suspicious in that case. He had damaged Rem's trust yet again. This time it was a fatal, irreparable Rem. But I don't think I would laugh at you while you weep. I do find it eerie, but not to the point of it being disgusting. Subaru, eh? Subaru widened his eyes, lifting his face at the unexpected words. In front of him, Rem caressed Louis's head on her lap, her eyes continuing to be turned away from him, her lips trembling as if she was carefully choosing her words. Rem, that's all. Finish your meal quickly. I'm tired for today. Subaru, ah, Rem said quickly with her eyes closed, and Subaru's reaction was belied as he was momentarily confused about what she was referring to. However, when he realized she had been talking about the half-eaten skewer on his lap, he hurriedly chomped down on it. Subaru, right. Yeah, it's tasty, salty and tasty. Rem, it's salty because of your tears. My meal doesn't feel delicious because of your body odor. It's unfair. Subaru, I will think of a remedial plan, yes. Rem's manner of speaking was chilly and sharp. Yet she hadn't told him to go away, nor had she told him she didn't want to eat together. Then all that was left was for Subaru to come up with a different plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep this leisurely time going. Subaru, but if you're going to talk about it being unfair, then I've got something I want to say too. Rem, something you want to say. What is it? If it's about your finger, Subaru, about her. About that girl who's sleeping all fine and dandy on your lap. Subaru jerked a finger at Louis and frowned as she enjoyed her lap pillow from Rem. Seeing that, Rem narrowed her eyes, as if she were saying, there you go again. However, Subaru was trying to convey a different point to what he had repeated up till now. Subaru, Rem, you keep mentioning my body odor. I don't really like the way you've been putting it, mind you, but she must smell like me too. Yet you're ignoring that. The lingering scent of the witch grew stronger each time he returned by death. But if that was something that came to having some affinity with the witch in it being related to the witch factors, then naturally, the Sin Archbishop Louis should possess the same stench wafting off her. Thinking back to Rem's rage-filled reaction to those of the witch cult, that should have been a certainty. Rem. What are you talking about? Don't lump this girl together with you. Subaru. Ha. Rem. You know, she doesn't smell anything like you. Please don't act so desperate, spouting out such ridiculous things. However, the response Rem gave to Subaru's previous words was rather unexpected. He reflexively stared back at Rem, but he couldn't see anything strange about her expression. She did not seem to be lying, nor did it seem like she was trying to deceive Subaru. Meaning that she truly did not sense the lingering scent of the witch, the miasma, from Louis. Subaru. It couldn't be that she can mask her miasma, right? No way, but for what purpose? From all that he'd experienced until now, there'd only been a scarce few who could sense the miasma, otherwise known as the lingering scent of the witch. Rem aside, who had reacted the most to it, a severely limited number of people had shown a reaction to it, such as Beatrice and Ryuzu. And besides, he didn't think that witch cultists even thought of concealing that sort of stuff. Those people were apostles of treason who infringed on the world as if they owned the damn place. And yet, for Rem, is that quite enough? If you're done eating, I'd like to get ready for bed soon, since it looks like this girl wants to hit the hay too, Subaru. Oh, well, are you for sure about what you said before? Rem, how insolent. Rem flat out shut Subaru's question down. However, it looked like her attitude was proving all the more that what she was feeling was no lie. Subaru, you can't sense any miasma from Louis. Subaru didn't really know what significance that had, though all he felt a horrible sensation, like something awfully eerie was going on, like something that would bode poorly for him. Rem, sorry, but could you put your bowl away? I'll prepare the beds. Subaru. Oh yeah, sure. Like I'm not going to get up to no good, so no need to worry. Rem, that makes me all the more uneasy. With her saying that rather stiffly, Subaru dejectedly slinked out of the tent to put away the bowl housing the skewer he'd just finished eating. Campfire lights were visible in the dead of the night, darted around various places of the encampment. No one from Subaru's group had been ordered to do so, but there would likely be some people keeping watch as the night went by. Preparing for war was tough, albeit he only knew about this from manga and games. Subaru, I'd like to get away from here as soon as possible. Todd was a nice guy, but even so, it didn't look like Subaru was ever going to get used to the atmosphere of the battlefield. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible and find a way to meet back up with Emilia and the others. That was what Subaru decided, and as he firmly clutched his bowl, he noticed something. Subaru. Ha, my fingers aren't hurting. No way did the medicine already do its trick. He'd clutched the bowl tightly with the fingers of his left hand without even realizing. He looked down at them, surprised at how effective the medicine was. They still felt uncomfortable, but the numbing heat he felt going through them served as proof that his left hand was starting to work properly. Subaru. He chatted so much crap about healing magic, but doesn't medicine also more than do the trick? Subaru gave his left hand a small shake as he thought back on what Todd had said before continuing on his way. He had so many things that he needed to think about, regarding Rem, Louis, and himself. Though there were so many, he would improve each one by one. So, just like these fingers on his left hand, one by one, he would advance in the positive direction. A lone silhouette watched Subaru as he left the tent and slowly walked off. The man, who had an eye patch covering one of his eyes, narrowed his remaining eye and let out it towards the back of the figure who was walking away all lackadaisical. And then, he has the damn nerve to strut around like that. Such bullshit. Those words he muttered. Translation notes. 1. As indicated by the underline, Subaru said the word in English. 2. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Hanamaru, equals a simple drawing of a flower that gets awarded to students, mostly elementary schoolers, who did well on their tests. It also symbolizes outstanding and success in exams. 3. KED equals an abbreviation of a Latin phrase, quod erat demonstrandum. It's placed at the end of a proof or other papers relating to it to demonstrate that it's done and over with, meaning, thus it has been demonstrated. 4. The original says Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, which, at least to me, doesn't make sense. It feels like this is a typo for Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, which means parcels of treason, since both are written as Japanese letter, Japanese letter. TAPPEI probably selected the wrong word from his trusty email. Arc 7, Chapter 8, Name. Translated by Ice at Arendam Archbishop Sapa, Negi at Kabasuhid, at Archbishop hash 500 proofread by Archbishop hash 0097 art sources. You slash Pabobingu at Pabobingu. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray. Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Subaru, you sure are such a busy bee, aren't you? Subaru, really? Subaru's nostrils puffed out as he was praised by the silver bell-like voice. He'd just finished wringing out a cloth that he'd pulled out from a bucket of water, enthusiastically wiping the floor with it, busy cleaning the room they used for guests, when Emilia, the one the voice belonged to, popped in. She gave him a casual nod as she ran her fingers through her long silver hair. Emilia. Yeah. It's like you've only just recovered and you've already started working. Even though it's just after all that ruckus with those witch beasts, it really caught me off guard. Subaru. It's nothing really. Wait, what? Could it be that you're lecturing me, telling me that those who are recovering mustn't overdo it? Emilia. That wasn't my intention, but now that you mention it, I guess so. We can't be having this, Subaru. You need to rest some more. Subaru. Gah, I shot myself in the foot. Subaru rued how he'd read too much into it, thinking it would have been better if he'd just taken her compliment in stride. However, a third voice came chiming in from Emilia's shoulder before Subaru could reflect on it. And there, a grey kitten squirmed out from amidst Emilia's silver hair. Puck, Fufufu, Took you long enough, Subaru. Here was I, thinking that if I allowed Leah to give you some honest praise, you'd try and read between the lines and fall in way too deep, just as I had intended. Subaru, Puck, you little, what's with these devious tricks? The heck do you want? Puck, heh, it's obvious, isn't it? I'm a fickle cat spirit, that's the reason. My nature is a mischievous one, leading the hearts of people astray with the help of my cuteness and furriness. Meow, 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 Emilia. Geez, come on, Puck, you're saying strange stuff again. Quit putting Subaru on the spot. The little cat spirit had quite the dastardly look on his face, yet defeated he was when Emilia pinched him by the ear halfway through confessing his wicked deeds. She apologized to Subaru, Puck still dangling from her hand by the ear. Emilia, I'm sorry, I'd just taken a break from studying and was taking a stroll around the mansion when Puck said he'd found you, so Subaru. Oh no, it's completely fine. As far as I'm concerned, I want to spend as many seconds of the day as possible with you, Emilia Tan. I've got to be thanking Puck here for having devised that. Emilia, is that so? I don't really get you, but I'm glad you're not angry. What a relief. Subaru, so she didn't get me. Even though I told it to her straight, to the point it was embarrassing. Abandoning the smile on her face, Emilia furrowed her shapely brows as she listened to Subaru complaining, before then tilting her head in confusion. Though what he had expressed had been out of relative fondness, sadly, it didn't look like it had gotten through properly to Emilia. So he had no choice but to get even more direct if he wanted to go further. Subaru, wanting to choose the situation, the mood, and the right day to tell her, it's all part of a young man's disposition. Puck, I'd recommend nighttime. Otherwise, if I'm up, I'd definitely get in the way. Subaru, you sure are showing your upstanding paternal side more and more, ain't you? It was pretty common for the fathers in this generation to forbid their daughters from having relationships. However, he could clearly tell Puck was the same just by looking at him. Fluffball from a different world or not. As he looked at Puck reproachfully, the cat's spirit puffed his chest out, still on Emilia's shoulder. Puck, of course, considering how cute Leah is, the sheer amount of flies hovering approaching her gets way over the top. There'd be no end to them if I don't work hard to brush them away, no. Subaru. Oh no, I just thought it'd be handy to pick out one of those flies here ahead of time. Puck, I'll pass on any flies with such ugly-looking eyes. Besides, it'd be weird for me to let any flies get close to Leah. I'll search for a proper suitor for Leah, even if it takes me nigh 1,000 years. Subaru, that scales on the mythical level. Though it took the concept of being a doting father way too far, the problem remained that, considering they were a duo of half-elf and spirit, there was a chance they'd seriously end up waiting nigh 1,000 years. Unfortunately, Subaru was a human, so he couldn't hold a candle to that order of magnitude. Subaru, I guess I could at most reach 120 if I really tried hard. Emilia, what do you mean? Subaru, oh, I was talking about my lifespan. Emilia, your lifespan, quit it, Subaru, that's weird. You're still a boy, it's way too early to worry about these things. Subaru, well, depends how you look at it. Emilia placed a hand over her mouth, stifling a giggle, and then laughed as if she'd heard a joke of the highest quality. He responded back to her smile with a strained one, however. The man in him was happy to see the girl who was always on his mind smiling. Things were complicated, but first things first, he needed her to recognize this. Subaru, at least I won't need to step into the ring so long as they keep treating me like a kid. Puck, pretty good attitude to have, huh, Subaru? Right, the first thing you gotta do is stand on your own 2 feet as an adult. If you can't do that, I won't let you set foot into my house. Emilia, isn't this Roswell's mansion? Was this about not letting him set foot there? Emilia posed her questions to Puck, who'd listened to Subaru's quiet determination with his short arms folded. With that all said and done, Subaru was not discouraged, even after hearing what Puck said. If what needed to be done had been decided, then all that was left for him was to make a beeline straight towards his goal. Subaru, heh, look at me, Puck. You see, I'm the sort who has no qualms doing the same thing over and over again day in and day out, like leveling up for a game. Puck, pure haha, foolish human. In that case, prove to me that you're not just a rookie who's all talk. I shall be waiting with the princess in the innermost part of the castle. Let us go, princess. Emilia, do you mean me? HMPH, but I'm aiming to be a king, not a princess. As Subaru and Puck got worked up without caring about anyone around them, Emilia flashed Subaru a smile as the latter was busy wringing his cloth dry. All this while dealing with the pair's contrasting attitudes. Emilia, even so, do your best at your work. If you give it your all, then surely someone will be there to see it. Subaru, but I'd like it to be Emilia-tan rather than some randomer. Emilia, yeah, I get that. I can't watch over you all the time, but I'll drop in every so often. Besides, Emilia lowered her brows slightly and paused mid-sentence. Then she turned towards Subaru as he waited for her to continue, a charming smile appearing on her face. Emilia, you're the one who sees your hard work the most now. That's why you've got to give it your all so that you don't let yourself down. And so, while hitting the nail right on the head of what it meant to put effort in, she made Subaru fall in love with her anew. Subaru, man, I just remembered that time I fell in love with Emilia again. Still, it's getting tough. Subaru looked around the messy tent with a scratch of his head. He'd found himself taken to an encampment of soldiers from the Valatian Empire. There, he'd been put to work doing odd jobs, while waiting for the supply convoy headed to the village to come. Subaru was devoting himself to his "he who does not work shall not eat" mantra for Rem's sake, who couldn't move, as well as the freeloading Louis. Thus, he held no shred of hesitation in helping Todd and the other Imperials, since they provided him food and shelter and had treated their injuries as well. However, Subaru, gotta gear myself up, no matter what's going on. Subaru muttered those words as he packed the content of their stockpiles, now scattered all over the ground, back into their sacks. Of course, regardless of how disorderly and violent these Imperials were, there was no way they were storing the items that would be supporting their front lines in such a whatever-works, unorganized manner. After all, Subaru had tidied the stockpiles within this tent the day before with great effort. The reason why it was in such a mess was but one: Subaru, and being harassed by a certain mean-spirited someone, Louis. Ah. Subaru, oh, I guess there's also the chance you snuck out and caused this mess during the night. Are you feeling like revealing your vile, true nature, Sin Archbishop? Louis. Ooh. He glared at Louis as he tidied up the stuff scattered about, her peering at his hand meanwhile. However, Louis merely offered a vague reply to Subaru's question, biting on her own finger. It looked like she still had no intention of revealing her true nature. It sure would come in handy for him if she just kept it hidden away forever. Subaru. I have no idea what to think about what Rem told me yesterday. This morning as well, Louis had tottered along with Subaru from the moment he woke up. The grim look he'd gotten from Rem at the time they split up for her legs, rehab, flashed through his mind. However, it was unreasonable, considering Subaru was the one who found being followed like this bothersome. In any case, another reason had been added as to why Subaru could barely handle her compared to the previous day. And that was because of the information Rem had told him, the testimony that she couldn't sense the lingering scent of the witch coming from Louis. Subaru. Although Subaru hadn't given it much thought thus far, it was pretty unlikely that the lingering scent of the witch was something only he had. In fact, he felt like Rem had used those words before when facing witch cultists. She must have reacted like that against Beetlejuice, along with the witch cultists that man led. In that respect, the fact that Subaru's miasma grew stronger each time he returned by death seemed like something strange even from Rem's point of view, back when she had been on good terms with him. Subaru. The power of my miasma has come in handy from time to time, like against the Ulgam and the White Whale. But in the end, it's basically just something that brings me way too many misfortunes. Even if there had been times where his miasma had come in handy, currently it served merely as a reason to attract Rem's ire. Thus, his impression towards it was at its absolute lowest. And no matter how much he tried to think about it, Subaru, there's no damn way that the people in the witch cult and the Sin Archbishops don't have something to do with the miasma. That was the conclusion Subaru had reached. Given that he did not know anything about the causes of the miasma or anything about its finer details, he could only describe it as a theory on the table. Even so, it was something he found difficult to speak about. The link between the Sin Archbishops and the witch was plain and clear. The witch cultists were quintessentially the manifestation of evil. Nevertheless, Subaru, as paradoxical as it may seem, can we really think that those who don't emit miasma aren't related to the witch cult? Like when we've got this girl right in front of me, are we for real? Louis, ow. Standing by Subaru's side, as he brooded about the issue, Louis merely groaned with a blank look on her face. Letting out a sigh, Subaru lifted himself up and began to tidy up the tent. The tools he'd placed in an upright position had been knocked over, and the parcels he'd arranged in a row had been opened, the stuff inside scattered everywhere. It was exactly like something a child would do. Subaru, well, I guess this harassment must be something that's not out of the ordinary. The reason why the tents he'd tidied up were in a state of disarray was not because of Louis sneaking off. It was more likely that someone else in the encampment was the one harrying him and interfering. Obviously, since he was in an imperial encampment, he'd come into contact with people other than Todd, and in most cases, he could hardly call the attitudes they had towards him amicable. In that respect, it went as Todd had said. He was the odd one out. Subaru. That said, it's still way better than getting socked all of a sudden or being forced to eat a shoe. He couldn't really deny that his standards in regards to happiness and normalcy had taken a hit were he to say it out loud. But the fact remained that it was safe to say that things were easier on account of not being treated to that painful of a welcome. Though Subaru hated to admit it, he was well used to being shunned or being disliked. Like, it wasn't as if he'd flubbed the battle of his debut during high school so gaudily and gotten cut off from everyone for nearly 2 years and all. He'd never been bullied per se, but he was a pro at dealing with the mood around him being acrid. Thinking about it, his classmates back in high school must have been pretty good people. Even if they'd treat Subaru like he wasn't there, it didn't seem to him like they had harassed him, nor had they found pleasure in making him suffer. Subaru. I hope life's worked out well for all you kind-hearted people out there on the other side. It would be nice if people like Inahata-kun, who went out of his way to give me those flyers, made it big. Subaru finished tidying up the tent quicker than he had the previous day, and to the same degree of quality, while recalling the vague memories of this classmate, his face a blur. That said, it was like the hole had been filled, and he had to redig it again. So the net of the work he had done today had swung into the negative. Subaru wanted to use those words Emilia had told him before, that someone would see his hard work, or at least he himself would. He wanted to use them as a prop as well. However, Subaru, not like I can gear myself up if you're the only one watching me right now. My mood would be a lot different if Rem was the one watching, but Louis, ooh, you are, Louis today wasn't getting in the way of Subaru's work for now, as if she'd learned from him being angry. While thankful for that, Subaru headed outside, off to the next tent. Subaru. Whoa. He caught his foot on something just as left the tent and fell over in a heap. He reflexively pushed his hands against the ground, however, his right hand aside, his left still ached a bit. Even though it was healing up, the after-effects that Rem had left behind had yet to heal completely. Hence, while groaning in pain, Subaru looked behind him. Hey, you pussy. What are you doing groveling down on the ground? Subaru. Your Subaru widened his eyes in surprise. Standing before him, right by the entrance of the tent, was a vulgar-looking man. He wore an eye patch over his right eye, had a stubbled face, and his appearance was the epitome of roughness. And to boot, he was the guy who made Subaru eat his shoe in this camp. If he recalled correctly, Todd had said his name was Subaru. He said it was Jamal Gar. Jamal, that's Jamal-san to you. You, along with those women who keep you company, y'all got no manners, huh? Hey. The instant he deemed that Subaru hadn't been addressing him using san, the man Jamal immediately sprung into action. Jamal stepped on the fingers of Subaru's left hand, which were still wrapped up in bandages and fitted with their brace, and pushed his heel down as he lay on the floor. The pain in his fingers returned to him once again as they were grated back and forth. Yet Subaru endured it, stifling a scream that had been building inside his throat. Louis. Ow. Jamal, huh? As she let out a yell, Louis clung to Jamal's leg as he stomped on Subaru's hand. She didn't weigh much, and with how built Jamal was, he did not budge an inch. And just like that, he grabbed Louis by her long hair and tore her off him by force. Subaru. Hey, she's just a child. Seeing what was happening, Subaru flew into a rage and blurted that out without thinking. Jamal frowned unpleasantly upon hearing his complaint. He firmly pulled Louis up by her hair, causing her to let out a scream. Jamal, who gives a fuck if she's just a kid? From what I've heard more or less, haven't you been treating this kid awfully coldly? What's with changing your mind all of a sudden? Subaru, it's not like Thar. You're going to be the one who'll end up regretting it if you provoke her too much. Jamal, how the fuck do you have the gall to say that? Make up some better excuse. Jamal snorted, swung his arm, and threw Louis down to the ground. The fallen Louis tugged at her hair, which had previously been seized, clutched her head, and glared at Jamal with tears in her eyes, letting out an ooh. In all honesty, there was always the chance that Jamal's act of violence could serve as the trigger that would turn Louis back to how she was previously. It wasn't like the desperate words that Subaru had blurted out were completely ad hoc. Luckily enough, it didn't look like Louis, pain and anger would serve to reawaken her original personality. It was hard to judge for whom it was a blessing, though. Jamal, what an ill-mannered brat. No, it ain't just the damn brat. I don't like you, nor the other girl, not a single one of you. Subaru, Jiwoo. As he was talking, Jamal grew angry and kicked the side of Subaru's face. The unexpected blow caused Subaru's mouth to open, the violent force cracking a tooth. Blood began to drip from his mouth. The moment the smell and taste of iron spread across his tongue, Subaru looked up at Jamal. Subaru, NGGHH, I guess we can say Tarzan is verifying my identity, or rather you've gotten permission to spend time here. Jamal, HMPH, Tarzan, huh? He's quite fond of you, ain't he? That your last ray of hope. Subaru, Jamal, sorry, but I outrank that guy. I listened to his request as a favor, but there's no reason I gotta comply. Speaking in a rough voice, Jamal once again stepped on Subaru. Subaru curled up at once to protect his head, but this time a kick was thrust into his abdomen. The tip of Jamal's boot caused Subaru's stomach to churn, and he groaned from the impact, but the relentless kicking went on. Jamal, first, that bitch of yours hurt 2 of my men. Those who can't be useful anymore have to be sent back. Such bad luck. And instead of getting something to make up for it, that bastard Todd found something extra. Subaru. Jamal, if you hadn't been carrying that knife, I would have torn you apart limb from limb on the spot. It's tough to be a soldier, ain't it? His persistent kicking and remarks struck a nerve. Even without looking up to meet Jamal's one-eyed glare, his opponent's aim was clear. Jamal's aim was not to hurt Subaru. It was beyond that. Mostly, his goal was to rile Subaru up and provoke him into counterattacking, and he was likely being rude for that purpose too. Jamal said he didn't have to listen to Todd's words, but the fact he couldn't completely disregard them could be inferred from their interaction the first time Jamal dealt him a blow with his foot. That's why Jamal wanted a reason to kill Subaru. Not only that, but also a reason to carry out retaliation against Rem. Because of that, Subaru wouldn't let himself be provoked. As long as Jamal didn't turn his petty spite towards Rem, whether Subaru's left-hand fingers were broken again or his remaining fingers were broken, it would be Subaru's victory. For that reason, he would endure. Oi, what are you doing over there, Jamal? And like that, in the midst of Subaru continuing to endure, a particular voice came flying out to Jamal. At that moment, Jamal clicked his tongue and drew back his foot and slowly backed off. Thereupon, with noisy footsteps came along an orange-haired youth. Todd, even though no one has any business here, when I heard something coming from over here, I expected it had to be you. Jamal, if it isn't Todd, aren't you awfully overprotective? Have you really taken such a liking to that imperial dagger, so you'll fawn over this coward until he sells it, huh? Todd, Jamal. Squinting his eye, Jamal scowled at Todd. Between the two of them, a dangerous air flowed, but that tension was cut by Jamal saying, I'll stop. The one who single-handedly cleared the air was Jamal, who until just then had been kicking Subaru and looking down on him. Jamal, if you've learned your lesson, be careful not to get underfoot outside the range of my eye. If you fall over again like you did just now, who knows what will happen? Ha 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 ha. Like that, without any concern for the show of extraordinary violence towards Subaru, he passed by Todd's side and left. Subaru also had no words to stop him. If he were to bring attention to his injuries here, it would only provoke Jamal the same way. As soon as Jamal's back vanished from sight, Subaru lifted his body off the ground. Subaru. Ah, shit. Ow, that bastard. Such a girly-looking guy has no right to be so persistent. What he did was downright malicious. He made a show of being full of resentment towards Rem, but basically, he just had a nasty personality. In the first place, he said Rem attacked him at the start, but wouldn't that be because he provoked Rem, who was already in a high-stress situation? Certainly, there was the possibility that because she had no memories, Rem had jumped to the wrong conclusion when a hand reached out to her. Subaru. Well, Rem doesn't know anything, so it can't be helped. While passing kind judgment on Rem, Subaru spit out some of the blood mixed with saliva in his mouth and slowly stood up on the spot. Todd, you all right? Getting mixed up with Jamal was bad luck, wasn't it? To Subaru, who was in shaky condition, Todd frowned when greeting him. Had he not arrived, Jamal's assault would still be ongoing. Subaru was grateful for that interruption. But leaving that aside, Subaru, I'm fine. More importantly, Rem, Todd, if you're talking about that young girl, she's helping out with the cooking. It's a task you can do sitting down. Jamal also won't do anything in public view, surely. Todd's words lacked conclusive proof, so Subaru couldn't be reassured. Wiping blood from his mouth, Subaru looked at his own left hand. The brace had slipped off and the bandages had come undone. His fingers, which should have been left to heal for a while, began to turn an unpleasant color again. Todd, ah. If that's how it is, guess I have to take care of you again. Seriously, that Jamal. Subaru. That guy, what kind of man is he? Todd, Jamal. He became a soldier at the same time as me, and he's the most successful. He's from a lower noble family, so promotion to general third class isn't just a dream as well. Ah, do you know what general third class means? Subaru. Nope, sure don't. Is it a rank? When Subaru shook his head, Todd nodded and said, I see, and put up his fingers. According to his explanation, in the Imperial Army of Wallachia, being called general was apparently part of their ranking system. Private, private first class, general third class, general second class, and above that Todd. When it comes to generals of the first class, there are only 9 people in the empire who are extraordinary. The military personnel who serve the emperor directly are called the 9 divine generals. Well, if you make it that far, it's no longer a matter of lineage or achievement. Subaru, is it talent? Todd, yeah, that's how it is. That's why general third class is the highest ordinary people like us can aim for. Listening to the story of the not miserable Todd, Subaru thought back on the behavior of Jamal from before. General seemed to be a position that served the same function as an officer in the military, but Jamal hardly seemed to have that capacity. He was self-centered, and his empathy was low by nature. It was easy to understand that he'd be the incompetent type of superior officer. Subaru. On the battlefield, they say quite a few soldiers die because they were hit from behind by a stray arrow. Tell that guy from your own mouth, would you? Todd, that's an exaggeration. Anyway, shall we get your medical treatment? Subaru, can I ask a favor? Before that, I'd like to see Rem's face. Todd, my, aren't you deeply in love, that poor young girl? Despite the pain in his fingers, confirming Rem's safety was top priority. Todd shrugged his shoulders at Subaru's attitude and drew his attention towards Louis, who was curled up in a ball in front of the tent. She wrapped the hair Jamal had pulled around her fingers and growled low like a beast. Todd, your deceptive face doesn't suit your nature. I like strong children with fighting spirit. Louis, are a H Japanese letter. Ooh, are a H Japanese letter. Turning towards Todd's laughter, Louis howled as if in response. If you like her, you can take her was on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't want that to reach Rem's ears and have her getting angry again, so Subaru kept his mouth shut. Rem, that stench, have you gotten injured again? Subaru, oh, you knew. Rem, I know. Since the child is watching, please keep in mind the behavior we spoke about. Saying that, as they gathered around the same table for lunchtime, Rem warned him. Although there was a part of that matter he couldn't agree to, there was no merit in going against her, so he nodded his assent. At Subaru's side, Louis mimicked him and nodded. Subaru had been on the receiving end of Jamal's vicious bullying and Todd's kind offer of help after. Once Rem's safety had been confirmed, Subaru accepted treatment at the medical tent. The person in charge of the medical tent had been shocked to see Subaru come again. But after that was taken care of, he finished up cleaning another tent, and they came together for lunch. Since lunch at the encampment was rationed, a suitable amount was gathered from what had been made by the people at the distribution station, and the clean-up system assigned sequentially. With Rem helping to prepare and serve the meal, and since they were considered outsiders, Subaru's group held back until the end and mostly ate what looked like leftovers. Subaru. Well, this can't be called living in luxury. Eating as much as you can would be most satisfactory, said Subaru, as he brought his and Rem's portions and placed them on the small table. Louis, too, cheekily set down her own portion in the same way as Subaru. Like that, each of the three reluctantly sat down at the table to eat a somewhat late lunch. Subaru, how were you up till now? You didn't run into any kind of trouble. Rem, there was nothing in particular. I had to take care with my legs, so the only thing I helped with was a bit of cooking. Besides, I'm helping while being taught. Subaru, while being taught, did your body remember how to do that sort of thing? Rem. In response to Subaru's urgent question, Rem's pale blue eyes narrowed and her lips pursed. Subaru panicked as to whether he had put too much force into that reaction, but Rem immediately let out a sigh and said, Rem, if I said I didn't hope for that, I'd be lying. Subaru, Rem, I thought if I tried doing this and that, maybe there would be things my hands are familiar with, but that would be too convenient, right? Quietly looking down at her own hands, Rem murmured as if ashamed of her own foolishness. But who would deride Rem's hopes as foolish? In a situation of being unable to remember the parts that make up oneself, Rem's attitude of clinging onto a solution, who could tell her that? Rem, why are you making such a bitter face? Subaru, why you ask that? Rem, you knew me before. I understand that. There's no reason to doubt it. Fixing her gaze on Subaru, who had cast down his eyes, Rem surprised him by saying that. Until now, Rem had only expressed negative opinions of Subaru, but for the first time she made something of a concession. Understanding that, hope sprouted in Subaru's chest. However, Rem, but no matter how many times you call me Rem, I cannot accept that it is my name. I wonder what that even means. Louis, Rem, if by some chance this child spoke to me, maybe it would be different, but while saying that, Rem looked happy as she stroked Louis' hair. Being gently patted, Louis was absorbed in finishing up her own portion which lay under her nose. Despite her carefree attitude, and unfortunately, even if she had a speck of self-consciousness, she would not be able to talk about Rem with her own mouth. Even supposing she was able to speak, Subaru would not let her. No matter what, Subaru's unending hostility would make it so. Todd, what the heck, you're scowling. You shouldn't be so gloomy at the dinner table. Taking a seat at the dinner table of these three people, Todd cut in with a friendly tone. An uneasy silence fell as a result of his intrusion. Relieved by the sudden change in atmosphere, Subaru looked at the man seated next to him, letting out a Todd-san ha. After the aforementioned incident with Jamal, Subaru felt he was a nice guy for having saved him. Subaru, thanks for looking out for me earlier, but shouldn't you eat with your friends? Todd, well, after socializing with the same guys for such a long time, not eating together for a day or two won't change our relationship much. I'd rather gain influence with you lot. Subaru, even if you did, we don't have much to offer. Todd, that's the idea of yield or repaying a debt after achieving success. Think of it as an upfront investment. Though Todd spoke lightly, he changed the atmosphere whether he had been meaning to or not. And then, Todd said, at any rate, and suddenly put his arm around Subaru's shoulder. As Subaru immediately drew back in surprise, he leaned in close to Subaru's ear. Todd, compared to yesterday, it looks like you can talk properly. Were you able to make up? Subaru, make up, I wonder. I want to think my sincerity was able to reach her a little, but, Rem, I can hear you. If you think you can speak freely without reserve, you are mistaken. Louis, ooh. With a sharp look, Rem expressed her displeasure with the two men's conversation. It looked like Louis was cooperating with her as she feigned innocence, perhaps because she intended to make Rem her ally. The synergistic effect of Rem's cold answer and her acceptance of Louis made Subaru's chest heavier. It seemed that it was transmitted to Todd with his arm wrapped around Subaru. Hey now, he said, bringing his arm around to tap Subaru's shoulder. Todd, this is depressing. At least you two are at a place and distance where you can speak. That alone would be much better than me. Subaru, come to think of it, you did mention you're separated from your fiancé. Todd, right, my fiancé is living in the imperial capital. It's true that I have to complete this mission, but the time we've been separated is too long to begin with. Why, oh why, do I have to be so lonely and suffer? You know, Subaru, is that loneliness the reason you're keeping us company? Todd, that's right. So let me do that as much as possible. It's worth the trouble. It might be because he didn't let things get out of hand here, But on the inside, Subaru was grateful for Todd's concern. It would be tactless to thank him directly, though. He also benefited from the state of affairs. In that manner, the four of them went ahead with their meal, but Subaru. Actually, we were told our group could catch a ride in the vehicle of the supply team, but how long is Todd's group likely to stay on this mission? Todd, didn't I say? Until we find the people of Shadrach hidden in the forest. If we don't find them, we could be stuck here for years. It's not easy to serve the palace. Subaru, the people of Shadrach. Picking up his wooden spoon with a bitter face, Todd answered Subaru's pondering. People of Shadrach at first. When Todd told him at the encampment, Subaru guessed it was what the masked man he met in the woods was called. Thanks to him giving Subaru the knife, he owed him a debt of gratitude. So he didn't tell Todd about his existence, but now that seemed ungrateful. In terms of gratitude, Todd had helped just as much as the masked man. Then, what was the reason honoring his debt to the masked man over Todd? Subaru, if Todd's group finds those people of Shadrach, what will you do? You set up an encampment like this, so do you intend to fight them? As best he could, Subaru tried to pose his query in an unconcerned manner. However, a sense of urgency he couldn't hide remained in his voice. In fact, though she didn't go into the topic, Rem's face expressed her reaction to what he said. Even if she wasn't paying attention, there's a reaction to avoiding the word fight. And when asked, Todd closed his eyes to Subaru's words. Todd, nah, it seems the generals don't want to fight if at all possible. I don't know the details, but it seems the people of Shadrach are a very powerful tribe. It's certain that we would have a very tough battle if we fought, so the objective this time is negotiations. Subaru, negotiations. What would you negotiate about with a forest tribe? Todd, don't ask an underling like me so many questions, okay? I'm not fully in the know, but the imperial capital, or even His Excellency, the Emperor himself, wants them as a vassal tribe of sorts, probably. Subaru, do the people of Shadrach not obey the Emperor of Valatia? Todd, there are those who don't. That's just the Valatian way. Laughing like a stereotypical soldier, Subaru could only raise his eyebrows in surprise at Todd's reply. He quietly muttered to himself, "Long live Valatia," and decided to leave the conversation at that. If he were to believe Todd's words, the Imperial Army wanted to avoid conflict with the people of Shadrach as well. If that were the case, Subaru could avoid unnecessary bloodshed and conflict between the two groups if he were to offer information. Even so, Subaru did not have information of much value, and if he were to explain why he had hidden this information in the first place, he would have to explain why he had lied about his background. Subaru. Ah, what a dilemma. Can't get everything I want, can I, Rem? You know, your brows are always furrowed whenever I look at you. I cannot say that you have a very friendly-looking face, so shouldn't you at least try smiling to counteract that? Subaru, that's some harsh advice. So if I were to speak with you with a cheery face, would you talk to me in a more kind and cheery manner too? Rem, ha! Rem's genuinely baffled response hurt Subaru to his core. Seeing Subaru attempt to mask his dismay with a trembling smile, Todd laughed. Todd, well, the journey won't start if you don't take the first step. I'll watch your oh-so-noble efforts, so don't worry about it. Subaru, thanks, Todd. So what's the real reason you can't meet your fiancé? Todd, ha ha ha, that's right, suffer, suffer. Subaru, damn it all, was he getting consoled or teased? Either way, it didn't change the fact that it was this attitude of Todd's that saved Subaru. There was no doubt that this crisis would be worse if not for him. That was why the least Subaru could do was to wish them a speedy completion of their mission. Subaru, how long is it actually going to take to clear the forest? Todd, once the other camps are set up, the plan's to go all in. The jungle's big and dense, though, so the ground we can cover in a day isn't much. Subaru, I see. Well, I guess you can't just speed your way through the forest. You never know what's inside it, and there's huge witch beasts lurking about inside it and all. The masked man, Subaru, suspected to be a member of the people of Shadrach, the hunter who also had a chance to be a member of the tribe, the area in which the massive snake witch beast had appeared, while Subaru was fighting the hunter, was full of Rem's traps as well. Subaru could easily guess how much trouble Todd's group were going to have, going through that jungle. Even if he couldn't explain the context surrounding them, he should at least tell Todd about Rem's traps. He didn't want any unnecessary setbacks to Todd, witch beasts. Todd, who who was drinking water while Subaru was lost in thought, widened his eyes in surprise. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he stared at Subaru with a startled expression. Failing to understand why Todd was so surprised, Subaru could only stare back with a puzzled expression. Todd, just now you said witch beast, right? You're saying there's a witch beast in that forest? Subaru. Ah, well, yeah, I did say that, but... Did I say something weird? Todd, of course you did. You don't just run into a witch beast every day, do you? Now it's a different story if you're talking about the witch beast kingdom of Lugunica, but they don't appear anywhere within Valetia's borders. Subaru. Todd, this isn't a joke, right? Right, miss? Subaru was speechless and could only stay perplexed at Todd's increasingly serious tone. Todd switched targets to Rem, finding herself to be the subject of questioning. Rem answered Todd with a simple yes. Todd, answer me, miss. Did you see a witch beast too, in the Budam jungle? Rem, the witch beast, though I am not sure exactly what it was, I can say I definitely saw a large green creature. Todd, was there a horn on its head? Rem, a horn. There was something white and crooked, for sure. Upon hearing that reply, a grimacing Todd leapt up. He looked over at Subaru again. Todd, what kind of witch beast was it? What it looked like? Subaru, a snake. A giant snake. About 10 meters. One super giant one. Todd, just one is it? Shit. How are we supposed to know if it's just one lurking in this massive jungle? But you don't seem like you're lying. The situation's changed. Violently scratching his head, Todd faced away from them, his demeanor completely changed. He started walking off before stopping midway with an audible ah, coming to a realization of some sort. He turned around and returned to Subaru and the others. Todd, that was some important information. Things could have turned ugly if we didn't know. You saved us. Subaru. Aha. Todd proceeded to vigorously pat the still-seated Subaru and Rem's heads. Failing to react in time to the sudden patting, the duo could only look at him in shock. Paying no mind to their bewilderment, Todd turned away once again. He then started moving towards the people still in the middle of their lunch. Todd, camp captains, gather up. We're going to the general. It's important news. He clapped his hands together as he started assembling some people. The sounds of many footsteps could be heard as the camp was whipped up into a frenzy. Todd continued on to a tent at the back, which was probably where war meetings and other such important discussions were held. The two could only watch on absent-mindedly at the intense energy that now took over the camp. Rem, that was quite the reaction. That creature is a witch beast that important. Of course, I know that it is a dangerous being, but Subaru, actually, I might not have been properly acknowledging how dangerous it was. Rem, I see. Rem was unconvinced, to say the least, but Subaru himself had yet to fully organize his thoughts in order. That was how shocking this revelation had been to Subaru. Subaru, witch beasts are rare here. That had been unexpected, to put it mildly, but moreover, it had never even crossed his mind. To Subaru, life in another world and the existence of witch beasts were concepts inseparable from one another. One could not break this bond no matter how hard they tried. Excluding his first day at the capital, witch beasts had always been a major factor in the numerous events that unfolded after he was transported here. The witch beast scuffle that Meili set in motion starred the Ulgams, the white whale that was needed to fulfill Wilhelm's deepest wish, and the great rabbit that had tried to devour the sanctuary. Though witch beasts were nowhere to be found in Prestella, the place he went to after, Pleiades Watchtower, could be called without exaggeration witch beast headquarters. Needless to say, the most memorable witch beast to Subaru would be the Crimson Scorpion. Subaru. I got myself a little down, but anyway. I arrived here with my own assumptions, so I never would have thought that witch beasts were rare. He thought for sure that witch beasts would pop up anywhere in the world like a monster from an RPG. Yet that did not seem to be the case. If he thought about it, even back in his original world, it was not like you could find lions or giraffes anywhere in the world. So in a way, this should have been obvious. Subaru. I also found out for the first time that Lugunica's called the Witch Beast Kingdom. Even if it was a large threat, Todd's entire attitude did a complete 180 in reaction to one witch beast. If you compared that normal reaction in Valencia to someone in Lugunica, it was no wonder why Lugunica was called the Witch Beast Kingdom. Someone like Meili must sound like a fairy tale. Subaru. So does that mean that if she went to a country or place with not that many witch beasts around, she could live like a normal child? Rem. Hey, excuse me. Rem called out to him while Subaru held his head at an angle, pondering about the future of Meili, who he was now separated from. Wondering what was up, Subaru looked to see Rem pointing on top of the table. There he found Louise sleeping with her plate empty. Rem, it seems she ate herself full and has fallen asleep. Though I despise it, could you please help me carry her? Subaru, you go as far to say you despise it. Bitterly laughing at Rem's words, Subaru cocked his head in resignation. After cleaning up 4 plates, the fourth being Todd's forgotten lunch, Subaru reluctantly lifted Louis up. He knew this because Louis would sometimes latch onto him, but she was light. Her appearance made her look like a normal young girl. Honestly, only her appearance made her look like a normal young girl. Subaru, are you good to go, Rem? My back is free. Rem, what a displeasing offer. There is no need for your assistance. I can at least take care of myself. Saying that, Rem took hold of a wooden cane leaning on the table, though it was a wooden cane in name only, as it looked more like a random, thick branch that had been picked up somewhere. The handle was wrapped in cloth, likely to prevent any splinters. It was a simple and improvised cane. Setting the cane, Rem stood up. Her stance and gait still left much to be desired. Rem, I'm okay. Subaru, are you sure? There's no need to be so stubborn, you know. If you're in trouble, you can rely on me. Rem, I will not rely on you. This is nothing. You make sure you do not drop her. Subaru, all right, but you should know this. The only reason I'm carrying this person is not because I want to, but because it's for you. Rem, what in the world is compelling you to say stuff like that? Simply, Subaru did not want Rem to find out his view of Louis was becoming positive of his own accord. Getting tired of his comments, Rem followed Subaru with her cane, albeit with some difficulty. Subaru returned Rem and Louis to the tent they were borrowing. He would probably be going back to clean up the tents again. Although he was curious at what Todd's group was going to do. Rem, are you concerned about them? Subaru, yeah, you could say that. It's just that, even I have the self-awareness that I'm being dishonest towards our saviors. The talk about the witch beast may have been careless from me too. Rem, our saviors. Thinking on it, Subaru could only see himself as a scoundrel who kept on lying. He could only feel deflated and low-spirited on that thought. However, while listening to Subaru, Rem muttered thoughtfully. Savior, the word she had taken out of Subaru's speech was said in a tone that was hard to decipher, though it definitely did not seem to have a positive emotion attached to it. Subaru, Rem, no, it's nothing. Please forget about it. Subaru, well, it's impossible to forget about it now. The way this conversation is going, you're gonna have to tell me. Rem, is that so? Would you kindly stop talking to me then? Subaru, isn't the distance between us increasing? Don't just leave me hanging. Finish what you were going to say. I'm really curious. Subaru was matching his walk speed to Rem, so they were walking at a rather slow pace. It might have been her frustration towards Subaru walking with her, but for one reason or another, Rem let out a small sigh. Sensing that Subaru was not going to back out, she slowly turned to face him. Rem, Todd was it? I do not hold such a good impression of him. Subaru, why? He let useless people like us stay at the camp. He even protects us from the bad guy who makes people eat shoes. I don't see how you can't feel grateful. Rem, it is not that I don't feel grateful. I am thankful, of course. Just. Cutting off her sentence there, Rem showed slight hesitation as Subaru urged her on to continue. The silence that had fallen during the pause had only lasted 2 seconds when Rem, with a deep exhale, said, Rem, people who do not ask for others' names are difficult to trust, in my opinion. Subaru. Being told that, Subaru unconsciously stopped his breath. Wanting to disprove her statement, he thought over the past few days. People who do not ask for others' names is what Rem said. Keeping that in mind while reflecting back, technically it was correct. Todd had, to this very day, not called Subaru by his name. He would always say you or something similar. If he didn't know his name, that would be the obvious course of action. However, Subaru, isn't it just a coincidence? Even you, Rem, you don't call me by my name, do, Rem? It's Natsuki Subaru, correct? Knowing the name and choosing not to call it, and not even bothering to learn the other's name have 2 different meanings. That is all. Subaru, Rem, that is just my opinion. There is no choice but to rely on them anyway. Saying that, Rem overtook a standstill Subaru and continued forward. Watching Rem slowly advance on, Subaru found himself unable to say anything. Unfortunately, Subaru didn't have the solution to Rem's hard-heartedness. As it had been made clear with that exchange regarding the witch beast, Subaru was still ignorant about a lot of things in this world. He wasn't completely satisfied with the kingdom, and yet the unknown lands of the Empire were good in its own ways. Maybe in here, asking for a name or not had a special meaning attached to it. Perhaps asking for a name before offering yours was considered rude. Even if there was a rule like that in place, Subaru could not tell Rem about it. His lack of knowledge, his lack of cultural awareness, he hated those to no end. Rem, how long do you plan to stand there for? Subaru. Glancing up at the voice, he saw Rem slightly ahead, facing back towards him. With a hint of impatience in her expression, she leaned on her cane with both hands, glaring at Subaru. Seeing her wait for him, Subaru felt his chest tighten up. His knees almost buckled. Subaru, G-R-M, R-W-H, what happened? Don't tell me your finger. Subaru, no, I just thought about how you were waiting for me and Rem, I wasted my time. She said that with an expressionless voice and face. This time she turned her back on Subaru to truly leave him. Frantically chasing after her, Subaru went to apologize to Rem. He thought back to their conversation before and smiled gently. Rem's probably just overthinking things, he debated to himself. Like that, the deep-seated doubt that lurked in the bottom of his heart was lifted the next day. After Subaru and his group parted ways with Todd, the man had attended a meeting with the generals of the encampment, and the council of war had apparently dragged on until late at night. Eventually, Subaru ended up bringing Rem and Louis back into their tent, and he had to engage in the tasks assigned to him, all the while saddled with uneasiness. To add to that, Rem had given him the cold shoulder more blatantly than the day before, making him feel like he didn't belong anywhere. However, "Oi, wake up, wake up. Until when are you planning to sleep in?" Subaru, NNH. Having his shoulder shaken, Subaru was jerked awake by someone. Being woken up easily was one of Subaru's few merits, but when he compared waking up on his own to being woken up by someone else, he could reaffirm that it was different from what he was used to. Once he blinked open his eyes, spinning his sluggish thoughts into motion, lying down on the ground, Todd's face popped into his field of vision. Subaru, Todd-san. Todd, yeah, you look tired. I guess that's reasonable, 'cause we made you do jobs you weren't used to. Anyway, thanks to you. Subaru, Natsuki Subaru. Todd, HM. Todd spoke rapidly to Subaru, who sat up slowly, and he also widened his eyes as Subaru introduced himself to him. For a moment, it seemed like he had not understood the meaning of Subaru's introduction, but Subaru, Natsuki Subaru, that's my name. Todd, NNR, were you bothered that I kept referring to you as just you by any chance? Subaru. No, it's not to the point that it was bothering me, but I haven't introduced myself to you, so I thought I might have been super rude or something. Todd, haha, you think too much about it. But Natsuki Subaru, right? I gotcha. While chuckling, Todd clapped the shoulder of Subaru, who lowered his gaze out of embarrassment. Seeing that he was acting the same as always, Subaru felt relieved to an extent. Apparently, Rem's worries from yesterday were simply her overthinking the situation, and Subaru's uneasiness was also groundless. Todd appeared to be just a careless person for real. Murmuring, my mistake, Todd, though that's an important topic, but I'm here to talk about something even more important. Thanks to what you told me yesterday, the general's plans changed course. Subaru, changed course, you mean the conquering of the forest? Todd, yep. At any rate, if it's really witch beasts inhabiting the area, adding that to the reclamation of an unknown forest, then it becomes quite a different story. Even the casualties on our side will be by no means negligible. So, taking a pause in his words, a wide grin spread across his face. And then he took the half-awake Subaru's face in his hands, and Todd, our military operations were called off immediately. Subaru, immediately. Then, Todd-san, does it mean you can return to your fiancé's place? Todd, haha, that's right. Whoa, Subaru exclaimed, sharing his joy with Todd, who nodded vigorously. If the soldier dispatching operation that would last for years had been changed, and Todd could return to his hometown, then he must have felt especially ecstatic. Subaru placed his hands together with the jubilant man, dancing inside of the tent with him. Then naturally, can you be a little more quiet? Subaru. Sorry. Rem, sitting up on her bed, Rem glared at the two men with a scowl on her face. He guessed that her soured mood was not because of having just woken up. The reason was none other than her dreams being disrupted by the dance steps of the two men. She then gave a light shake of her head, murmuring, "Oh well, Rem, doesn't it smell somewhat strange? Subaru smell." Rem, yes, it's different from your body odor. Sniffing at the air, Rem waved at Subaru as if she was brushing off a smelly object. Her gesture wounded him to a certain degree, but Todd immediately apologized with, my bad, my bad." "Todd, I thought 'twas all right because there's some distance, but I guess you'd know if you have a good sense of smell. But doesn't it feel wrong to not hurry up and do something that has already been settled upon?" "Subaru, Todd-san." Saying that, Todd opened the tent flap and motioned with a hand for the two to come out. So Subaru exchanged glances with Rem before handing a wooden cane over to her, moving towards the entrance. They lined up next to Todd after that and saw Subaru. Ha! A dense plume of black smoke was being spouted with tremendous momentum, and a fierce smell of something burning hung in the air. The great jungle that had filled up every inch of his vision, left and right, no matter the distance, or where he looked, Subaru was greeted by the sight of the Budam jungle engulfed in scarlet flames, burning and blazing furiously. Rem, this is... Next to Subaru, who stood there in shock, Rem was left speechless by witnessing the same view as him. Both Subaru and Rem stood still as a stone, staring at the forest that flared with red as if it were a nightmare, staring at the incinerated jungle, and staring at the world that was coming to an end. Todd, if it comes to witch beasts prowling around, there's no telling the number of casualties on our side. When I insisted on that, General Second Class Zika, our commander, agreed to it. Subaru. Todd, thanks to the information you provided us, we ended up with no casualties. You've been very helpful. He laughed after he finished speaking, slapping Subaru on the back with the palm of his hand. Struck by the friendly impact of the blow, Subaru's lips trembled. His lungs shivered, his throat shook, and his voice quivered as well. Against Todd's unchanging, amiable attitude, Subaru's wavering voice formed the following words: Subaru. WHY. Todd, why? What do you mean by that? Subaru. But you said you didn't want to fight the Shadrakians, right? A difficult fight was inevitable if a battle was going to break out, and negotiations were the most desirable to make the people of Shudrak pledge their loyalty to the Emperor. That was what Todd had told Subaru while they were eating yesterday. If so, there wouldn't be a battle. Relief had seeped into Subaru's heart back then. Subaru, but this more so than battle, it's... Todd, yeah, we didn't want to fight them. We don't know how many victims the battle will claim on our side. I could have died too. But because I was able to obtain what's needed to persuade the general, the issue was taken care of. The Shadrakians won't be able to oppose His Excellency the Emperor as well. Subaru, HK, Todd, I can also go home early, back to my fiancée. Really, you were a great find. I told the generals about you, so you'll definitely receive a reward. Maybe you might be given a second dagger, Todd joked, clapping Subaru on the back once more. And then, as if he just remembered something, he murmured out an, "Oh, Todd, I was told to return after showing you our military gains from this. Sorry, but I might be a little late to breakfast. But you don't have to tidy up the tents anymore. After a while, we're gonna end up lifting the camp." Subaru. Todd. Well, get a hold of yourself. Don't make the lil missy feel uneasy. Whispering his last sentence in Subaru's ear, Todd gave him a genuine, well-intentioned smile before leaving the area. In the end, Subaru could not utter a single word at the back of the man who was going far away in his line of sight, unable to do anything but remain silent. Subaru, however, no matter if he stayed quiet, or if he was tormented by the confusion whirling within his heart, the scene of the blazing forest both far away and in front of him would never change. The erupting flames would consume everything, and it would eventually burn down every single sliver of life on the land here. The gigantic snake witch beast, or the masked man who lived in the forest, and the hunter that had sought Subaru's life weren't exceptions either. Everything would be reduced to ashes. Ram. H. Next to Subaru, who grinded his teeth together from the shocking realization, Rem suddenly staggered. When he instinctively supported her slender body with a hand, Rem stiffened the moment he touched her. And then, as she gazed up at him, fear and a sense of rejection began bubbling over into her expression. Subaru, Rem, it's not like this is your fault, I know that. But Subaru, Rem, don't touch me. She stifled the fright that threatened to overwhelm her for a moment, slowly pushing Subaru's hand away. She didn't brush it off nor broke it, but she simply pushed it away. Her words were her honest thoughts. Rem did understand that this situation wasn't what Subaru intended to cause. However, it only brought a meager amount of comfort to him. Like this, facing the incident that had actually occurred, the comfort was too small. Rem, it seems like she has woken up. Rem said, glancing away from Subaru, averting her eyes from the burning forest, and as if looking away from what she did not want to see, she turned to face Louis, who was inside the tent. Staring at her back, Subaru couldn't call for her immediately. Even he had trouble wrapping his head around what had happened. As of now, only dialogue choices that would be incorrect no matter what he said came to his mind. So he could not stop Rem, who was leaving his side at the speed of a crawling infant with difficulty. He couldn't stop her, Subaru. Oh, Subaru bit his lip, gazing at Rem's petite back after being rejected by her. He then noticed the tiny sensation that suddenly thumped against his back, letting out a gasp in the process. He spun around, wondering what had happened, but he did not see anything or anyone that could have touched him from behind. However, the moment he turned his body, he caught a glimpse of something zipping through the corner of his eyes. It was almost as if it had pivoted around him just as he turned around Louis. Ooh. The next second, like an explosive fit of a child's tantrum, Louis raised her voice inside the tent. The Sin Archbishop was irritatingly loud from the moment she woke up, but there was a situation in front of him that he had to prioritize, more so than the Sin Archbishop, who was no different than a toddler. Although it wasn't like he could do anything about it. Louis, you're Subaru. KH, shut it. We're in a dire situation right now. There's no time to dote on. He tried to shout at the wailing Louis and knitted his brows together. He reacted like that because Rem, sitting on the floor and her arms locked around the thrashing child, also had a sudden change in her expression. Different compared to the fear and sense of rejection from before, she displayed astonishment that purely asked, "Why?" Her wide blue eyes honed in on Subaru. No, it was not on him to be precise, but Subaru. My back. Judging from the slightly unaligned angle of her stare, Subaru deduced the target of the focus of her gaze. He followed her eyes and turned his head around, peering into his own back. And then he realized it too late. The true identity of the thing that had pivoted around him just a while ago. Subaru, the arrow's feather. That was exactly what had whizzed past his sight. Then it was only natural, but the actual arrow itself was attached to the feather, and if the feather was swaying on his back, then that meant Subaru. Ah, simply, the released arrow had been shot straight into Subaru's back. Subaru. Feeling dizzy, Subaru collapsed on the spot, unable to stand for any longer. His hand immediately shot out, grabbing onto the entrance of the tent, and the tent tilted sideways with the momentum of being toppled over. However, he could not afford to be bothered by it, as his body had already fallen sideways. Rem, Witnessing the ordeal, Rem let out a shrill scream. His thoughts swirling inside his head, Subaru absently noted it was the first time he had ever heard Rem's normal scream. The useless comment flooded the inside of his head, overflowing and spilling out of his ears. Louis, ooha. Scrambling up on all fours, Louis approached the fallen Subaru. She shook his body violently, but he was unable to reprimand her, nor did he have any strength to resist. How could one arrow reduce him into this sorry state? Rem, someone, please something like this must be nothing. Such a shallow injury from an arrow can't possibly. Rem tossed away her cane and rushed to his side as she fell, frantically called out to him while looking at the wound on his back. Ah, Rem is really kind, Subaru thought. Even if Rem could not bring herself to believe him because of the miasma, even if he had created a world set on fire with a careless word, if Subaru had collapsed before her eyes, despite all of it, she would raise her voice in an effort to save him. Subaru thought he did not want to show his weak side in front of this Rem. If it's just a wound caused by an arrow, then why don't you show by standing back up like it's nothing, Natsuki Subaru? When he watched long-running TV shows or historical dramas, he often believed the people who died or were immobilized from being stabbed by such thin arrows did not have enough willpower. Well, even if he excluded the case where his chest had been penetrated by a large arrow, the arrow in his back was not really powerful, just as Rem said. In actuality, it bumped into him so gently that he thought he had been patted on the back. Why would an arrow like that be Subaru? JBH Uke, Rem, HK, could it be poison? As Subaru retched out the scorching sensation rising up in his throat, Rem arrived at the same conclusion as him. He was not going to be killed by the impact of the arrow. The poison slathered on the arrow was eating away at him. His limbs no longer moved, and his mind was sluggish, as if he had been struck by a high fever. Something flowed out of his eyes and nose and ears, and his whole body began convulsing. His ears began ringing thunderously, and he could not hear the voice of the worried Rem. He could not hear Louis's shrieking that hurt his ears. He could no longer hear them. The poison, poison, the poison, who, why the arrow, hunter, forests, burning, scorching and flaring, Subaru had unnecessarily, the witch beast, tarred, burning, Rem, Rem, Rem. His consciousness fading in and out, a groan escaped his throat as blood bubbled and frothed out of his lips. And then, opening his bloodshot eyes wide, he tried to take a look at Rem's face no matter what it took, and noticed. Around 30 meters away from the tent, there was a tiny, tiny silhouette glowering at him in a location easily reachable in less than 10 seconds if one ran for it. Subaru. A child. A small child who was not too different from Louis. She was a small child with mean-looking eyes. No, that wasn't it. She did not have mean-looking eyes. She was glaring at Subaru. With eyes clouded over by hatred, her gaze pierced through Subaru with the intent to kill. Her hair and face dirtied with soot, it was a girl holding a small bow with hate-filled eyes. With those fingers, that hand, and the will to do so, she had shot Subaru with a poisoned arrow. Subaru. It was natural that he was hated by her. It was also natural for her to want to kill him. The results Subaru had brought about caused the girl to pursue her hatred, a fate like that. If so, this. The retribution that arrived before him. No, wait, please, wait, wait. Beside his ear, he heard a desperate voice. He wanted to wait for her. He wanted to stop in his tracks for her. He wanted to lead her by the hand and smile at her. He could not do any of those. He remained unable to do any of those. Bubbling and churning, he gurgled out blood-red foam. His body convulsed. His eyes rolled into the back of his head. Urine seeped across the floor, and he threw up his guzzling, melting organs while falling down towards the darkness. Wait! The unsightly, filthy, and thoughtless fool plunged deeper into the darkness. Descendi. Arc 7, Chapter 9. The Way of the Empire. Translated by Ice at Arendam Archbishop Sapa, Negi at Kabasuhid, at Archbishop #500 proofread by Archbishop #0097 art sources, Negi Rakaroka. All rights belong to TAPPEI NAGATSUKI, the original author of Ray, Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. A menace that consumed him, bit by bit. An anguish that seemed to turn his very blood into magma. Together, they tore away at Natsuki Subaru's existence, trying to bear his unvarnished self. An overtime of such cruelty, like peeling off a scab that hadn't fully healed and exposing the raw wound beneath to the cold air. His soul brushed against a reality that couldn't be protected. Would it be pain, grief, or sorrow that would come? Or perhaps it would be something entirely different. Subaru had no idea. If there was something he did understand, if there was something that served as salvation, it was but one thing only. Namely, that the hopelessness he felt would be severed before he could reach an answer, and that the false sense of freedom would— Shut it with your wheezing and panting, you. Subaru. MRGH having been liberated from his earlier anguish, Subaru opened his mouth wide, which should have been foaming with blood. His body was empty, like someone had punched a hole in his lungs, as it gasped for oxygen. And just as he tried to relish its tasteless goodness to his heart's content, something was shoved into his mouth against his will. Subaru was showered in verbal abuse as he recoiled from the unforeseen blow, coughing and spluttering. Yet he could not tell what was going on. He could not see properly. The tightness he felt on his face served as proof that something was wrapped around his eyes. His face had been bound. Actually, no, his face was not the only thing that had been bound. His arms and legs were tied up too, and with him in this state, someone had forced something into his mouth. Subaru, Oag, Biway, W, why am I tied, you Giwe? Why the hell are you defying me? Don't you understand the position you're in? Subaru, Ga, GGHHK. Subaru was kicked in the pit of his stomach by that violent figure, straight after he had spat out whatever had been stuck into his mouth. The wind was knocked out of him by the impact as he fell over, his opponents spitting after him. Even the humiliation of being showered in their spit paled before the pain he felt piercing his chest. Nevertheless, Subaru's mind was engulfed by a sea of confusion as his deprived vision flickered red in pain. The stuff that had happened a few dozen seconds prior was churning around his mind. Subaru. Subaru had been woken up by Todd, taken outside the tent, and there the great forest had been set ablaze. And straight after he found out that they had made it happen due to his own gaffe, he had been struck by an arrow in the back and toppled over. The one who had fired it had been a young-looking girl. The moment he had looked at her, his strength had abandoned him, his entire body breaking into convulsions. He'd suffered while foaming up blood. He'd heard Rem's voice as she rushed over to him. He tried to hold on to his fading consciousness. Subaru, this place is. Ah, how long are you gonna be fooling ah? Hey, chill out. He's completely clueless. It can't be helped. Rather than that here, let's take off his blindfold. Subaru. Ah, his thoughts, engulfed in a maelstrom of chaos, were brought back to reality by the conversation happening overhead. A conversation between two men. One of the voices was gruff, belonging to a man who was like the very embodiment of boorishness and roughness. The other one sounded like velvet, and gave a good impression of someone who could smooth stuff over. The faces that went with those voices popped up as a matter of course in Subaru's mind. Edge. With the sound of it and that of footsteps, the man who'd kicked Subaru moved away from him. And straight after that, Subaru heard a sigh which came interlaced with shocked exasperation and wryness. Sorry that was done to you right after you woke up. I think you're probably feeling muddled and all, but I'll just take off your blindfold, okay? Though I can't remove the rope around your hands and feet, so you gotta bear with it. Subaru. Saying that as he walked up to Subaru, he unfastened the blindfold that was wrapped around Subaru's head. Subaru took a deep breath before relishing the feeling of freedom, along with the slight pain that accompanied it. Then he took another one, and another one, before finally holding his breath slightly. After that, he opened his eyelids and slowly waited for his sight to return. And Subaru, I knew it. What unfurled itself before Subaru's eyes, as soon as his dimmed vision gradually sharpened, were tents, fires, and the figures of imperial soldiers bustling about. Subaru was in the familiar, though not so familiar, imperial encampment, the place they'd expropriated, where he'd scurried to and fro, doing odd jobs. Subaru. There wasn't anything strange regarding the scene itself. After all, it was here in this encampment that he'd been felled by the arrow wound. Then what was so weird about waking up here, following his treatment after regaining consciousness? Nevertheless, he still couldn't explain things like the first blow, the fact he'd had a shoe forced into his mouth, and the fact his hands and legs were still tied up, to be sure of his hypothesis. Even considering how estranged Subaru was from how the Empire did things, if no one batted an eye at this kind of common sense, where the people would tie up one's hands and feet every time the latter was treated, then he would wish for the country's ruin. In other words, if that was not the case, then it meant that, Subaru, I guess I must have died. It was the most natural to think he had returned by death. Ironically enough, he readily came up with an idea to confirm that. He would just need to swing his head around and set his gaze on the green forest beyond the encampment. The result of Subaru's own gaffe had been the jungle burning down, letting the Imperial soldiers get away with that recklessness. Black smoke should have been billowing out from the forest, enveloped by the fires of hell. Yet there it still stood. On his left, on his right, the green jungle stretched across the horizon in perfect condition. Subaru. The scenes vividly popped back into his mind, right after confirming this. Subaru had fallen due to his arrow wound, foaming at the mouth. Rem had crawled over to him, and there he'd heard her voice, her presence, her entreaty, begging him to not die. Yet Subaru had betrayed her there. He ended up dying miserably before her eyes. The man who knew her, even if she detested him, had ended up dying in this god-forsaken land. Just imagining the amount of fear and anxiety the amnesiac Rem would have experienced tore his heart asunder, while at the same time he thought, I never want to make her feel that ever again. We found you right as we went out to fetch some water, yeah. Sorry, but you've been captured. You're our prisoner. And thus, the man squatted down in front of him as his heart was filled with strong emotion. The individual flashed him a velvety smile. his eyes beaming. Subaru knew who he was. Tard, the only person who'd acted friendly towards Subaru and Rem in this encampment full of Imperial soldiers. He was the man who had patiently spent his time with Subaru, the latter knowing so little about the Empire. Subaru even considered the fact he'd been picked up by him at first, a stroke of good fortune. That was, until he'd backed burning the forest to the ground, using Subaru's words as a pretext. Subaru. Hardly 10 minutes had passed physically, but his carefree report had sent chills running down Subaru's spine. The Imperial soldiers had ruthlessly burnt the forest to the ground, straight after they'd decided that entering the forest to invade the people of Shadrach, the purpose for which the troops had been dispatched for, would prove troublesome. And adding to that, they'd lauded Subaru for his contributions, since he provided them the information that ended up being the clincher for their choice. In the sacred Valatian Empire, the strong were revered and the weak were oppressed. It was a great nation which went by the creed that only in the sword wolf, the symbol of a wolf pierced by swords, were there the qualifications to live. A mentality like Tard's probably wasn't at all unusual in the Empire. He could even understand them going ahead with the plan to set the forest on fire once they'd heard there was a witch beast inside. Nevertheless, they would not mesh well with the people of the kingdom of Lugunica, let alone Subaru. Maybe Roswell at best, since he was a clump of rationalism. Either way, he must not allow them to burn the forest down this time. Subaru. Subaru let out a gulp as he took what had happened last time as being his failure. The fact that Subaru had ended up getting himself killed was whatever, but the fact that they'd burnt the forest down was taking it too far, even if the Imperial soldiers had done it as a safety measure. If not for Subaru's gaffe, the chance remained that Tard and the others would have established a place to discuss things amiably and have their negotiations succeed without spilling any blood. He'd taken away that possibility and brought danger upon the people inside the forest now. He should not dodge the responsibility he bore here. There was absolutely no way that there would be no casualties in that inferno. Due to his own gaffe, Natsuki Subaru had reaped the lives of the people who lived in the forest. Even if he could not meddle with what happened in that world line due to returning by death, the fact still remained. Subaru would never forget it. Subaru. Thus, Subaru resolved to himself that he would not repeat the same mistake twice. Death was a heavy thing, and regardless of whether it was him or others, he would never let it repeat again. With those thoughts clouding his mind, it was a small mercy that he was redoing his first encounter with Tard and Jamal here. The restart point of his return by death had been updated. He'd returned to the point after he'd been knocked unconscious by Rem in the grassland, after he'd fled from the hunter in the forest, and the fierce attack of the witch beast, to where he'd been picked up by the Imperial encampment. From here on out, he would establish friendly ties with Tard, as well as with Jamal, if possible, and get them to open negotiations in a way that would not make them rend asunder the Shadrachians in the forest. So for that, he would. Tard. Hey you, are you listening? I get that you're confused about being called a prisoner out of nowhere, but Subaru. Well, yeah, I guess. I am confused. But even if I am, well, you see, squatting in front of the taciturn Subaru, Tard gave his feelings some consideration. Subaru sunk into thought, deciding on what to say next as he took in Tard's stance. His relationship with Tard had been good last time. Subaru really needed to maintain it, and him and Rem would be getting the most out of that thread. What's more, Subaru needed to choose what he knew carefully so to restrain his extreme behavior. Subaru, you startled me, but I do know that I've been taken prisoner. I also remember diving into the river. If y'all rescued me from there, then you must be our saviors, Tard. Wait up just a second. Subaru, ha! Taking first things first, Subaru examined the situation he was in carefully. Then he tried to put on an act that looked natural, resembling a person who'd just been dragged out of a river. However, Tard stuck his hand out towards Subaru's face, interrupting what the latter was saying. The palm of his hand, along with his 5 spread-out fingers, blocked Subaru's vision, causing Subaru to hitch in response. Then, Tard, why were you looking at me like that just now? And just after catching wind of Tard's cold, hard voice, Subaru felt something sharp being thrust into his right shoulder. With his field of view obstructed, Subaru's reaction to Tard's actions was slow. He swung his eyes over to where his right shoulder was smarting, and then realized what had happened. The sharp point of a dagger had been thrust into his right shoulder. Subaru, HHH. The moment he realized what had happened, a voiceless scream arose in Subaru's throat. A sensation much like burning exploded in Subaru's right shoulder, and with sharp pain came a feeling of being pierced by pins and needles, which extended through his whole body. Had he not instinctively stretched and dispersed the pain in his entire body, the maximum level of tolerance would have been exceeded, and he would be unable to keep his mind from reaching the breaking point. The shock of the unexpected stab wound was just that immense. Subaru. Ga, Jaya. Moments later, following the voiceless cry, came the delayed scream drawn out by pain. He wanted to writhe, to move his shoulder around and rub it, to apply pressure to it, or take any kind of action to lessen the pain. But Subaru's hands and feet were bound, and there was nothing he could do to pull out the knife thrust into his shoulder. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hey, what was that scream just now? In pain and agony, Subaru screamed over and over. It was Jamal, the rough-looking man with an eye patch, who hurriedly rushed in upon hearing the alarming sound. Jamal, who had been kicking Subaru just before in a violent display of power, opened his eyes wide, seeing the image of Subaru with a knife in his right shoulder screaming bloody murder. And then, Jamal, Todd, this isn't what we agreed on. Weren't you the one who said you'd reach out a hand to them since they were carrying that aristocratic knife? Todd, that had been the plan because I didn't know these guys' lineage. I should be known you get angry about it just because it's different from what I had said. My bad, my bad. Jamal, if you're saying that, does that mean you know who this guy is? Although he spoke in a rough voice, he recovered his composure after hearing Todd's answer. However, in response to Jamal's question, Todd just said, "Who knows?" and tilted his head. Without pause, Todd knocked over Subaru, who let out a cry of pain and stepped on him. Todd, I haven't heard where he's from or who he is, so I have no idea. But there's a high possibility he's our enemy, so it was a preemptive strike. Subaru, Jaira. Todd, oh, that looks painful. We can't avoid having you suffer a bit, but you seem like you have some pain tolerance, you know. Where's your self-respect? With his foot heavily pressing into Subaru's body, Todd asked calmly. However, with Todd's weight pressing the fallen Subaru into the ground, the knife in his shoulder was pushed even deeper into the wound, and the return of unbearable agony left no room for him to answer Todd. His vision flickered, his throat burned, bloody screams rose up over and over again. No matter how many times that was repeated, the pain showed no sign of easing. Without missing a beat, it became fresh despair and continued to assault Subaru like waves crashing against the shore. Todd, he's not answering. How defiant. Looks like he's an enemy after all. Jamal, if he's being rolled like that, he won't be able to answer even if he could, you know. Todd, is that so? Oops. When I'm sluggish from pain, I always mess up in these kinds of situations. My bad, my bad. Saying that, Todd finally moved his foot away from Subaru's body. The additional pain vanished, but the intermittent pain continued to sting Subaru, and the unbearable agony had caused him to bite his lip, and blood streamed out from his mouth. From the corners of his eyes tears also flowed, and miserably he could not even wipe them away. Jamal, after this, I don't know how you can warn me about my bad behavior, Todd. Don't you hit prisoners of war and your subordinates to relieve stress, so don't joke around acting all high and mighty. I'm only doing what is necessary. On the other hand, ignoring Subaru's disgraceful sight, the two men continued talking above his head. With Jamal pacifying Todd and pointing out Subaru's bloodshed, a scene unthinkable a short while ago had unfolded. What the heck was going on? Although most of his mental resources were devoted to enduring the pain, this view was too incoherent. Why would Todd, who had treated Subaru and his group so well, take such action, Jamal? So, why did you stab him? Strangely, Jamal raised to Todd the same question Subaru had. When asked, Todd closed one eye and looked in the direction of Subaru, who was writhing in agony. Todd. When I took off his blindfold and he looked at me, his eyes were intent on manipulating me. I could understand being nervous or uneasy. Crying from fear would also be fine, but trying to manipulate me is suspicious, no. Jamal. Manipulate her. Todd. This guy was unconscious. He's kicked awake and his blindfold removed, and the first thing he tries to do is to use the first face he saw. There may be such a guy, but that sort of guy is frightening and simply cannot be handled. We should kill him quickly." Todd persistently expressed his own well-reasoned opinion in contrast with the thoughtful Jamal. The reason Subaru had been stabbed was because Todd had judged Subaru to be dangerous, and the best way to deal with dangerous opponents was to neutralize them. That was why Todd had stabbed Subaru's right shoulder, because Todd knew that the fingers of Subaru's left hand had been broken and were thereby useless. With his right shoulder stabbed and his left hand fingers broken, the function of both of Subaru's arms was greatly reduced. To ensure his own safety, Todd immediately made a decision and just acted on it. Just, that is. "Jamal, I dunno how you can think about that sort of thing right after you wake up. I might still be in the middle of waking up, straining my ears standing here trying to listen to this." Todd: "No, that's not it. He must have been pretending to be asleep the whole time I watched him. If he had regained consciousness along the way somewhere, he should have had some kind of physical reaction. Supposing I overlooked him pretending to sleep then." Jamal: "Then." Todd: "Then he planned to try to manipulate me while deceiving me and pretending to be asleep, isn't that right? That method is even more frightening. As I thought, killing him would be the correct answer, it seems." Hearing that, Subaru gasped and shivered as he fought off the pain. While listening to Todd's explanation, Jamal's tone gradually weakened. At first, he must have been shocked and angry at the fact that Todd had stabbed Subaru, but little by little his fury was dismantled. Todd's tone of voice and way of speaking held a charm that softened the other person's emotions. Observing from the position of a third party, he could finally see that. Todd would get close to the other person, show his understanding, and then offer attractive proposals that were beneficial to them on top of that. First, the momentum was killed. Then, as the other person became more open-minded, the offered proposal would be carefully considered, and against one's better judgment, it would become desirable to go through with it. That's exactly what was happening to Jamal right now, before his eyes. And that was also what had happened to Subaru just before he used Return by Death. Todd: "The young ladies with him are also suspicious, but the two of them are straightforward and easy to interact with. Let's get rid of this one before there's any trouble." Jamal: "Well, I guess that's fine, but..." Todd: "Or do you want to be the one to do it? To stop your anger from getting out of control over that blue-haired girl injuring your men, you need someone to relieve your stress, right?" Jamal: "That's also true." In response to Todd's calm proposal, a vulgar smile appeared on Jamal's face. Just like that, Jamal passed by Todd's side while cracking his knuckles. The signs of violence Jamal displayed made Subaru cower, but Todd's remark made him tremble even more. Much akin to how he had offered Subaru to Jamal for stress relief, Todd was willing to investigate his intentions in a different way if he ended up eliminating Subaru here. For that purpose, he would use Rem as well as Louis. But no matter what was asked, the two of them would not be able to answer. No matter how harsh the torture, Rem had no information to reveal. In other words, Subaru, biting down harshly with his molars, the taste of blood exploded in his mouth, as Subaru searched for a way to prevent Rem from tasting the same. In a few seconds, Jamal's violence would resume, and Subaru would either be killed or left half dead by his brutal attack. Even if Jamal had a conscience, Todd would not keep Subaru alive. Todd, who would be able to set fire to the forest, would likewise not bat an eye when it came to extinguishing Subaru's life. Step by step, Jamal drew closer. In that time, Subaru's brain went into overdrive, searching within himself for the answer. To break the deadlock of the current state of affairs, some kind of plan, a possibility, he needed a miracle, Jamal. To relieve my stress, you better scream as much as you can, you son of a bitch. For your girl's part too, I'm gonna make your body pay, Subaru. People of Shadrach. Jamal. Jamal spat out his stereotypical violent threats right on the verge of striking Subaru, but Subaru's lips put together those words. At that moment, Jamal's movement stopped, and Todd's expression in the background changed too. Jamal's face showed clear surprise, while Todd cocked one eyebrow, oh, and grinned. Todd, people of Shadrach, you decided to play that card now. Seems you're well aware of how to gamble. Jamal, Todd, what this brat is saying. Todd, just wait, Jamal. You can hit and kick him after. But it's hard to understand the voice of someone with their tongue and throat crushed. It's best if we listen here. Jamal, fuck. With nowhere to direct his anger, Jamal roughly kicked the nearby wooden railing. Todd looked sideways at the literal dispersion of anger and turned towards Subaru. The smile on his face was, horrifyingly, no different from the one Subaru knew. Just as he had done when treating Subaru's fingers, inviting Subaru to eat, and praising Subaru for his contribution to burning the forest, Todd grinned at Subaru as the latter stood on the precipice between life and death. Todd, so the name of the people of Shadrach came up. I wonder, can I expect to hear something from you that will make me happy? Subaru, you know the location of the people of Shadrach in the forest. Todd, oh, that's great. Smiling, Todd clapped his hands in front of his chest in a show of joy. Seeing his reaction, Subaru was confident that the miracle he had pulled out of himself had helped put off the impending predicament. However, at the same time, it was a double-edged sword for Subaru. After all, Subaru did not know the location of the people of Shadrach. The masked man who had handed him the knife, the hunter who had shot arrows at him. Perhaps either or both of them were related to the people of Shadrach, but he had no means of contacting them or knowing specifically where they were. In other words, Subaru was staking his life on this big gamble. Todd, how is it you know the location of the people of Shadrach? Subaru, because I'm one of the people of Shadrach. Todd, I see. After all, that's how it is. Setting aside skin color, it's the black hair, you know, so I was wondering if that was the case. Since it's a famous rumor that Shadrachians have black hair. Subaru. Subaru was greatly relieved as fortune smiled upon him, and he received this information that had been entirely unknown to him. His whole body was covered in greasy sweat, and the tension of the conversation had caused Subaru to break out in cold sweat in addition. The pain in his shoulder was increasing, and the pain in the fingers of his left hand was beginning to bug him as well. On top of that, his body had yet to recover from the turmoil at the Pleiades watchtower, or from the trouble with Rem in the forest, or from the burden of the escape to the river right after that. Barely hanging on to his fleeting consciousness and breaking spirit, he continued the questioning. One wrong answer would result in his death. Everything was to survive, and save Rem to return to Amelia and Beatrice and everyone, and to reunite Ram and Rem Todd. So basically, you're a scout. And your clothing and knife were prepared to blend in with us. Subaru, I stole the knife from a traveler. Same goes for the clothes. And Todd, you tried to get some info on us. A pretty bold plan, I gotta say. Seems like you were actually drowning, and there was a chance that we wouldn't notice the knife, Subaru. But it was more realistic that way, wasn't it? Even as his supposed plan was pointed out as careless and flawed, Subaru laughed it off, saying that it had been all on purpose. Putting a brazen smile on his face, he bared his teeth and made his mean eyes look more menacing. This was his act to make his bluff more believable. Todd squinted at Subaru, trying to scrutinize his real motive. Todd. The silence was deafening, and the noose on Subaru's neck tightened every second. Truth be told, he had no idea if his words were persuasive at all. Neither could he tell if his act was convincing. The pain and stress he felt were too much to even give a second thought to his performance. It felt to him like he was making comical excuses, where it'd be no wonder if, the next moment, he'd crack his head open after dismissing him as being ludicrous with a snort. Unable to read Todd's expression, the tension in the room spurred up. And after some time, Todd, would you sell out your tribe for your life? Todd asked with one eye closed. Subaru gulped. He would bring out the words he needed to bring out. All he needed to do was to not answer incorrectly. He would sell out his tribe for his life. After stating that he was a member of the people of Shadrach, he would sell out the people of Shadrach. He could not let them discover that this was a farce. To aid him, he would adopt the necessary expression and voice. The expression and voice of a deplorable bootlicker who would sell out his own tribe for his life. Subaru, yeah, that's right. I'll sell them out. Todd, Subaru, please, I'll do anything. I'll even lure them out if you want. Anything, I'll do anything. Stammering, twitching his cheeks, smeared in cold sweat, Subaru begged for his life. Clinging on to his life, disregarding the lives of others, not letting others see him in any positive light, he had to transform himself into selfishness personified. But he only had to act. Over the course of his time in this world, Subaru had seen many people with that way of thinking. He did not think the day would come where he would model himself after the most inhumane among inhumans, the Sin archbishops. Jamal, You're a rotten guy, you know. Hate that no-good look in your eye. Jamal spat out his true feelings, hearing Subaru plead for his life. His disdain and anger were evident. It seemed that Subaru's performance had steered Jamal into having a negative opinion of him. But to be completely honest, though he felt bad, he had no time to deal with Jamal's shenanigans. Right now, the right to decide Subaru's fate belonged to Todd. A person's ranking or standing did not matter here. The strong eat the weak. He would follow the Empire's motto to the T. Todd, that's seriousness, you don't seem to be lying. Todd finally replied to Subaru, who with great effort kept a docile face. Hearing that, Subaru almost jumped in joy at his tiny victory, though he prayed it was not a premature celebration. At the same time, Jamal spoke up, unhappy about it. Jamal, oi, Todd. You trust what this guy says. This piece of shit who would sell out his people for his own life would. Todd, hang on, hang on. What are you saying, Jamal? These are the words of a bootlicker who would betray his people for his own sake. Of course he'd show how much worth he has. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save his own precious life. Jamal. Jamal's outburst was silenced by Todd's reasoning. Of course, this subservient and servile bootlicker was the exact image Subaru wanted Todd to have of him. The type of person who would double-cross his comrades just to save his own neck. To make his story believable, Subaru would have to drag his reputation to rock bottom. On that point, the big scene he had caused after getting stabbed in the shoulder should have helped in that regard too, though the pain he had to suffer as a result was too great for consolation. Jamal, don't blame me if anything happens. In the end, exactly to Subaru's plan, Jamal was persuaded by Todd. Admonishing him, Todd tapped Jamal's shoulders, saying, trust him, trust him. Todd, there's no mistake he's attached to life, whether it's his or not. Todd said as he looked at the meek, downcast Subaru. Rem, wait a moment. What do you plan to do with that person? Rem yelled out angrily, grabbing onto the bars of the metal cage she was confined in. They were currently in the Imperial Army's campground. Todd and Jamal, after listening to Subaru's claims, dragged him out straight away and were now on the way out of the camp. Rem, who had been put in a cage after her turbulent capture, had started shouting out when the trio just so happened to pass by. Subaru. Rem glared at a tattered and worn-out Subaru. Having been dragged out of the river, his half-dried clothes were still heavy. Additionally, the stab wound on his right shoulder had received the bare minimum treatment, and the broken fingers on his left hand had received none. Even if the restraints on his legs were gone, the cuffs on his arms robbed him of his freedom. Looking no different from a slave worker, the person who was being led outside of the camp, Natsuki Subaru. Seeing this Subaru, Rem's emotions were all over the place. Shock and surprise, all of it in turmoil. Of course, Subaru was unable to explain the situation to her. Having returned by death, what little progress that had been achieved in the relationship between Subaru and Rem was reset and needed to be redone from scratch again. Rem saw Subaru as an enemy based on the witch's scent that clung to him. Subaru was given no time or opportunity to solve that misunderstanding. Also, Rem. The smell has become worse since last time. What is this exactly? The miasma that would thicken with each consecutive return by death. Having smelled it, Rem's caution rose to another level. To her, Natsuki Subaru might as well have been a child of darkness. It pained Subaru's heart, but he could not afford to perform any action that could fix that misconception, lest he be found out. Todd, you two have a pretty convoluted relationship, don't you? The way she's acting. Didn't you bring that girl along with you? Subaru. That girl, no. The two that were together. Todd, the two of them. Subaru. I bought them as tools to help when meeting you guys. For a moment, he was unsure how to reply, but he donned his inhumane mask and answered frankly. Subaru, right now, was a cold-blooded person who would sell off his comrades, lives to save his own. Naturally, he felt nothing for Rem and Louis. He needed to be 100% filled with his selfish love for his life. He could not let the scenario where the two of them, well, at least, Rem be taken as hostages to occur. Subaru. So I don't know anything about them. There's no point asking them this and that, though you seem to have gotten the gist of it already. Todd. Well, it didn't seem to be an act, I guess. The little missy seems to be actually nuts in the head, and the missy here ain't lying. Even so, her reason for rampaging being so vague is a bit troublesome. Jamal. Todd scratched his cheek with a bitter smile, while Jamal clicked his tongue in annoyance. With the two of them at the head, a group of 20 or so Imperial soldiers would be leaving the camp with Subaru. Subaru was to bring this group into the jungle and show them where the people of Shudrak resided. He would show them their settlement and bring the Empire one step closer to victory. And as a reward for that, his life would be saved. Terrible people live long lives after all, so that was the plan. A plan that would get average reviews as a bootlicker's success story. Though that would only happen if one ignored just how impossible it was. Subaru, isn't it better if you threw them out? I did buy them. If you don't need them, I'm happy to have them after they've done their work. Tard, you're a hasty one, aren't you? It's good to be thinking ahead, but don't forget your life depends on whether you can do your job properly or not. Rather than what's going to happen to them, you should worry about yourself first. Subaru, oh yeah, that's right. My desire for what comes after slipped out. If he were to make a fuss over this, his attachment to Rem would be found out instantly, and the tables would be flipped on Subaru. He couldn't rub his hands together because of his bindings, but in his heart, that was the manner in which he interacted with Tard. Thankfully, Tard did not look deeper into his words. Waving his hand at the caged Rem, Tard, behave yourself, Missy. If nothing happens, nothing will happen to you. Rem, do you think your words hold any weight? Tard, I don't know about weight, but believing me or not is your problem, ain't it, Missy? Having been told that by Tard, Rem had no choice but to quiet down, annoyed. Frustrated that he was unable to support Rem or even talk to her any more than this, Subaru burned her figure and voice into his mind. He would use those as fuel for his spirit. One way or another, he had to bring Rem out of the camp and escape. Building a friendly relationship with Tard's group and getting them to protect him and Rem was no longer a thought Subaru entertained. They were a threat, both as an enemy and as an ally. They could not be controlled even when allied, and he did not need to state how dangerous they would be as an enemy. To begin with, he should avoid teaming up with the people of Valatia as much as possible. Subaru's standing in Valatia was extremely complex, and if he were to slip up, it would not be a problem that affected just himself. That was another secret he held. Tard, all right, let's go. Stay sharp, everyone. Jamal, I'm the one giving orders. Tard called out to his crew, bringing along a hyper-conscious Subaru. Among the Imperial soldiers' replies to Tard's call, Jamal's reply was very openly angry. After that, the group trespassed onto the Budam jungle with Subaru at the very front. Their destination was the village of the Shadrakians who lived in the forest, and their objective was to pinpoint their location. However, Subaru the navigator was pulling a bluff, as he didn't know where the village was. Far from that, he was making a gamble while only vaguely knowing about the identities of the people of Shudrak. Subaru, walking through the thickly wooded forest, Subaru was waiting for an opportunity to somehow sneak away from the group. He was against a large number of people, and even if they were wearing light armor, said equipment did not allow them to move around quicker than he could. If he could take advantage of their carelessness and run away, it might be possible to return to the encampment quicker than them and bring Rem with him on his escape. Actually, that was his only plan as of now. Fortunately, the cage that Rem had been put in could be easily unlocked from the outside. The important things were Subaru obtaining the right to do so from Rem, and the hope that she would believe in him and follow him out once he unlocked the cage. And there was the matter of Louis's existence as well. Subaru, if I say that I am leaving Louis behind, Rem will never come with me. In addition to the current situation, he had shaved off a significant amount of Rem's trust with the added miasma via return by death. Even if Subaru desperately rushed back to the camp in that state, Rem would not welcome his decision to leave Louis behind. Far from that, she would beat him into the ground on the spot, rescue Louis from him by herself, and there was also the possibility of her deserting him in the Empire's encampment. Subaru. I guess that's not going to happen, even if Rem is hostile to me. Her legs aren't free to move around, after all. She couldn't go through with these events he imagined solely due to the condition of her legs, so were she to be physically fit, then Subaru wouldn't put it past her to actually carry it out. That was what he thought, but it would cause him trouble if she did so. So, if Subaru was going to take her out of that place, then he had to bring Louis along with them as well. Thus, it forced Subaru to face the hardship of being unable to abandon this negative factor, which should be referred to as a shackle, no matter where he went or what he did. And then, Tard, so how long will it take until we arrive at the village? Subaru, around 2 to 3 hours. Tard, 2 to 3 hours. That's pretty quick. If that's all it takes, then I could wish for nothing more. From our point of view, this was supposed to be a mission that take years to complete. Obtaining an answer to his question, Tard broke into a smile, seemingly considering his situation to be one of good fortune. Hearing his words, and seeing him clad in his light armor with a hatchet hanging from his waist, Subaru remembered that Tard had joined the mission whilst leaving his fiancée behind. That should be glaringly obvious. But even if he made a decision that inflicted wounds upon Subaru, it wasn't like the story behind his circumstances would change completely. Tard was dispatched to the jungle as an imperial soldier following his orders, and he was unavoidably separated from his fiancée to do so. The same could be said for some of Tard's fellow soldiers, such as Jamal. They too had their own circumstances behind their actions, and so every one of them must have a reason to be engaged in the mission like this. In that sense, there was no reason for Subaru and Tard's group to be at odds with each other. Subaru was purely unlucky. His misfortune had piled up on top of itself. The situation was turning against him. That would be what this whole thing was, if he were to line up an assortment of words in this manner. However, Subaru, I don't think this is for me to say, but isn't this unsafe? Only bringing this many people, even though we're heading for the Shadrakian village. Walking at the front of the line as the leader, Subaru called out to Tard, who was right behind him. There were about 20 Imperial soldiers in the group. Even though they had a guide with them, it wasn't possible to say that there were enough people to explore the extensive forest. Tard shrugged his shoulders in response to Subaru's doubts. Tard, it can't be helped. You're a splendid source of information, but the higher-ups aren't expecting much from your story. The information only becomes worth it when we go out and confirm it. Also, Subaru, also. Tard, if this turns out to be your trap, and my group doesn't return, our absence will inform our allies back at the encampment that it's dangerous to enter the forest. Ha! Long live Valatia. Imperial soldiers, long live Valatia. Making sacrifices in order to attain victory was inevitable. Tard seemed to display that with his easygoing attitude, the Imperial soldiers following his chant with their own. Long live Valatia. Their voices caused the atmosphere of the forest to tremble, sounding like an indication of how devoted they were to the country that valued strength above all. In any case, is this the time to be worrying about us, eh? After this is done, there's no guarantee that your head and body will stay connected. At least do your best to humor us. Subaru, Jamal-san, Jamal, don't call my name, you shitty traitor. You'll be cut up into pieces and dumped somewhere, and the woman and child will. Maybe I'll offer them to the womanizer, General Second-Class Zika. He'll definitely be overjoyed. Tard, Jamal, don't say anything too stupid. It tires me out. Acting as if he absolutely hated Subaru's guts, Jamal's gaze and voice were filled with foul intent. Adding to that, Subaru and Rem were also not getting along with each other. So if he made Jamal hold the casting vote for the situation, then the results could very well turn out as the worst for Subaru. As expected, it was Tard who tried to quell Jamal's anger, saying, "Calm down, Tard. Rather, don't forget it's us who have to humor this guy. He'll provide us with the necessary information to save his skin. We'll rescue him in exchange for that. If not, we're gonna get jumped by the Shudrak the moment we arrive at the village. Jamal, bring it on. If they're gonna pull something like that, we can exterminate. Tard, are you serious? I can't get on board with a fight I see no chance of winning in. You don't want to turn your little sister into a widow before she gets married, either. Right, brother-in-law. Jamal, GH, Tard persuaded Jamal, who often spoke while disregarding all thought. Subaru caught a glimpse of the unknown relationship between them, but it unfortunately did not move his feelings. He had already steeled his resolve against Tard and his group. Their encounter, the situation, his luck, all of those were terrible. Subaru, but Rem is more important to me. That was why Subaru decided to put them in harm's way. Imperial soldier. Suddenly, at the back of the search party that was organized in a line, one of the Imperial soldiers made a small sound in his throat. He cocked his head as if he had noticed something, searching for the cause of it in his field of view. The faintest feeling of something being wrong. He searched for it, unable to simply ignore it. his gaze whizzing around the jungle in circles, and then Imperial Soldier. Ah! Amidst the darkness of the forest, his eyes met with a red glimmer that rose to the surface. Imperial Soldier, it's a witch beast. Other Imperial Soldiers. Immediately after making eye contact, the Imperial Soldier who found it instantaneously alerted his allies to take caution. His reaction had been perfect up to this point, and it could be said that there was no fault on the soldier's part. The same could be said for his allies, who readied themselves for a fight, having listened to the first soldier's call. However, they wasted no time in attacking the witch beast the moment they unsheathed their swords. This could be exactly noted as being rash. Imperial Soldier, Yuwu. An Imperial Soldier drew his sword, running through the forest and lunging at his opponent. A humongous snake that twisted its giant body around it was a serpentine witch beast, enclosed in green-colored scales, and its full height around 10 meters long. Being the same species as the witch beast Subaru had encountered in the forest, its existence was like a bolt from the blue to the Imperial soldiers, who did not know of the existence of witch beasts in the forest. However, their attempt to deal with the witch beast immediately, knowing full well of how dangerous it could be, had been a mistake precisely because it was the right decision. The witch beast was not after them. Its target was none other than Natsuki Subaru, who was shrouded in a gigantic amount of miasma. Snake witch beast. Catching the released sword strike with its scales, the large snake roared as it sent the Imperial soldier flying with its huge tail. The red glint in its eyes gleamed savagely, and the group was hit by a tremendous bellow. With 1 year that had passed ever since he started acting as a decoy against witch beasts, Subaru knew what it was all about, being a professional who went down this path. Most of the time, the concerned witch beast would actively go after Subaru, encircled by the miasma as he was, but it was a different story if harm were caused to the witch beast itself. That was their unchangeable nature, no matter if the witch beast was the white whale or this snake. The white whale had aimed for Wilhelm, who had been chopping it up, and the gigantic snake had bore its fangs against the hunter that had shot it. The rule took effect even in the present situation. The snake's aim had shifted from Subaru over to the Imperial soldiers, who were covered in matching equipment, their hostility leveled towards the witch beast. Jamal, a witch beast. I wasn't told about it. Having the roaring snake's malevolence directed against himself, Jamal drew out a pair of swords, his voice trembling with rage. Unexpectedly, he dauntlessly threw himself at the witch beast with surprising swiftness, putting his combative capabilities on display. However, Subaru could not cheer for Jamal's unanticipated, courageous fight. Subaru had been meaning for this to happen, having walked in the forest with Todd for a few hours, with this objective. The soldiers who did not know of the witch beast's existence and the witch beast that was pulled closer to them by Subaru's miasma. He always made use of witch beasts with his body odor every time, but Subaru was also a proud witch beast master. He had multiple accomplishments, enough to fight against Melee with the title of the witch beast master on the line. However, now was not the time to fuss over that. Subaru, I should, taking advantage of this opportunity, he would return to the encampment and free Rem. He tried to make a break for it in order to do so, but felt dread pricking at the back of his neck. Conforming to the frightening sensation, Subaru lowered his head regardless of how ridiculous he would look in the eyes of others. The very next moment, an axe sliced through the place where his head had previously been, wedging itself into the large tree right beside him. Subaru, KH, he would have been dead had he not lowered his head just now. Shaken by that fact, Subaru only moved his gaze behind him, looking at the person who had made that attempt on his life. Subaru. His gaze crossed Todd's, who was glaring at him, a piercing look in his eyes. Subaru. HK. Refusing to be caught in his gaze, Subaru began running inside the forest with all his might. He would be caught by Todd if he stopped in his tracks. If he were caught, then Todd would unquestioningly claim his life. Those eyes had that kind of firm, strong will. They were darkened with pitch-black intent. Subaru felt a different kind of fear compared to what he had experienced with the Sin Archbishops, witch beasts, and even Reed Astrea. Those eyes were brimming with vindictiveness, pitch-black intent to kill. Subaru. Gah! A forceful impact penetrated Subaru's back as he ran, unable to turn around. What struck the area around his shoulder blade was a knife that had been thrown at him. It was returned to him in an awful manner, strangely enough. Leaving the knife hanging from his shoulder, Subaru blew out a ragged breath, continuing his desperate escape. Behind him, he felt like the battle between Witchbeast and Imperial soldiers was still ongoing. But Subaru was also desperately hoping he would not be intercepted by other Witchbeasts, and that he would not be chased after by Tard as well. Desperately, urgently, and frantically, Subaru carried on running and ran and ran and ran. Out of breath, spitting out blood, nearly tripping multiple times, actually falling over, and still running even with his whole body being covered in mud, he was growing more frenzied to return to the Empire's camp. Subaru. Rem, rem, ray, em. Growing slower to the point a walking child would be faster, panting for breath with his dried throat, and in a condition in which his oxygen and stamina and mental fortitude were on the verge of running out, Subaru clung to the only attachment he had. He would reach Rem, bring Rem out of that place, save Rem, and go back home, back where everyone was. He would return to the place where Emilia and Beatrice, Ram and Petra and Frederica, Garfield and Otto, and even Roswell were at, and then he would give Rem her peaceful, mellow time back. The time she was supposed to have spent, her dear time like that, Subaru. Ah, reaching his hand out as if seeking for such a fleeting dream, Subaru's legs kicked empty air. Losing his footing abruptly and unable to use his arms to support his unbalanced posture, he plunged downwards headfirst. Towards somewhere he was falling upside down. He couldn't scream. His throat wouldn't open. Falling, purely, utterly, simply falling, descending, plummeting down, almost as if his dreams were bursting apart like a bubble, faint and broken. Subaru, Rem. Sounding empty and meaningless, he let out a hoarse voice, and Subaru's consciousness was cut off during that moment. Until when do you plan on sleeping, fool? Subaru, Gah. Subaru's consciousness was pulled up from the depths of the abyss by a sudden strike. The blow to his temple felt almost as if the side of his head had been stepped on. No, not almost as if, rather, that was exactly what had happened. As far as he could tell, the right side of his head was being pushed into the ground while the left was being stepped on, resulting in the sharp sandwich of pain that awoke him. Subaru. Wah, T. Tasting blood in the back of his throat, Subaru sat up in a daze. Suddenly, Subaru became acutely aware of the intense pain that emanated from his right shoulder, back, left hand, legs, and various other places on his body. The terrible agony caused his field of vision to turn red, his body falling back on the floor, and he shivered like a fish on dry land. The adrenaline allowed him to ignore the pain for a bit, but that had been the result of having passed out and returned to consciousness. However, each part of his body hurting like this meant Subaru. I'm not dead. Obviously. Do the dead speak? I will say, your reaction entertains me more than some second-rate jester's half-baked acts. I will grant you a compliment for that. Subaru, ha! The word slipped out of a dumbfounded Subaru who was doing a once-over on himself as he was showered in arrogant speech. As his understanding caught up to what had been said, Subaru slowly rose again, wary of the pain that would return. Looking at his surroundings, Subaru could see thick branches protruding from the ground where he'd been lying. No, it was a wooden lattice. Remembering Rem for the umpteenth time, Subaru realized he was imprisoned in a wooden cage. His head was in further chaos. No way did he fail to escape and was once again captured by Tard and his group. He started to fret. Do not panic. Your pursuers are not here. Although to say everything is all right would be a rather bold lie to the current predicament we are in. Subaru, you're... Seriously, I never thought I would look upon your face again, Natsuki Subaru. Like that, his companions smirked and laughed, calling the wide-eyed Subaru by name. Because he wore a mask, and so only the shape of his eyes could be seen, it was not possible to say for sure that he was smiling, yet Subaru could tell. Trapped in the same wooden cage and situation as Subaru, that arrogant masked man laughed. We recommend that you read this short story after this chapter that takes place from the masked man's side. Arc 7, Chapter 10, The People of Shadrach. Translated by Negiat Kabasuhito at Archbishop #500 Proofread by Archbishop #0097 Art Sources. Negi. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero starting a life in a different world from Zero, This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English Japanese web novel source. Faced by that conceited and prideful smile flashing through his mask, Subaru held his breath. There was no difference between this arrogant man and the man who had shown Subaru the way and given him the knife, when he had gotten separated from Rem at the grassland. Subaru could not say for sure because of his masked appearance, but he remembered his voice as well as his attitude. The fact that the man knew his name also proved it. Subaru, laid on the bare ground inside the wooden cage, Subaru's fate seemed to be continuing onwards instead of being cut off, even though his whole body was worn out, not just his hands and feet. He had entered the forest, bringing Todd and the Imperial soldiers together with him, summoned the witch beast by luring it with his miasma, tried to escape by taking advantage of the opportunity that had arisen after making the witch beast attack the soldiers, and Subaru. And then, masked man. From what I have heard, it seems like you had been caught in a trap while loitering around the forest. Those of the village were making a great fuss over a human being caught in a trap meant for capturing beasts. Subaru, a trap and village. Receiving an explanation from the masked man, Subaru shook his pounding head as he directed his attention outside of the cage. The wooden cage that imprisoned him was of poor construction compared to the ones he had seen in the Imperial soldiers' camp, which were in turn made out of iron. It looked simple, or more like it had been built in a rush. And then, outside of the cage, he saw groups of tall trees, and land that had been created by clearing a part of the forest. Subaru's impression was something close to the village in the sanctuary. The sanctuary was also a village built deep inside a forest, called the Forest of Kremeldi. However, unlike the sanctuary which had buildings such as houses and a church despite existing in a forest, the village here only had log cabins, putting it nicely, and primitive dwellings, if put in a bad way. Subaru thought it would be better to beat around the bush by saying they preferred being naturalistic. Besides, what was more important to Subaru was not the shabby-looking village, but who lived here. That meant Subaru, the people of Shudrak. Masked man, so you did know. Well, looking at your unsightly state, I suppose you were burdened with hardships all within a single day. Have you found the woman you had been separated from? Subaru. Yeah, thanks to you. As the man questioned him, after hearing what he had mumbled out, Subaru breathed out a deep sigh. The masked man did not soften his confident attitude. However, he was also inside the cage, much like Subaru. Unless he was an important member of the village and had a commendable preference of entering the cage together with his captive, they would be in the same exact position. Subaru had already been held captive at the Empire's camp, but he had gotten captured here as well. However, there were a few points that told him that wasn't all it amounted to. Subaru, the wounds on my shoulder and back, did they treat my injuries? Touching his shoulder and back, Subaru knew the bleeding had been stopped, judging from the sensation of something being fastened tightly against his wounds. The pungent scent that stung his nostrils felt similar to a sort of liquid medicine, such as disinfectant. The masked man sniffed at Subaru's doubts with a HMPH, masked man. You would have died just like that had your injuries been left untreated. Those of the village must have been confused with how to handle you, wondering what is the correct choice, similarly to myself. Subaru, where do you get your composure from, masked man? If I must say, then it is from my soul. Rather, when will you stop exhibiting such disgraceful behavior? Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, it's none of your business, he tried to retort, before grinding the back of his teeth together from the pain brought by his wounds. His injuries had been bandaged only the bare minimum as to not let Subaru die, not to close his wounds rapidly, nor to get rid of the pain. In contrast to what he had received at the Empire's camp, he was in an inferior environment. As he thought about the Empire's camp, Subaru had a realization. He had a reason for having to arrive at the camp as soon as possible. Subaru, damn, how long has it been since I was brought here? Masked man. Around 2 hours, perhaps. I will tell you beforehand, but I am being lenient enough with you already. If I did not think much of it, then I would have woken you as Subaru. Why didn't you wake me sooner? Masked man. As Subaru sank down on his trembling knees complaining, the man narrowed his eyes. To him, it would look like Subaru was picking a fight with him, something that was uncalled for. As for why he had let Subaru stay asleep for 2 whole hours, who had been on the verge of death, covered with cuts and bruises upon being brought in, it was because he had deemed rest to be necessary, probably. After that, if his act of stepping on Subaru's head had been an offense carried out by his impatience, then it could be said he was also the owner of a Valatia-like nature. However, if so, Subaru, you should have reached the end of your patience sooner. Masked man, what a strange thing to say. Do you understand what you are saying? You're telling me that you wished I had stepped on your head sooner. Subaru, yeah, that's what I'm saying. What else? Ah, KH. As he continued blurting out unreasonable, irrational logic, his vision flashed red. His whole body was aching, but what caused him the most pain was on his back. The newly created stab wound in the vicinity of his shoulder laid the blow from Todd using the knife, who targeted the escaping Subaru the last time they met. Thinking back, the knife he had been stabbed with was the same one he had been given by the masked man in front of him. Reuniting with him, in an injured state, due to the wound his knife had inflicted on him, seemed like an unfortunate chain of events. Anyhow, Subaru, I left Rem at the Empire's camp. Before the Imperial soldiers I sixed against the witch beasts return there. If I don't go back, then Rem will. There was no time until Todd's group left the forest, returned to their camp, and finished reporting everything to the higher-ups. When the giant snake broke the soldiers' formation into disarray, Jamal and the others had naturally dealt with the witch beast as a priority. However, among them, only Todd had made killing Subaru his first concern. Todd might have suspected it had been Subaru who had drawn the witch beast towards them. And then, in order to make sure another would not be attracted, Todd had attempted to dispose of him immediately on the spot. His judgment and his ability to get things done what he had demonstrated within that single moment could not, and should not be underestimated. At least, Subaru had put emphasis on how he was not even related to Rem and Louis in the slightest, having intended to place the impression that any information on him could not be gleaned from them. But masked man, if there is no definite evidence, then they are capable of trying out torture. There was a certain terrorizing aspect to Todd and the Valatia Empire that led Subaru to believe it. To make sure they could not carry out such a thing, Subaru had to go back and save Rem, but Subaru, in a place like this, masked man, I see. Judging from your words that Rem is the woman you were searching for, it seems like you have gone through a considerable experience after you parted ways with me. Is it about the Imperial soldiers outside the forest? Subaru, yeah, that's right. I was held captive by them, and then I played a trick on them so I could run away. But I couldn't bring Rem with me. So, masked man, so that is the origin of your desperation. No wonder you appear to have grown accustomed to being a captive. Subaru, who looks accustomed to being a captive? In the first place, the masked man was in the same predicament as him, wasn't he? Although Subaru was indebted to him, he nearly shouted in anger as he did not have the mental capacity to think about anything else at the moment. However, a sudden realization stunted his rash behavior. Subaru, amidst that exchange of harsh words, having been focused on his argument with the masked man, Subaru felt a new pair of eyes boring into the side of his face. When he turned around, he saw two specks of light outside the cage, peeking inside from between the bars. Building a picture of the person, Subaru saw that those were green-colored eyes. The owner of the pair of eyes blinked when Subaru's gaze turned towards them. Ah, he noticed, Subaru, wah, need to tell me, saying that the person swiftly distanced itself from the wooden lattice. Subaru tried to stop them, calling out, wait, but his words did not make it in time. By the time he threw himself at the bars of the cage, the person had already vacated the area, sprinting away without taking any notice of him. Subaru, just now that was, masked man, a Shadrakian girl. She must be very inquisitive. Even when I was by myself, she paid a few visits and even peered inside. Show me your face. Take off your mask, she was saying. Her irksomeness knows no bounds, Subaru. The masked man grumbled as he crossed his arms, seemingly dissatisfied by the attitude of the sneaky person. Unfortunately, Subaru did not have the mind to respond to his complaints. That was because his focus had been stolen away by the person who had just left the young girl. She was a young girl with brown skin, somewhere around 10 years old. She wore a light outfit that exposed her skin, having white clothes wrapped around her body. It was probably a choice of attire that had been made to adapt to this land, which gave off the feeling of a subtropical zone. The reason for the pink tips of her uniquely colored, barb-cut-esque hair was because it had been dyed, most likely. The roots of her hair were black, matching Todd's explanation of the Shadrakians having black hair. However, what shocked Subaru the most about the girl's appearance was not how peculiar she looked, but the fact that was not the first time he had seen her. Subaru, she's the one who killed me, Subaru's memories insisted. She was the girl who had used a poisoned arrow to shoot Subaru in the back, resulting in his death. With the jungle having been set on fire because of Subaru's careless remark, the girl had escaped from the land where those spreading flames blazed, glaring at Subaru with hate-filled eyes. Subaru connected the dots together. Back then, the girl had been glowering at Subaru with an expression of pure abhorrence for only a single reason: retribution towards the cause that had incinerated both her land and allies into ashes. Masked man, why did you suddenly become so meek, as if just doused with water? Subaru, ah. As Subaru bit his lip with his head resting against the wooden lattice, the voice came out from over his shoulder. The masked man had been sitting in the same position from the start and watched Subaru and his violently fluctuating emotions intently. Masked man, you are a difficult man to grasp. In any event, it's good if you rant and rave. It will be troublesome if it gets quiet here. Idleness is a waste of energy, too. Without each and every shout Subaru, without shouting, masked man, from over there they shall arrive to hear our conversation. Look. In the direction the man had jerked his chin, Subaru turned around and opened his eyes wide. A flame slowly illuminated the gloomy view. It was the light of a torch. The figures of several people appeared, holding the torches in hand, headed towards the cage Subaru and the man were inside. Leading them was a woman of tall stature with a strong, well-trained body. The woman appeared to have hair originally black in color, but had been dyed red, and her dark brown-skinned face and body were covered in designs of white paint. Her green eyes conveyed a strong sense of purpose that left a powerful impression. Hiding behind such a woman happened to be the little girl from before. A group of about 10 people had come their way, and all of them appeared to be women. Subaru was involuntarily overpowered by that feeling of oppression. The wild air of the group was unlike the chivalric order of knights of Lugunica, or even unlike what he had seen of the Valetian military. It had a beauty like that of a troop of beasts that were commanded by instinct. The impression was one of a group built on instinct at its core, rather than logic. Subaru held that sort of impression on their development, and as they stood before the cage in which they had imprisoned Subaru, the women, the people of Shadrach, fixed their gazes on the two people inside the cage. And then, "Looks like you're up, you lot. Who the hell are you lot anyway?" The question was asked of Subaru and the masked man together. TN. The Shadrachians have a unique speaking style that places emphasis on the last syllable of each sentence. We've chosen to represent this using italics. Who are you? It was relatively common in stories, but in practice, it was the kind of question that was not often asked. A situation where someone was suspicious of your identity and questioned you was not exactly a normal event in real life. Whether on the side of the questioner or the listener, with the exception of businesses such things needed to be asked, you could potentially go your whole life without having said those words. In that sense, it was a question Subaru was not familiar with. Nevertheless, he could still clearly recall the first time in his life that he heard that question: who is Subaru and what is his purpose? The first time Subaru was asked that, the question had come from none other than Rem, who had doubted his identity at the mansion. Subaru, not you, but you lot. As he tried to shake off those memories, he questioned the question. Although they were put in the same prison, the connection between Subaru and the masked man was flimsy. Or rather, it was for convenience that they had been put in the same prison, and Subaru's level of involvement was equal to 0. Was it not a rather careless way of thinking, to treat them as if they were the same because of that? Masked man, do not get caught up in trivial matters. I have informed them that you and I are acquainted with each other. That is the sole reason for the inquiry. Subaru, you. Saying we know each other, that's taking it a bit far now. Masked man, I did not lie. If we looked upon each other, you and I would both know the identity of the other. What more is required to consider someone else a person you are acquainted with? Subaru, W, What an unreasonable tone. It was an excessively high-handed way of speaking, but Subaru remembered that high-handed tone. There was one person he knew in particular, a character who would wield that sort of logic to talk down to Subaru and other people. Such troublesome people, the thought as to whether there were many more like them made Subaru's head dizzy, but, "Oi, what are you talking about all sneaky like? Answer the question." "Subaru. My name is Natsuki Subaru. As you can see, a pitiful, worn-out and miserable lost child. And next, the one behind me is, masked man, Abel." Subaru, right, Abel. He wears a mask to hide his face and has an arrogant and disagreeable personality, but he also hands knives to people who are lost. He's a playboy who's made many girls cry due to the gap brought about by that element of unpredictability. So at this time, please go ahead and introduce yourself. TN, Subaru uses the English word gap here, which is a reference to gap moe, the unexpected cuteness of a character when they do something completely different to their usual personality. Oh. I'm misled, but overwhelmed by the energy with which Subaru pressed for an answer. The lead woman, Miselda, gave her name. As Subaru took the time to look properly at the opposing party, starting with Miselda, an extremely fitting word to describe the aura of the women came to mind. Amazons. They were of a small tribe composed mainly of women, with strong, disciplined bodies and body paint that seemed to fit the image, and some even carried bows. Subaru definitely recognized the people of Shudrak as Amazons. Subaru. To be honest, I was actually surprised that Mask Man's name turned out to be Abel, but Abel, Subaru. Let's put that off for now. Listen to me, Miselda-san, and everyone of Shudrak. Having put off the allusion to the masked man Abel, Subaru raised his voice to the assembled women. Judging from appearances, it was no use arguing with the women, as they seemed to have no intention of killing Subaru. That much could be surmised from how they had treated him and the fact that they showed willingness to listen to what he had to say. In that case, if he talked with them sincerely and earnestly, they might understand. Subaru, you might already know this, but outside this forest an encampment of Imperial soldiers is being established. A girl who is very important to me is being held captive there, and if I don't return immediately it could be dangerous. So please let me go. Miselda, Subaru. After that, the soldiers are aiming for the people of Shudrak. They said it'd be fine if they could talk, but in the worst case, they are also prepared for battle. If that happens, I will help smooth things over, he was going to say, but he shut his mouth. If it could be achieved, there might not be a battle between the Imperial soldiers and the people of Shudrak, but most likely it would be impossible for Subaru to help with that. Todd and his group recognized Subaru as the main culprit who had sprung the witch-beast trap on them. Since he could not be trusted, that would be asking too much. Subaru had precisely weighed the options of Rem and Todd, and he chose to harm them in order to help Rem. He could not escape the responsibility of that choice. Subaru, sorry, let me correct myself. The truth is the soldiers are targeting everyone in Shudrak. There are quite a number of people in the camp, so even if you fight, Miselda, you saying we'd lose, Subaru. Because of the discrepancy in resources and strategies that could be taken, it was undeniable that they were at a disadvantage. Interrupting Subaru as he tried to convey that, Miselda spoke bluntly in a quiet voice. Hearing that reaction, Subaru understood he had chosen the wrong words. The people of Shudrak were likely a tribe of hunters, those who honed their skills and were constantly improving their abilities. The method of trying to persuade them with the point that they would lose the fight could easily set them off. It was an argument that should not be made. Miselda, about the Valetian soldiers coming, we know, but there is an old promise between those guys and us. There shouldn't be conflict. Subaru, HK, no, wait. I don't know anything about that promise, but even so, those guys are serious about you, Miselda. Enough, Subaru, GH. Subaru tried to get closer, but was struck through the wooden lattice and fell over from the impact. Miselda had banged her fist against the bars, but it was her eyes that conveyed her indignation. Once again, Subaru had chosen the wrong words. Just like taking pride in a fight, old promises and the like were important to them. Subaru had trampled on that, rudely and unknowingly. Again, Miselda. The Valetian soldiers moved their troops outside the forest to train. They have done that many times. Subaru, moving troops to train, what, like a military exercise? It seemed that term was unfamiliar, and Maiselder frowned at Subaru's words. However, Subaru was gradually beginning to see the big picture of the trap that had been set by the Valetian side. It was common for Valetian soldiers to set up encampments around the Budaim jungle in the name of military exercises. The people of Shudrak were accustomed to it. By taking advantage of their inattention to those exercises, the Valetian military was going to surround the Budaim jungle and capture all of the people of Shudrak in one fell swoop. If that was their concern, Subaru, why go so far to aim for these people? Of course, much like Maiselder, who stood before his eyes, the people of Shudrak were an undoubtedly powerful tribe. However, Subaru had no idea why Valetia would have to send an army to siege the jungle and capture them. With the current state of affairs, they looked like they would be unwilling to leave the forest. They lived, breathed, and labored here. And yet Maiselder, neither Natsuki Subaru nor Abel speak the truth, in which case they do not suit us. Subaru, GH, are you serious? Maiselder. Maiselder shook her head back and forth, signaling the end of the conversation. None of the people of Shudrak offered any counter-arguments against her dispassionate rejection. It seemed as though she was the leader of the current group of Shadrakians, if not the entire settlement. Obeying her commands, the people of Shudrak turned their backs on Subaru's accusations and decided to leave him and Abel be. Still carrying their torches, the group started to leave. Subaru, wait, it's not a lie, it's not a lie. Everyone's in danger. The promise will be broken. Everyone's in, Rem's also in danger. Watching them disperse, Subaru desperately tried to warn them. However, having already received the decision of their leader, the people of Shudrak would not stop. The only one who acknowledged him in the slightest was the little girl, who glanced at him periodically. Even then, she did it as she walked away. Subaru shouted himself hoarse, hacking up bloody phlegm. Still, no one would listen to him. Subaru, cough, damn it. Why is it always like this? Sinking down into the ground, Subaru bemoaned his situation as he hit his forehead against the bars. He could not even vent out his anger on the cage. His right hand was unusable due to the injury on his shoulder, and his left hand still held broken fingers. Subaru was a useless person, riddled with wounds, and his speech could not even be persuasive. If that was the case, what worth did Natsuki Subaru have left? Subaru, is it just how bad I am at giving up and my slyness? His eyes clouded over as he tasted despair. However, Subaru determinedly refused to admit defeat. He would grit his teeth and rise above. If it were the Subaru of the past, he would have set his limits on a whim. Looking back at the events that had happened until this point, he recognized that the path he had walked to get here had not been an easy one. The Subaru of the now was a little different. He got slightly worse at giving up. That was the light that guided him on his pitch-black path. Abel, that was a rather pointless discussion that was had. Subaru. Those words mixed with disdain and scorn reached Subaru, who was currently gripping on to the bars, scheming for a way to create a gap where he could slip through. Though it was irritating, he could not retort. Subaru had in fact splendidly stepped on a taboo landmine and failed the negotiations. He was surely at the peak of thoughtlessness. However, Subaru, if that was pointless, wouldn't that mean there was no point for you too? Anyway, didn't I tell you? There are dangerous people in the jungle, so don't go inside. Abel, yes, that is correct. Those instructions became my guidance. I shall give my thanks for that. Subaru, but you still got caught even after being told that. I feel so helpless, damn it, isn't it loose anywhere? Even after hitting the wooden cage with his body, there were no signs of breakage anywhere. The log-like bars had been inserted deep into the ground individually and were sturdy enough to believe that heavy machinery had been used in its construction. Of course, since no such machinery existed in this world, it had to be the product of manual labor. Either they had done it with a large number of people, or they had someone among their ranks with superhuman strength somewhere on the level of Emilia and Garfield. Subaru, what a thing they've built, considering the whole place is full of girls. Abel, do not underestimate the people of Shudrak. They are a matriarchal tribe that birth only women and have lived in this jungle for hundreds of years as descendants of war gods. They have no need for males, except to birth their children. It is even customary to abduct those males from elsewhere. Subaru, they're Amazons for real. Wait, don't tell me the reason we're caught is capturing males, using them as tools to make offspring. That notion and line of thinking only existed in places like poor, mountainous villages of old. Even so, being that he was in a foreign country in another world, where Subaru's normal would not apply, this could be a very real belief held by people. Abel mockingly laughed at Subaru's words, however. Abel, calm yourself. They choose their children. Any child of a person who speaks falsehoods to attempt to deceive them would only end up a disgrace. That kind of offspring is not desired, I imagine. Subaru. Falsehoods accepting Abel's statement. Subaru cursed his incompetent attempt at an explanation. The reason Maiselder and the other Shadrakians had not believed him, though in part due to his impatience, was because of his poor setup of an argument. If one did not understand what the opponent's characteristics were, and where did their pride lay, even an argument full of sincerity and seriousness would not be any different from an insult or physical offense. It would not be different at all. Subaru, but it's no lie. The Empire's soldiers are targeting the Shadrakians, and Abel, and Subaru, as a last resort. Actually, no. As a first resort, they'll set this whole place on fire. At Subaru's declaration, Abel for the first time quietly held his breath. The flaming jungle had been an event that occurred after Tard had learned of the witch beast lurking in the woods. Last time, the Imperial Army had chosen to burn away the Budaim jungle, going off Subaru's testimony only. If they confirmed the witch beast's existence themselves, the forest being burnt down would be difficult to avoid. Subaru. Though, if Tard and the others got wiped out, that'd be a different story. He had already heavily considered that possibility after deciding to incite the witch beast. Calling upon a potentially deadly enemy was tantamount to indirect murder. Knowing this, Subaru had gone ahead with his bait plan nonetheless. In reality, people might have actually died. Thinking about this, a lump grew heavy in his chest. His heart pained like it was being stuffed. Nevertheless, setting aside the feelings of aversion and guilt for those murders as ones he would carry for life, he focused on another, more important point. Tard and the others had, most likely, not been completely wiped out. Subaru. Tard's group was around 20 people strong, all with little to no experience fighting witch beasts. Even so, adding together Tard's decision-making to Jamal's surprising assertiveness, it was impossible to hope for that one snake witch beast to destroy the entire group. Naturally, it was better to believe that Tard's group had survived and were retreating back to the camp from the jungle. After getting back to the camp, Tard's group would report on Subaru's betrayal and the existence of the witch beast. Depending on the situation, they could still believe that Subaru was one of the people of Shudrak and have concluded that the Shudrakians had taken an offensive course of action against them. If that were to happen, it would be the same as last time. Wanting to minimize casualties, the Imperial soldiers would set the jungle ablaze without hesitation. The people of Shudrak would no doubt be burnt to a crisp. Abel, what is that look in your eye? Subaru, nothing, Abel commented on Subaru's gaze. Subaru immediately looked away, but was still preoccupied with thoughts on Abel's end in the last loop. Most likely, Abel had been captured by the people of Shudrak, similar to the current situation. In those circumstances, considering the jungle had been set on fire, he had probably perished in flames alongside them. It was a stretch to think that the people of Shudrak would help someone like a prisoner escape from that inferno. Worst-case scenario, he had not been able to escape the cage in time and burned to death. If that were the case, Subaru, the people of Shudrak, Abel, I basically killed all of them. His own life, Rem's life, Abel's life, and the people of Shudrak's lives. He did not want to lose any of them. That was why Subaru would stand up and devise a way to break out of his current predicament. Abel, do you not understand it is useless? They are not a group so lacking that they would leave an opening for someone of your strength, much less someone as injured as you are. Why do you exert yourself that far for just one woman? Abel said to Subaru in exasperation, the latter continuing to grip onto the wood, still fervently resisting. Those words lit a fire in Subaru. Subaru, it's because that girl to me isn't just one woman. That isn't nearly enough to describe her. There's no replacement. Rem is the one and only Rem, Abel, Subaru. And you? Do you have the time to be picking on me constantly? I don't know why you're here, but surely you're not going, yeah, I'm finished, I'm done, after being caught, are you? Upon first meeting him, Abel had worn his concealment cloak and looked as though he had come to the jungle to fulfill some task. Even if that were not the case, he was the type of person to readily give away a knife, which, according to Tard, was the sort of knife that would only be gifted by an emperor. To say that he was here for no reason at all would be a fact difficult to imagine and quite frankly unbelievable. Subaru, sitting on the cold ground over there, what do you want to do? Abel, I was merely waiting for an opportunity. Abel responded deathly quietly to Subaru's question. His response had been unlike the goading and mocking comments previously made to Subaru. It held a different tone, sounding more like Abel's true feelings spilled out into words. Subaru, waiting for an opportunity. Opportunity as in a chance. What chance were you waiting for, Abel? I do not know of this chance you speak of, but I was waiting for the pieces to be set. Until they had been organized, any unnecessary action by myself would have muddied the waters. That is why I was forced to observe. Actually, I believed having the group outside the jungle make their move first was the correct move. However, Subaru, Abel, if they are willing to burn down this jungle, I cannot be sitting here cross-legged forever. Saying that, Abel uncrossed his arms and slowly stood up. Looking at his long and slender posture, Subaru froze stiff in surprise at his words. Abel, what is the matter? That stupefied face of yours. That is quite a disrespectful face you are presenting me with. Subaru, Dundano about disrespectful, but you believe what I said. Cause the people of Shudrak. Abel, I did not believe you, tainting their pride, rejecting the age-old promise which is held with great respect, saying it amounts to nothing. Truly, it was a failed negotiation for the ages. Subaru, he knew that there was no defense for his choice of words, so it left him no choice but to be pummeled by Abel's assessment. As Subaru frowned, Abel continued his speech with, but. And then, through his disguise, he gazed at Subaru, who raised his head. Abel, I am not a part of the Shadrakians. Their pride and meaningful contracts are as good as dust. What is necessary is the truth you brought about, free of any falsehood. Subaru, what will you do if I am lying? Abel, it is obvious. You shall pay with your life. His words were heavy, carrying a clear distinction from those who spoke of death in jest. Abel was earnestly telling Subaru to atone with his death, should he make a wrong move. This was neither a game, nor was it said on a whim, but it was a scene that would put his real determination to the test. Getting that feeling from Abel, Subaru subconsciously straightened his posture. He stopped fighting the bars of the cage before he knew it, facing Abel, who was right in front of him. Staring into Subaru's black eyes, the menacing look inside of the piercing light in Abel's eyes intensified. Abel, you are to choose each and every one of your words with utmost care, Natsuki Subaru. Do you have the resolve to sacrifice everything in order to save what you desire to save? Subaru. His question had been straightforward, unforgiving of any hesitation to answer, as well as any lies being stated. If Subaru answered it by interweaving truth and fiction, he would be a dead man. Yes, the man called Abel held a certain power in his voice, enough to make Subaru put his trust in him. Subaru received Abel's question in his heart. Did he have the necessary resolve to save everything, to save what he wanted to save, at the cost of sacrificing everything else? His answer to the question would be, Subaru, I don't have the resolve to do that. Abel, Subaru, all I can offer is myself. If it's just that, then I can put all of it on the line. Instead of his right arm that had been stabbed, Subaru put the arm with broken fingers on his chest, responding to the inquiry. It was Subaru's answer to Abel's question, containing not a speck of dishonesty. Even if he were told to forfeit everything and everyone, there was no way he would be able to accept that. In order to do so, this world had too many things important to Subaru, and too many radiant things he had not witnessed yet. That was why, Abel, you gave me a presumptuous answer, you vexing jester. Subaru. Abel, however, you did not state any falsehoods. In that case, you will not be incinerated. Subaru realized his life had been spared after Abel stated that as a result of hearing the answer to his question. Cold sweat suddenly began flowing out of his body, and he understood that his life was in the palm of Abel's hand. As Subaru had evaluated Abel earlier, when they first came across each other at the grassland, he was not extraordinarily strong. Comparing the masked man to the powerful people Subaru had either seen or interacted with in the past, and to this day, His strength did not step over the bounds of an ordinary person. However, even considering that, Subaru felt as if he just had narrowly escaped death. A power dissimilar to pure physical strength and sword skills resided within Abel. That was what Subaru thought. Abel, then that will save us time. Hey, you, the girl over there. Akian. Ignoring Subaru, who was sweating heavily from having his life spared, Abel suddenly called out to someone. Immediately, a small cry was emitted from the shadows, reacting to the tone of his voice. When Subaru spun around in surprise, he saw a girl staring shyly at them under the shade of a tree ahead of Abel's line of sight. The girl, with the tips of her hair dyed pink, hurriedly tried to escape from the gazes of Subaru and Abel. But Abel, you will lose your opportunity if you run, girl. Surely that must not be what you intend. Girl, or beaten to the punch by Abel, the girl groaned softly. After that, with an embarrassed look on her face, she walked towards them with dejected steps. And then her lips trembled as she said, ooh is, girl. Ma said not to listen to men, but ooh is curious about you. Subaru, me. Saying that, the girl who had called herself ooh pointed a finger in Subaru's direction. Receiving the unexpected indication that she was curious about him, Subaru widened his eyes while the girl nodded at him. Girl, you were doing your best. We are in danger, but Meh won't listen. Subaru, ah, girl, why were you trying so hard? You have nothing to do with us. Why were you interfering, even though you have nothing to do with us? Subaru's breath hitched for a moment, wondering if his nosiness was being pointed out. However, the girl's words did not seem to have that purpose. She was genuinely inquisitive. Why was Subaru desperate about not only himself, but the people of Shudrak as well? The answer to that was something not even Subaru himself knew, but Subaru. I don't want you to have that expression on your face. Girl, Subaru, I don't want you to have that feeling of having to loathe your enemies, clouded by hatred. The girl who had shot her opponent with a poisoned arrow, watching his death to the end with hate-filled eyes. To this day, the girl's feelings of loathing and his guilt from the extreme events that had led her to that point still remained in his eyes. They were surging up and whirling around. They had morphed into thorns, causing him pain. That must not be piled on top of one other. It must never recur. There was nothing better than not returning by death. However, by losing his life, in a world where he had to start over, if there was a way he could bring the people involved with him onto a better path, Subaru, I think the purpose of me trying my best with all my might lies there. Girl, who doesn't understand. Despite hearing his answer, what he had really meant had been not conveyed to the girl. It was only natural. Speak of this to someone who did not know of return by death, and they would not understand a thing. And Subaru was not thinking of having her understand that either. Knowing that such a reality had existed was an unnecessary addition to the girl's life. Abel, are you satisfied? It should be the same for me and you to not have the time for a long chat. Subaru, yeah, sorry. Uninterested in the conversation between Subaru and the girl, Abel cut it off without any hesitation. When he turned to face the girl, she grew tense and gazed up at him, perhaps perceiving the same pressure Subaru had felt previously. Abel, I do not plan on blithering on with you, girl. The woman from earlier, Miselda, was it? Bring that one here. That is the chieftain now. Girl, what will you talk about with Abel, it is trivial. I merely have a suggestion to make. Girl, suggestion. Stared at by Subaru and the girl who were tilting their heads, Abel nodded deeply. And then he smiled just as Subaru had expected, although it could not be seen under his mask. Abel, tell her that we will be undergoing the lifeblood ritual. It is the fastest way to persuade them. He told her just like that. Arc 7, Chapter 11, Lifeblood Ritual. Translated by, at Archbishop Hedge Negi at Kabasuhito at Archbishop #500 proofread by, Archbishop #0097 Art Sources, Scaredrake 21. All rights belong to TAPPEI Nagatsuki, the original author of Ray, Zero Starting a Life in a Different World from Zero. This is a translation of the free Japanese web novel into English-Japanese web novel source. Subaru. So what's this lifeblood ritual? Abel, an absolutely unignorable custom belonging to the people of Shudrak, who place great value on pride and commitment. We will hear more about it from them. More importantly, Abel stared at Subaru, only giving him a rough answer to his question. The Shadrakian girl had set off to deliver Abel's earlier message to the chief, Miselda, leaving only Subaru and Abel behind, meaning that the time they had left for a private chat was limited. Abel, fill me in. You said you were taken prisoner in an encampment outside the forest, right? How did they treat you? Subaru. I've got to thank them for the injuries to my shoulder and back. That, and they made me do some odd jobs. To be precise, the odd jobs and abuse had happened in different loops. However, pressured by Abel's intimidating atmosphere, Subaru had blurted it all out. Abel narrowed his eyes, letting out a upon hearing him, before looking at Subaru's left hand. Abel, seeing that you did not touch on the matter of your fingers, I guess that must be a different issue. It must have been done to you by the woman you were after. Subaru. Ah, what's that got to do with this? Abel, it serves as proof that you are a fool to yearn for a woman who goes and breaks your fingers. It was hard to say that Abel's statement was one that described Subaru and Rem's relationship appropriately. However, Subaru had neither the time nor the obligation to dwell on it with him and fill him in on the details. Then Abel quickly shifted his focus from the state of Subaru's left hand. Abel, so by saying you have performed odd jobs, you are implying that you have seen inside the camp. What is the layout like? Rack your empty brains, draw it out from your memory. Subaru, there were a bunch of tents, and when it comes to the number of people in the camp, hey, what's up with that? Abel, do you not get it? It goes without saying that the people you saw were. Abel snorted at Subaru after asking him one question after another, the latter's face scrunched into a frown. However, Abel was unable to answer Subaru's question due to the sound of several footsteps pattering towards the cage again. They belonged to Miselda and her group, being dragged along by the girl. Miselda, I heard everything from Utakata. She said you're both going to take the lifeblood ritual. Miselda, her hair dyed red, placed her hand on the head of the girl clinging to her leg the girl called Utakata. Then she sent a piercing look at both Subaru and Abel. Her gaze was filled with sharpness that rivaled the drive from earlier, when Subaru had trampled over their pride as warriors. Miselda, where the heck did you find out about the lifeblood ritual? It's supposed to be a rite that's passed down only for us Shudrak. Abel, do not make me laugh, young chief of the Shudrak. Do you seriously think that no one knows about your traditions in this day and age? Two people, that is all it takes for a secret to leak out. Abandon your pipe dream of thinking that you are all as one. Miselda, Abel, your precious lifeblood ritual is no exception either. In actual fact, I know both what kind of ritual it is, as well as what happened in the past. Miselda's gaze turned stern as Abel's response grew in zeal. Subaru could tell that the Shadrakians' expressions in their vicinity, and not just Miselda's at that, were growing more and more tense, faced with Abel's lofty words. Subaru took a sizable heavy gulp himself. Right now, Subaru was the only one being left behind, not knowing anything about the details of this lifeblood ritual that had been mentioned by Abel. Nevertheless, the fact remained that the ritual was an important one to Miselda and the others, and that Abel would not welcome him making light of how they felt about it. And so, in order to prevent the situation from causing any further confusion, Subaru spoke up, interjecting with an, Subaru, sorry to interrupt when your discussion was starting to become more lively, but can you tell me more about this lifeblood ritual? I'm probably not unrelated to it, right? Miselda, why do you think so, Subaru? I just got threatened by this masked prick a while ago. Stuff like asking me whether I could sacrifice everything or not. Hell no was my answer, though. Miselda. Then, Subaru, all I can put on the line is myself. That guy's overestimating his influence a little too much. Sacrificing everything. That kind of remark was only allowed to be made by people who were quite powerful. Unfortunately for Subaru and Abel, both of them were helpless as they had been captured by the people of Shudrak, so they were not qualified to be faced with such a grandiose choice. So all he could wager were only whatever cards he held firmly in his hand. And as of now, Natsuki Subaru was his sole card. Subaru, but just as Abel said, it'll be difficult for us if you won't listen. It's going to be a repetition of what I previously said, but I'll keep saying the same thing as many times as I need. At worst, I need you to at least let me out, so I can protect what's precious to me, else I will be stumped on what to do. Miselda, I see. It seems like you're qualified to undergo the lifeblood ritual." As Subaru made his appeal to her, wanting to keep their conversation going, Maiselda muttered with a hushed tone. Subaru widened his eyes at her answer, and Abel made a small noise in his throat. However, there was one person who proceeded to overreact upon hearing her chief's words. Amidst the group that surrounded Maiselda, the person, a woman with hair dyed blue, was standing right beside her. "Sister, are you sure?" Believing the words of these men. "Maiselda, it's not like I believe them, Tarita. I just thought it would be a waste to disregard their words. Tarita, sister," the woman called Tarita hung her head, listening to Maiselda's response, who she had referred to as sister. It seemed like they were sisters, related by blood. Once their connection had been pointed out to Subaru, he realized that they were actually quite similar, especially the fierce impression given off by their eyes. Then, after Maiselda had rejected her younger sister's words, she looked at Subaru once more, and Maiselda, "You've heard about the lifeblood ritual. It's a ritual to make the tribe acknowledge oneself, passed down to us Shadrakians since ancient times. You can call it a coming-of-age ritual." Subaru, coming of age, it's that kind of thing. But we aren't really, Abel, a part of the Shudrak. It is needless to say that, as everyone is aware of it. Do not waste any time with your foolish antics. What matters most is the true nature of this ritual. Subaru had made Abel seem exasperated, the former perplexed by his newfound knowledge of the ritual, that it existed so that those who completed it would be treated as an adult. Subaru's cheeks stiffened from Abel's callous words, but he understood what the masked man wanted to say. The true nature of the coming-of-age ritual laid within making the group acknowledge the challenger as an adult. That meant the true nature of the lifeblood ritual was, Subaru, a rite of passage to ensure the Shadrakians would listen to us as their equals. Abel, exactly. Affirming Subaru's belief, Abel folded his arms, glancing over at Maiselda. Soon after receiving his gaze, Maiselda drew back her chin, and then Maiselda, "If you are challenging the lifeblood ritual, then you must prepare yourselves. Abel, what will happen if the challenge were withdrawn? Will you claim that you will release us, right here and now? Unfortunately, I do not possess a mind so unsophisticated as to hope for something too good to be true. That goes for me, as well as this Natsuki Subaru over here." "Subaru, you." With the discussion between Maiselda and Abel suddenly becoming heated, Subaru was surprised to hear himself included as one of the people who were determined to complete the ritual. However, Abel did not seem to care about what he thought. While being shoved around by Abel's current momentum, Maiselda asked him, "What will you do?" He responded with Subaru, "I'll do it. If there's no other way, then I'll go through that ritual and make sure you listen to what I have to say. But it'll be a problem if the ritual's going to take a few days." "Maiselda, that's true. We do not want that either, if that's it. Tarita, sister, won't the Elgina be enough then?" As Subaru steeled himself to undergo the ritual, Tarita offered a helpful suggestion to Maiselda, who was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Hearing her sister's opinion, Maiselda nodded deeply, and then, "Maiselda, good idea. When the lifeblood ritual is carried out, the greatest obstacle will be chosen." "Subaru, the greatest obstacle, that's Maiselda, the Elgina." Maiselda repeated the word as Subaru swallowed audibly. Yudhakata shrunk away, her shoulders jolting at the mention of the word, and the air around the Shadrakian women became wrapped with tension. Since they took pride in being warriors, their reactions were more than enough to provoke Subaru's feeling of uneasiness. "However, Abel, you and I both cannot back out of this. Have you hardened your resolve? Subaru, you're acting all arrogant, even though you brought the conversation to this point without asking me anything. Aren't you doing things as you please a bit too much, just because I'm indebted to you?" It was true that Subaru was in Abel's debt for the knife he had been given, but any positive, calm feelings he held towards that had been blown away by their interactions inside the cage. Though, of course, he also appreciated the fact that Abel had undone Subaru's mistake and created a chance for the Shadrakians to listen to him. "Subaru, as far as I know, those who hide their faces are never good people." "Abel, there is a reason for why I am hiding my face, however. You are being insolent, but I will not deny that. If a character who hides their face happened to appear in a story, then there was a high possibility for them to be related to the main character in one way or another. In this case, Subaru would be in the position of the protagonist, but Subaru, You're thinner than my dad, and your voice is also different. More so, there's no way I would mistake my dad for another person. Abel. It seems like you are spouting out nonsense. Subaru. It's not nonsense, it's about my dad. He's the most annoying and also the coolest in the world. Abel. Perhaps the topic did not pique Abel's interest, as what little warmth he had in his gaze had been visibly diminished. In fact, Subaru had only mentioned that since he was in the Empire, and a masked person had made their appearance, comparing his situation to a movie about a war in outer space from a long time ago. Subaru could probably consider Abel to be a stranger who hid his face, maybe. Ignoring his nonsensical thoughts, Maiselda proceeded to issue orders to her fellow Shadrakians. And then, Maiselda, Abel and Natsuki Subaru, we will bring both of you to the Elgina. Prove to us whether you can complete the lifeblood ritual admirably or not. As she made her declaration, the cage was opened, and Subaru and Abel were taken outside. Subaru and Abel were let out of the cage without blindfolds or restraints, and the Shadrakians surrounded them and walked them outside of the village. In the deep, dense jungle, Subaru walked as if he were groping around in the dark, which nearly caused him to trip and fall many times. But each time, one of the surrounding Shadrakians saved him. Subaru, oops, my bad. You had to help me again. Blonde woman, new problem, me. I'm a strong woman, so it's totally fine. Saying that, the woman, who dyed her hair yellow, supported Subaru as he tumbled. The woman speaking had a plump figure and soft features. She was a rare type in Shudrak, where many women had firm and muscular bodies, but she had an air about her that made her very easy to get along with. Blonde woman, are your injuries okay? I'm the one who did your medical treatment. Subaru. Oh, this was thanks to you. Ah, I'm all right. It's still a little, well, I mean it hurts quite a bit, but it's better. Blonde woman. Aha, you're an honest guy, ain't ya? Saying that, the woman laughed in a carefree manner, and her attitude also helped Subaru. Practically speaking, she had treated his wounds, so he should say he was helped in two ways. Subaru naturally relaxed in the presence of such a big-hearted and kind woman, but he was rather concerned about the meat bone she always carried in her other hand. Blonde woman. Yeah. You hungry? Wanna have some meat, Subaru? Ah, no, I'm good. Not that I'm not hungry, but if I eat I won't be able to move well. Blonde woman. Ah ha, that's how it is. Besides, if your stomach is full you'll suffer when you die too. Subaru. Haha, even while gnawing on her ham bone, and despite with her gentle looks, she was Shadrakian through and through. In any case, Subaru and Abel were led someplace by the Shudrak in this manner, without feeling any hostility from them. Maiselda had been like that at first, but once Subaru and Abel resolved to face the lifeblood ritual, it appeared that the effect of the failure of initial negotiations had been nullified. In other words, whatever the outcome of the trial, the rehabilitation of their image with the women was a success. If that was the case, even if the outcome of the trial were not favorable, it might be possible to get back to the negotiating table again. Abel, your face appears like you are thinking of something convenient. Subaru, don't read whether a person is thinking this or that just from the color of their face and the look in their eyes. I get that you're like that, but are people in the Empire always that sort? Abel, I do not know the cause of your bewilderment. Moreover, I have no interest in whom you may be comparing me to. It is simply that, in order to live, humans in the Empire learn to look closely at their opponents. It is different from the kingdom. Subaru, look closely at their opponents. Ha! Abel, who was being taken away with him, impressed Subaru with his words. That was a lesson many people without outstanding military power should be aware of, not just the people of the Empire. For Subaru, too, without careful observation of his opponents, would be unable to grasp a chance of success, even under normal circumstances. It was a tough issue that he needed to be aware of from now on. Abel, by the way, are you not thinking of fleeing when you have the chance? While Subaru was entertained by those thoughts, Abel whispered a new one in his ear. Subaru narrowed his eyes, surprised at Abel's dispassion to the matter. Subaru, could you stop coming up with such weird temptations? I'm sure you can't help thinking about it, but it can't be done. Abel, oh ho, why not? There is a better chance to escape now than when you were in that cage. If you create a good opportunity, you could slip out of the Shudrak's sight. Subaru. Well, I've also started running in that sort of reckless manner before, when getting too hot-headed, but Abel's words were like that of a carefree criminal's, and Subaru once again surveyed his surroundings. The depths of the forest were so dark that Subaru could only see a few meters ahead. In the end, the direction and distance of the encampment Subaru must get back to were not clear, so there was no point in escaping. On top of that, all of the surrounding Shadrakians were much more capable than Subaru with his two injured hands. Blonde woman. What's the matter? Utakata. Definitely in love with Hal. Hal is the prettiest girl in village. Blonde woman. Wahami. That's so embarrassing, peeping into Subaru's line of sight. Utakata spoke to the woman at her side. The woman shook her head from side to side in denial, blushing. It was awfully cute, but there was no opening. If Subaru tried to flee, she would certainly pin him down in an instant. Above all, Subaru, if I ran, what exactly would happen to you? Abel, I see. When it comes down to it, you are that kind of fellow, HM, a detestable, idiotic, wannabe hero. Subaru. And, averting his gaze, Abel spat out those words. Annoyed by that declaration, Subaru snapped at the masked man's profile. However, before he could inquire about the real meaning of his words, the feet of Maiselder, who stood at the vanguard, came to a halt. Maiselder, we're here. Subaru, you say we're here, but I can't see anything, even with a raised torch to illuminate the surroundings. It was only possible to see a range of a few meters at best. To Subaru, the view of the forest spread before him seemed unchanged. What on earth is here, Maiselder? Go ahead and you'll see. Subaru, wah, straining to see in the darkness, Subaru pitched forward. His back was pushed by Tarata, who was behind him, and upon taking 1 or 2 steps forward, his feet stepped on thin air. It was proof that a foothold was missing, that a foundation to stand on was missing. Subaru, this feeling, oh no, not again. Without thinking, Subaru shouted as he faced the earthen void, a steep slope to be precise. He put his feet to the incline and slid down so as not to start tumbling. He traveled down the steep slope and some way or another managed to catch his breath at the bottom. Subaru. Ah, that was dangerous. Even though I'm untouched, what was with that all of the sudden? Abel, move. There was a strong impact on his back that had barely come to a halt, causing him to stumble and fall forward in the end. When he looked over his shoulder reproachfully, Subaru saw that the one who had collided with his back was Abel. It seemed he had been pushed down the steep incline, just like Subaru. Subaru. From the looks of it, it just seems like the bottom of a hole, but is this where the ritual's happening? Abel, indeed it is. Now then, what will reveal itself? Elgina, they called it. Subaru, you got any idea what that is? Abel. El has the meaning of large, but... And while Subaru and Abel conversed at the bottom of the slope where they had been dropped, something was thrown in. At Abel's feet, a bundle of cloth rolled to a stop, and peeking out from inside the package was Abel. It's my luggage and your garbage. Subaru, mine is luggage too. Subaru and Abel picked up their equipment, which had been tossed down. Inside was the guilty whip, naturally, and the knife that had been stuck in Subaru's shoulder. He had received it from Abel, but after being bounced around from one place to the next, it had returned here. Abel also picked up his own things, a sword and a mantle, and quickly put them on. Subaru, but what the hell does this mean? Utakata, who's watching too? Good luck. Following Abel, a high-pitched voice answered Subaru's question as he recovered his equipment. He looked over and saw Utakata waving both hands atop the slope. It looked like that girl had thrown in the equipment. Maiselder and Tarita did not raise their voices against her actions either. It seemed this level of assistance would not hinder the ritual. And then, at the same time, blonde woman, I want you to do your best, okay, Tilda? Subaru, seriously. He saw the woman from before, her hair dyed yellow, with a calm voice and a carefree manner, smiling nonchalantly while blocking the entrance to the slope with a large boulder. There was no mistaking it. Judging from the rumbling of the earth, it could be nothing else. Unbelievable superhuman strength. It was clear whose hands had made that solid, improvised cage. With the entrance closed, Subaru and Abel were enclosed in an empty valley about 20 meters across from left to right. Opposite the entrance, darkness spread out in front of the pair. It looked like they could escape if they ran straight ahead, but such a naive idea should be abandoned. Abel, Natsuki, Subaru, how much are you able to move your hands? Subaru, ha, my hands, they're as bad as they look. I can't raise my right hand, and my left hand can't grip strongly either. Naturally, I also can't do fine movements. Whoa, Abel, put this on your finger in best condition. There is no time. Abel then threw a ring from his belongings to Subaru. Without saying yes or no, Subaru accepted it immediately and put it on the middle finger of his left hand. The ring was inlaid with a black jewel, which gave it an air of luxury, as well as a strange sense of intimidation. Subaru, this is. Abel, a ring with magic sealed inside it. Kiss it before using it. It spews fire, but it is limited. Subaru, magic. Kiss, what do you? Abel, here it comes. Unable to keep up with the stream of rapid-fire information, Subaru was hung out to dry by Abel, who readied his sword. Swept up in the moment by a determined-looking Abel, Subaru hurriedly drew his whip out. And so, just as the preparation of their equipment was more or less completed, Subaru. Oi oi, you gotta be kidding me. Backs facing the sloped surface that blocked their exit, Subaru stood alongside Abel as he stared in shock at the sight in front of him. The figure that appeared as it slowly slithered along the ground from the darkness was a collection of scales. All green, shiny, and dripping with water, it was a snake witch-beast. A witch-beast that Subaru had already encountered in this Budam jungle twice before. Subaru, don't tell me, Elgina. Snake witch-beast. Letter 3-1, letter 3-1, Subaru questioned fearfully, swallowing his breath. The snake witch-beast opened its giant maw, and as if it were agreeing with Subaru, roared loudly. Enveloped in the fierce wind pressure of the roar, Subaru froze up. Elgina is the snake witch-beast, and undertaking the lifeblood ritual meant facing the most difficult challenge available. If that were the case, the wall that Subaru and Abel had to break through was Maiselder. Now, it is time to fight. Show that you are warriors. Shudrak's eyes, the eyes of the hunters, will see you through. Subaru, of course it's something like this. The booming voice of Maiselder reverberated around the arena, along with other blaring voices of cheer from the other Shadrakians. They stood on the surrounding cliffs, overlooking Subaru and Abel's match against the witch-beast. Subaru took to heart the questioningly cheerful and encouraging shouts. Meanwhile, the snake witch-beast took a stance. Abel, here it comes, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, I can see that. Damn it, all I've been doing is facing trials lately. The snake witch-beast surged forward ferociously as if to silence Subaru's whining. And so the lifeblood ritual had begun. The witch-beast that inhabited the Budam jungle, Elgina. According to Abel, El meant large. Therefore, Gina was probably the word for snake. Or it could be that that was the people of Shudrak's unique way of naming the witch-beast. Nevertheless, verifying that claim and contributing to the history of cultural anthropology would have to come later. Subaru, the enemy in front of me, comes first. Snapping its mouth open, the snake witch-beast charged, baring its sharp fangs. Its body was at least 10 meters in length, and it resembled a large, sentient tree thrashing about in a forest. Its torso was as thick as a bundle of logs, and its flailing tail had enough power to cause serious injuries with just a graze. As always, witch-beasts would try to kill with their physicality. Subaru, Biko. Calling out to his absent partner, Subaru grit his teeth. The course of action Subaru would usually take when thrust into an unexpected situation was to, before even giving it a thought, let his trusted partner Beatrice handle it with her judgment and adaptability. That was what he had decided to be for the best. In this situation, however, this line of thinking would illuminate Subaru's lack of adaptability. Subaru, first T, Abel, fool, this is not the time to be dawdling. Stiffening up at the realization of his blunder, an angry shout rang out as Subaru's head, along with his hair, was grabbed. Bent backwards and falling, Subaru yelped before being dragged down. Above the head of Subaru's fallen body, the fangs of the snake witch-beast snapped shut without mercy. An intense sound roared overhead, choking the atmosphere with bloodlust. At the same time, the resulting smoke and wind violently kicked up the soil. Snake witch-beast, Uwawa, pushed by the strong gales, Subaru, unable to bear against it, rolled along the ground. Still, he could not stay rolling forever. Only a fool would pick their life up by the skin of their teeth and lose it immediately after. Using the momentum to stand up, he tried to put some distance between him and the snake witch-beast. Abel, do not make me repeat myself, fool, hold your breath. Subaru, you go. Subaru's head was forcibly pushed down, pinning his body to the ground. Looking up, he saw a dust-covered Abel wrapping the both of them under his cloak. However, the cloak was not that big. It was too small to wrap the two of them fully, and currently, Abel was straddling Subaru's back. Subaru, what are you? Oh right, the concealment cloak. Abel, correct. If we stifle our breath, it will not find us immediately. Still, how unfortunate. If the lifeblood ritual were anything but a test of strength, we would have had a chance. Looking out for any signs of the snake witch beast in the immediate vicinity, Abel's eyes were mixed with anger and frustration. Hearing Abel's thoughts, Subaru could painfully relate to his thinking. The contents of the lifeblood ritual seemed to differ with each attempt. There must have been other trials that did not involve fighting a witch beast. However, fighting the snake witch beast was the path thrust to Subaru and able to prove their status as warriors. Subaru, both my hands are damaged and Abel's swordsmanship is second-rate. What a shit situation we're in. Abel, my swordsmanship is second-rate, you say. Considering your current state, your arms cannot even be used to drag me down. Subaru, I still got my mouth to talk back to you, oh yeah, about before. Inside the dense smoke, Subaru lifted his left hand up to show the ring on his middle finger. The ring that had been thrown at him by Abel. The ring with much needed explaining. Having to kiss it, it's spewing out fire. Various inexplicable facts were said, but Subaru, how do I use it? Abel, I told you before. Kiss the jewel and have it acknowledge you as its holder. The rest is akin to using magic. Subaru, what the hell is that? A ring that's like a weapon from a light novel. Staring at the ring in half-belief, half-doubt, Subaru frowned at the explanation. Ignoring Subaru's reaction, Abel searched for movements of the snake witch beast through the plumes of dust. Although he had looked relaxed when trapped in the cage, he could not hide his tension when faced with a genuine threat. Breathing heavily, Abel tightly gripped his sword. Abel, even if we get close, it is doubtful that we can pierce its scales. The places without scales, the eyes or mouth. If we do not pierce those places, or those places where the scales are thin, our attacks will be ineffective, I imagine. Subaru, that's kinda impossible if we don't create an opening. If we could just do that somehow, Abel, you create that opening. Why do you think you and I are working together? Subaru, I was thinking of saying it, but being told to be a decoy really does my head in. Having said that, though, looking at the duo's equipment and physical condition, those were the only roles they could realistically accept. Subaru on support and Abel on offense. A familiar role for Subaru, as being in the role of an assistant, was always Natsuki Subaru's job. Abel, currently, the witch beast has lost sight of us. Draw its attention with fire. That will be the opening. Subaru, yeah, I get. Investing your resources at the start to reap the biggest reward possible was a fundamental tenet of battle. Utilizing the cover of smoke that the witch beast had coincidentally created, they would use their environment to their advantage to defeat the enemy. Just as Subaru finished that thought, he felt a sense of wrongness. The source of that wrongness was the witch beast, Elgina. The witch beast that appeared to be a large snake. Its large size made it comparable to anacondas and the like. However, because it actively hunted humans, its threat level was above that of an anaconda. And if the witch beast were snake-like, if its biology was similar to that of a snake, Subaru. Trembling with fear, Subaru unconsciously pressed his lips to the ring. He then raised the ring above him and faced it towards the plumes of dust Abel was watching over. Faster than Abel could question his actions, Subaru opened his mouth and Subaru, Goa. Immediately after, the snake witch beast aiming for Subaru and Abel burst through the smoke, and right in front of its nose, a flame exploded out. Snakes possess an organ specialized in detection of heat, called a pit organ. As nocturnal critters inhabiting dense forests and boulder crevices, they require the ability to track their prey in the dark. That is why they are equipped with the pit organ from birth, which allows them to track and capture their prey by sensing their heat in total darkness. In practice, this principle is known as thermography, but snakes are born with this ability and thus have earned their moniker as an assassin cloaked in darkness. So in turn, this giant snake was also equipped with the same pit organ. Abel, it slithered near, but was met with a counterblow right as it attempted to strike. As its snout was singed with a blast of heat, it raised its neck upwards, and Abel took his chance immediately. His swordsmanship was one of not letting any chances slide. He thrust with great might, the edge of his sharp blade poised to slide through the giant snake's underneck. The strike connected with its scales, cold steel hissing but to no avail. Abel, GH. Abel groaned as the strike was deflected. The tip of his sword had barely pierced the snake's scales. While his stance may have not been the best, his whole backbone had definitely been put into that strike. Even so, he was not permitted entry. Subaru, one more. Glaring at Abel as he took a step back, it attempted to strike once more, only for a fireball to smash into the side of its face. Even though the dense forest lit up in red and its damp air sizzled, the great snake looked to have taken little to no damage. Its long tongue flicked over its burnt side, then moved its eyes to Subaru, and out rose a great bellow from within its gaping maw. Subaru. Shit, a mere 30 seconds had elapsed since this fight started. Within that time frame alone, he had determined they possessed no chance of winning this fight. Abel's sword could not pierce through its scales, and as hurt as he was, Subaru's petty and cheap tricks had no place in this fight. After all, Subaru had no means of standing up to the face of overwhelming violence. Those were always his worst obstacles. Subaru, Goa, Goa, and again Goa. The short wave of his hand, Subaru haphazardly shot multiple rounds of magic at the giant snake just as it was lunging at him. Each shot blossomed with a brilliant flash of light as the fire from his ring shot past the witch beast, smashed into the precipice of the ravine they were fighting in, and caused a collapse of debris, separating Subaru and Abel from the witch beast, albeit temporarily. Subaru, oi Meiseldesan. This is getting worse by the minute, he had wanted to say, but swallowed his words. The Shadrakians, who were supposed to protect them during their difficult battle, they had instead set up arrows on their bows, their sights aimed at Subaru and co-Subaru. With cold, hardened gazes, the Shadrakians sized up their prey. Meiselda Tarita, the lady with the blonde hair, and even Utakata, without exception, all glared at Subaru's party. Subaru, oh, Abel, we set this in motion. There is no way to run from the lifeblood ritual. If we do not kill it, forget your little wish, we shall not even be left with our own lives. Abel informed Subaru, who was frozen stiff under the Shadrakian's cold gaze. He understood this. It was a difference in values, in morals. He had felt this from the moment he had been flung to Valatia, and throughout the trek he had made from the military encampment until this place. The people of Shudrak were the kind who could sing and laugh with their fellow comrades one moment, then turn their blades on them the other. One glance at Utakata told him everything. This was the result of being brought up with these values. It was a difference in their nurturing environment. To ponder on or ask whether these values were right or wrong was meaningless. Here was not the place for an argument about ethics. What was necessary at this moment was to follow their rules, participate in the lifeblood ritual, and win. Abel, I cannot pierce its scaly hide. If cutting out its heart through its chest is impossible, should I aim for its brain through the eyes or mouth instead? Subaru, that's the thing about all living beings, the brain's the weak spot, but that might be a bit too hard to pull off. What we should really aim for is that area right above its pit organ. That's our ticket to victory. Abel, right above. Winning via a death blow was a hurdle too high to cross. Then all that remained were victories earned by means other than that. Were this its nest, perhaps taking its eggs hostage to force it into surrender may have been the best, albeit the scummiest, course of action. Of course, that was not the case. Thus, what remained was to take advantage of that one weakness all witch beasts possessed. Subaru, we break its horn. The beast will submit itself to whoever breaks it. That's the only way. Abel, and your plan, Subaru, like I said before. I'll be the bait, and you, my suspicious hooded stranger, will be the attacker. Abel, I beg your pardon, there's naught but hooded nobility here. Once their brief conversation ended with one of Abel's usual comebacks, Subaru took in a deep breath, then exhaled. They had exchanged their objectives. It was set in stone. Behind and overhead, the Shadrakians observed them with a frozen gaze. With targets painted on their backs, the two stood back up, a show of their resolve as warriors, and then headed back into the fight against the giant snake that had claimed the great forest as its own. Not that they desired, nor was a warrior's resolve a fit for them, but regardless, Subaru. But if that's what it takes, that is exactly what I'll do. As his mind drifted to Rem, whom he had left behind in the encampment of the Imperial army, Subaru put strength into his stride forward. Snake Witchbeast. Its great Moragape, the giant snake, burst through the smoke. Subaru thrust his left arm forward. The Witchbeast's yellow eyes took notice and immediately closed its mouth and turned to the side. While the lowest level of flames would not deal any significant damage, it seemed that Subaru had managed to make it become averse to being hit. However, that proved to be its undoing. Subaru did not actually have the ring on his left hand at that moment. Subaru, my left hand's not aiming for the side of your face, but right above that. As he shouted, the tip of a whip lashed out of his left hand. Able to use the whip with ease using either hand thanks to Klin's teachings, Subaru opted to exert his left arm, which could be used to easily handle the weapon with merely 2 fingers as his crutch, as opposed to his right, which he could barely lift above from his shoulders onwards. The tip of his whip was not aimed at the snake's scales, but rather at the thick branches overhead. With his whip firmly wrapped around a branch, Subaru leapt into the air. Snake Witchbeast, letter 3-1, letter 3-1. Below, the snake's maw opened, chasing after him. Had he not folded up his knees midair, everything below his thighs would have been ripped off by the giant snake's jaws just now. Tarita, TCH, sister. That man, he's running away. Maiselda, no Tarita shouted to Maiselda, then knocked, her sight and arrow aimed at Subaru's back as he rose out of the ravine delegated as their battlefield. Maiselda, however, put a hand on the bow and lowered it. Maiselda's green eyes shone like gems, fixated on Subaru. Maiselda. He's not running away, he's going to fight. She shouted in cheer as Subaru whirled through the air using his whip. His trajectory drawing circles in the sky much like an amusement park attraction, Subaru aimed the ring with his right hand at the edges of the cliff. Subaru, guuo. It was more of a war cry rather than a chant. Fire erupted from his right hand as he raised his voice, dousing the edges of the ravine in flames. The vines and branches all caught fire, turning the ravine into a sea of hellfire. Yudakata, Ukia, blonde woman, wawa wawa. Yudakata, look out. Tarita, sister. Sister, should I? As they watched the ravine burn, the people of Shudrak began to panic. Yudakata and the blonde-haired Shudrakian embraced each other, while Tarita kept insisting on permission to put an arrow through Subaru. However, Maiselda took no notice of her, eyes sparkling with excitement. She only balled her fist, her eyes nailed to Subaru. Maiselda, amazing, wonderful, this is getting exciting. Subaru, Maiselda's cheers and Subaru's yell, prolonged right until he ran out of breath, overlapped. The ring's light faded, but with one final bellow, a fireball sprung forth and shot straight at the precipice of a cliff, causing a landslide of rocks, forcing the giant snake to stand down to avoid the falling debris. However, Snake Witchbeast. The snake, while slowly drawing itself backwards, understood that it had no way to escape, its surroundings blocked off. The fire spreading over the fallen trees, the valley was brightened with shimmering flames, to the point the light of a torch would be considered unnecessary. More than that, the splendidly scattered flames, Abel, perhaps it has a technique that allows it to see heat. That will no longer be effective. The giant snake had lost sight of Abel, who had hidden himself under the cape of concealment and leapt towards the beast. Snake Witchbeast. Sensing a dangerous presence, the snake kept a watchful eye on its surroundings. However, above its head was Subaru with miasma wafting out of his body. Its heat-detecting ability had been rendered useless by the flames, and Abel's figure was unperceivable. Moving on to a pathway with weaker flames was all the witch-beast could do. And that was a false escape route Subaru had created by intentionally spreading the flames. Abel. Ha! Instantaneously, Abel sprung off the cliff, assaulting the snake's head as it attempted to flee. The sword drew an arc as it was swung, a silver flash streaking towards the snake's head, where its gnarled horn was located. The blade diagonally entered the center of the horn, with enough force to bisect it in one clean stroke. Snake Witchbeast. It was right as the snake's horn was about to be sliced off, which would signify the battle drawing near its end due to the snake losing its sense of self. The giant snake roared, twisting its head in as a last act of desperation, attempting to avoid the sword strike. However, a fruitless struggle was still fruitless. Acting out of desperation like that would not be effective. But that was only if the single attack had been that of a warrior's. Abel, GH. His strike dislodged by the snake's twisting head, Abel's attack stopped midway through its horn. Like that, before he could pour additional strength into his arms to resume his attack, a tail lashed out and collided with his body. Tossed about by that impact, Abel's slender frame was blasted sideways. He rolled across the burning valley, unable to break his fall, spitting out blood from his throat as he coughed. Abel, Kepha, KH, how careless of me. I suppose it will not turn out like how it did with the fool. The large snake turned its face towards Abel, who was still coughing up blood, down on his hands and knees. Catching a glimpse of its golden opportunity, the chance of a lifetime to turn the tables, the snake's eyes glinted with malice as it slithered towards Abel. Having received a blow from its tail earlier, Abel was unable to stand up, and neither did he have the time to curl up in his concealment. Its jaws wide open, the snake lunged at Abel to swallow him whole. Upon witnessing that, Subaru had no time to spare for thought. Subaru, I can, return by D. It felt like it had been quite a while since he had last declared that out loud. However, to Subaru, who had traced his own steps through the books of the dead inside the Pleiades watchtower, his experience of attempting to lure witchbeasts towards himself was fresh in his memory, almost as if he had just done that the day before. That was why he had come up with that on the spur of the moment. Subaru, Jiga. Once the color faded from the world, all sound disappeared, and Subaru could no longer feel the flow of air. What visited him instead was a black shadow, streaming into that static world. It was identical to that tremendous mass of shadows that had surged towards Subaru back then, when he had dealt with the trials, lost Shola, and had been overwhelmed with everything that had happened. I love you. Subaru. Yeah, I'm sick of hearing that so many times. He responded to the short phrase, just like that. Immediately after that, the palm of a hand slid into him, seizing his heart. Uncontrollable pain consumed him, making him feel as if his whole body was being ground into dust, starting from his fingertips. Rather than his vision being stained red, a force that felt like his eyeballs had exploded tore him down. Pain that he could never become accustomed to, and the attachment and hopelessness that would not foretell when it would end. However, once those had eventually withdrawn, Subaru, eyes on me, Snake Witchbeast. Right after the color, sound, smell, and sensation had returned to the world, Subaru let out a fierce shout. Along with the reappearance of Subaru, the snake spun around, having detected the increased amount of miasma. It did not face the feeble, masked man in front of itself, despite being able to kill him at any second, but it faced Subaru, who was above its head, all smelly and full of energy. Subaru, it's all up to you. The moment his eyes met with the snake's as it turned around, Subaru brought the ring on his right hand to his lips. Letting go of the whip at once, Subaru's body drew a parabola as he flew towards the giant snake. In order to reach the snake's head, he needed it to turn around and face him. The confession of return by death was for that, and a very little small fraction of the reason was to not let Abel die as well. And then, Subaru, Placing his feet on the snake's upper jaw, Subaru jumped forward, although he looked like he was falling ungracefully. In front of his eyes was the white horn, with the blade of a sword jammed halfway through it. Subaru twisted his body so that he was facing the hilt of the sword, guessing that the weapon would be able to sever the horn after one last push, and slammed his right fist into it with all his might. Of course, he did not think he could cut apart the thick horn with only his fist. However, his strike was not a simple swing of his fist. It was a devastating blow, joined with the magic stone and loaded with magic. Subaru. The jewel embedded in the ring cracked as it connected with the sword's hilt, vermilion light pouring out. The next moment, the leaking light swelled, detonating with Subaru's right arm and the snake's horn at the center of the explosion, and everything in his vision, as well as all sound in his ears, vanished. Subaru, HH. Subaru spun around as he fell to the ground, rolling across it around 2 or 3 times. His whole body hit the ground with intense force, but he could not recognize the damage it had taken. The right half of his body was scorching hot, almost as if it was on fire, and he could not even perceive his physical condition. Subaru, his body began convulsing while he was lying flat on his back, and as yellowish stomach fluid dripped out of the corner of his mouth, Subaru felt the ground rumble. As he was on the verge of death, his body riddled with critical injuries impossible to overlook, he did not realize that the source of that sound was the giant snake that had collapsed onto the ground beside him, having lost its head. However, Natsuki Subaru. Hey, Natsuki Subaru. Stand up. Stand up at once. Although he was barely maintaining his consciousness by a single thread that was about to be torn off, someone scrambled towards him, calling out to him and shaking his body. Subaru did not know which part of his body the person was grabbing as he was shaken, but he was being jerked from side to side. The scorching sensation worsened, and he let out a soundless voice, fluids spilling out of every hole on his face. He could not process anything anymore. He wanted the person to allow him to lose hold of his consciousness. Pain, heat, a burning thirst, and suffering, every negative-sounding word that existed in the world swirled around in his head. There is something you must stand up and pronounce, no. The woman, what will become of that woman called Rem? Subaru. Ah, speak with your own mouth. Your desires cannot be expressed by me. A strong, passionate plea was wedged into his ears, and his body was forced to sit up on top of that. Even if he were in a state where he could not comprehend whether it was his head or feet on top, he had been propped up. He could not lift his body. Perhaps only the upper half of his body had been held up. Listen, people of Shadrach. This is just as you are witnessing it. We have completed the lifeblood ritual, establishing the proof that we are warriors. If so, as our comrades in arms, is there not anything you all must carry out? Yes, I, Miselda, the chief of the Shadrach, have seen your endeavors with my own eyes. Dear warrior, our fellow comrade, what do you desire? What will you shout out for us to do? Voices emerged from his side and right above him, resonating inside of his head. It was as if his brain had lost its source of protection, the voices passing straight through into his head. Even as he could not fathom what their words meant, his shoulder was shook, his head rocked back and forth, and his soul was stirred. Answer me, Natsuki Subaru. Speak of what you desire. Squeeze and wring out all that you have. Subaru, H. Envision what you wish for behind those closed eyelids of yours. Nothing can be granted to those who cannot disclose what they seek. There is no food to be given to a slothful pig. Think up and envision what you wish for behind those closed eyelids. He could see a silver-haired girl, a young girl with cream-colored hair, a pink-haired girl, a gray-haired youth, and a golden-haired boy. He could also see many faces, the faces of other people, and he was happy to see a blue-haired girl standing among them. Subaru, S. Ave. What is it? Subaru, Ram. Feeling as if he himself was being peeled off slowly, Subaru made out his words with his lips. The moment he said that, the force behind the hand that was gripping his shoulder, or what was most likely his shoulder, grew stronger. And then the owner of the voice nodded quietly with an "I see." You have heard him, people of Shadrach. This is the wish of your new comrade. He must have validated it by making a gamble with his own life. What he desires, if you have seen his act then. Say no more. We have dignity as well as courage. Subaru, his body grew limp as it lost its strength, and his consciousness started fading into the distance. The voice that had previously attempted to keep him awake by force did not try a second time. Slowly, gradually, and bit by bit, his consciousness faded. You have fulfilled your duty. Leave the woman to us. At the very end, although he did not understand the meaning, he heard a trustworthy voice. He felt like he had heard it. He felt like he had heard it.